This story began with the desire for power, and also with despair, fear, and pain. All these feelings belonged to a young man named Sol Kui, who wanted to be strong in order to fight anyone he met on his path with honor. Only his comrades did not care about dignity. They wanted to live, and therefore they turned to a panic flight. But in the next moment, they were all killed as if by a single blow. Their executioner turned out to be Gujo Myun, the elder of the Huangshan mountain clan and the supreme martial arts master embodying strength. And now his piercing and merciless gaze was fixed on the wounded Kvi. And then Sol realized that having faced such a monster, he could not have had a chance to survive. After all, he came to the Demon Academy to become stronger. There he faced difficulties again and again for many years. But all this proved to be in vain the very moment when Kvi lost his arm, and Gujo menacingly loomed over him with a drawn sword. It was unfair. He did not want to die. If only he had known more powerful martial arts. No, if only the whole situation had turned out a little better. Then Sol Kavi thought detachedly. Could it be that he is really going to die now? And yet he is already even seeing something before his eyes. And indeed, in front of the young man, some kind of panel materialized right in the air. It had 3 sentences written on it: resume, continue from the saved point, and restart. He had no idea what was happening, but his clouded gaze froze on the very bottom word. And then he began to lose consciousness. But closing his eyes, Sol still pondered. What were the words before him, and what were they offering him? But if his eyes were still open, he would have seen how the inscription on the panel changed and now read, "You have chosen to restart." And then the inscription transformed again and informed that you will return to the moment before the personal meeting with the Lord of the Supreme Court. And in the next moment, Sol Kvi found himself in the middle of an endless black ocean, on the horizon of which a bright sun shone with a pale light. What was even ironic, since the name Sol Hui literally means bright light. To study the demonic art, which is known to shorten a person's lifespan, Sol enrolled in the Demon Academy, but he never learned a single demonic art. For many years, all he did was go on search parties and reconnaissance. And then on the next outing, he simply died. Just like that, plain and inglorious. And so Kvi wearily closed his eyes and quietly admitted to himself that his life had truly been worthless. But the next moment he yawned half asleep and habitually scratched his head. And when Sol fully opened his sleepy eyes, he saw a familiar white ceiling in front of him. Out of surprise and confusion about what was happening, Kvi quickly jumped out of bed. But looking around, he realized that he was in his old training center. But what happened? After all, Sol was sure he was dead. Or maybe he was just dreaming? But it felt so real. Tormented by these questions and a headache, Kvi got dressed and, holding onto the wall, left his room. Wandering along the corridor, he realized that the true culprit of his demise was Mantis, the Lord of the Supreme Court. He was the one who ordered his squad to inspect the surroundings and assured that the deputy director would carry out the rest of the work himself. But how was Kvi still alive? This question troubled him and caused a headache. That is exactly why Sol did not notice the approach of 2 pairs of feet behind. And the next moment, someone called out to Sol Kvina and mockingly asked if he had gotten lost by any chance. And when he turned around, he saw in front of him the captain of the Black Moon squad, Juk Miona, and one of his members, Chiksana. Sol asked both what they needed, but then Chiksana approached him in response. And he didn't just approach, but menacingly loomed over Kvin, baring his teeth and scorching him with a deadly glare. And in the next moment, he sharply punched Kvin under the breath, knocking all the air out of him. And the blow was so powerful that Kvina was thrown backward. And when he collapsed to the floor, Chik smirked, scratched the back of his head, and said that his hand had simply slipped. But then he leaned over to the lying Kvin and hinted that he was apparently still half asleep, because in front of him now was the captain of the Black Moon squad, Juk Mayon. However, instead of feeling pain from the blow, Hwin was more shocked by what was happening. Then Chiksan stood up straight and, clenching his hand into a fist, repeated his question again. Sol remembered that he had already experienced this situation, and therefore he also remembered what Chiksan would say next. And that person will say that if Sol Kvinu lacks skill, then he should at least be able to bow his head. And Juk Myung also added, arrogantly calling Hwin a brazen fool. Then Sol still dared to ask his offenders, what is the matter? And in response, Juk Myon just as arrogantly declared that the Lord of the Supreme Court summoned Sol Hwin. At these words he became alert, recalling how the previous meeting with the Lord had ultimately turned out. And Juk Myung, meanwhile, smiled mockingly and, playing with a strand of hair, told Hwin goodbye that he was very lucky. At this point, the captain of the Black Moon squad ended the meeting and calmly left. And Chiksan, one last time, stuck out his tongue at Kvin and ran the edge of his palm down his throat. But Hui endured the mockery, even though Chiksan was lower in rank than him. This was because Chik's back was covered by Juk Myung, which is why he behaved so boldly. However, In the next moment, Sol Hui saw some inscriptions and numbers appear above the heads of Juk Mion and Chik San. And then he felt goosebumps run across his skin, just like when he first saw that panel with the inscriptions. Sol Kvi did not know what was happening at all, but was absolutely sure that what he had experienced before was not a dream or a premonition, but reality, as if he had returned to the past, before the events that would lead to his demise. However, for now Sol Kvi dismissed all guesses and, as was commanded, appeared in the office of the Lord of the Supreme Court, and there Vina was awaited by the one who had planned his death, Mantis, who was now kindly drinking sake with his guest, and as expected everything was exactly as Kvi remembered. The current head of the courtyard of the holy deity was also here and kept Mantisu company at the table. There is a place called the Red Demon Chamber. It is the main department of the Demon Academy, inside which there are 5 courtyards. Their leaders possess not only incredible martial arts skills, but also wield demonic flames. A demonic art capable of melting a person to the bone with a single flash. But among the 5 leaders, Mantis became famous for mindlessly killing everyone he disliked because of his terrible character. Although he was not someone Sol Kvi could trust, he had no choice but to obey and respectfully bow his head. Only then did Mantis pay attention to him and introduce him to the head of the court of the holy deity. He gave Kevin an appraising look and stated that the young man was as strong as Mantis had said. However, as for his greeting, the head of the court of the holy deity thought that Quinn simply half-seriously bowed his head. At such a remark, Sol flinched as if struck and instantly broke out in a sweat from fear. And in the next moment, he fell prostrate before the Lord and the Chief, and asked both of them for forgiveness for his audacity. His pleas amused Mantis, and he condescendingly asked the head of the court of the holy deity not to go so far, and not to put him in such an awkward position. And then Mantis assured the guest that Sol Kvi simply does not know how to behave in front of a representative of the court of the holy deity. But that was blatant lying, because just 4 days ago, the Lord ordered Kevin to greet him by simply bowing his head. And so Sol Kvi glanced at Mantis from under his brow and mentally asked this old, cunning fox, "Does all this entertain him?" Meanwhile, Mantis took a sip of sake from the glass and ordered Kevin to rise from his knees. And when he stood up straight at attention, the Lord asked the young man if he had any thoughts about becoming an employee at Cheon-il. Sol Kvi responded with agreement, but he himself began to suspect that Mantis was luring him into a trap this way. After all, Cheon-il is a place where thousands of secret books with thousands of demonic techniques are kept. Then the Lord of the Supreme Court declared that since Kvi showed such interest in demonic arts, he took additional measures. However, then Mantis slyly smiled and added that on the other hand he is thinking of giving Sol Kvin another task that would suit him better. For Kvi, these words literally sounded like a sentence, because it meant that the Lord would order him to go to the outpost of the Huanshan mountain clan and allow him to take only a knife with him. But this can also be a chance given to him by the heavens. All Kvin needs to do is to beat around the bush to avoid the task. And at that very moment, Sol Kvi firmly decided that he would not die again for the Lord and his academy. However, as soon as he intended to speak with Mantis, Hevi immediately stopped. The cause of this was the very same panel that suddenly appeared before the young man's face. On this strange panel, 3 answer options were written along with a request to use only these terms, and below the inscriptions, the number 9 was depicted. But the most unusual and troubling fact was that now Kvi could not move, and even more so, Mantis and the head of the court of the holy deity froze like statues, as if time itself had stopped. And then Sol Kvi finally realized that he had truly died, and afterwards returned to the past. However, then his attention was drawn to the panel with answer options. The number 9 under the inscriptions was replaced by the number 5. It was then that Kvi realized that this was a countdown to making a decision, and this panel literally forces him to choose. There was only one response option worse than the previous one: to carry out the order, demand another order, or cut off your right hand. Salt did not intend to cut off his own hand, but if he followed Mantis's order, he would die again. Therefore, at the last second, he chose the third option. And at that very moment, time resumed its course, and Sol Kvi declared that he wished to receive a different order. He had just said these words as if mechanically, and therefore was stunned. And judging by the drawn-out faces of the Lord and the leader, they too. And so Sol Kvi horrifiedly covered his mouth with his hand and wondered, what did he just say? But at the same moment, Mantis jumped up from the table and said that he had not given Hvin any orders. And then his face twisted into an angry grimace, and the Lord of the Supreme Court asked Kvin, how dare he demand another order? And in the next moment, Mantis literally burst into demonic flames like a torch. From his heat and thirst for blood, Kvina was thrown back. But all he could do now was tremble with paralyzing fear. At that terrifying moment, he had the feeling as if a python had latched onto his throat. But it was only an illusion. Kvin's neck was still intact for now. But looking at the angry and approaching Mantis, Kvi realized that he was in big trouble. And even more so, if everything continues like this, he will lose his life a second time and possibly for good. But suddenly the demonic flame abruptly went out, and the Lord loudly shouted, "Enough!" And at that very moment, the blade that had almost reached Kvin's neck froze. And with him, Hook-B, the kunoichi guarding the Lord of the Supreme Court, also froze. Everything happened so quickly that Kvi couldn't understand where she even came from. But if Mantis had spoken a second later, Saul would have lost his head. From this realization, he instinctively reached his hand to his neck. He didn't even have time to react, and would have realized everything only after saying goodbye to his head. Meanwhile, Hook-B stepped away from the frightened Win, but her eyes still did not leave him. And Mantis returned to his place at the table, and calmly stated that now he would listen to Sol Kvin. And then the ruler will decide whether to kill the daring youth or to spare him. Then Kvi fell to his knees again and desperately tried to explain, saying that when he asked for a different order, it was not because he wanted to choose the task himself. Then Mantis reasonably asked, what was the reason for such an action? In response, Sol, without raising his head, explained that recently there have been rumors that the Huangshan mountain clan is gathering at the Hanan border. And then he dared to ask Mantis, didn't the Lord of the Supreme Court always say that the elimination of the Huangshan mountain clan was their sacred duty? However, Mantis calmly responded to the question with a question. So what? Then Kvi stated that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, as his squad of the Flying Faction specializes in reconnaissance and observation. But if the Lord informs him about the timing of the professor's expedition, Kvi will readily join it. When Sol finished his speech, Mantis seriously pondered, stroking his gray beard. And all the while the master was pondering, Sol mentally prayed for him to approve this decision. However, in the next moment, the previously silent head of the courtyard of the holy deity quietly laughed. And then he stated that apparently there was an information leak from the courtyard of the Heavenly Falcon to the building. Otherwise, how would a simple squad commander have known about the rumors? At such a reasonable question, Mantis looked again at the tense Kvin, who had nothing to answer. But then the Lord smirked quite a bit and said how funny it all turned out, since he was already going to entrust something to Sol Kvin anyway. To the place that Sol mentioned, the deputy director will go personally for reconnaissance. But before that, it is necessary to assign someone to study the area. In case Sol Kvi takes on this mission, he must find out what kind of people live there and carefully examine everything. Then Kvi bowed his head again before the Lord and loudly declared that he would follow his order. In response, Mantis turned away and, no longer looking at the young man, said that he could go. Kvi exhaled with relief and rose from the floor on still trembling legs. However, turning around, he involuntarily met the intense gaze of Hook-B. Salt did not dare to test her patience, so he hurried out of the office. But just before leaving, he quietly turned around and looked at the kunoichi again. That was when Kvi was convinced that he had not imagined it, because above B's head floated the inscription, +4 lives. After a very intense meeting with the Lord, Sol decided to walk to the river outside the academy to wash up and clear his head. And having washed the sweat off himself, Kvi looked closely at his own reflection on the water surface and wondered, what is happening to him? And no sooner had he thought so than he saw in the reflection the inscription, 1 coin for the last chance. The sun had already begun to hide behind the mountains, but Sol decided to take a little more walk to think everything over. He recalled Mantis's last words about the purpose of his mission, just reconnaissance and surveying the surroundings. Only Kvi knew that after this mission no one would return. His squad was mercilessly wiped out, there was nowhere to retreat. And so Sol looked at the sunset sky and asked himself, maybe he should just run away to Jonwan. However, inside Kvi already knew that living there would be very difficult. The cause of it all is his own sinister aura and unpleasant energy that he earned during his time studying at the demonic academy. And whatever Kvi did, he could not hide it. And therefore it could not be that the warriors of the right wing of Murim did not feel his evil aura. And soon after their discovery, they will all chase Kvin like dogs until he dies. So in the end, even if Sol chooses one or the other, death is inevitable for him. However, in the next moment, Kvi noticed an old enemy ahead. It was Chiksan, who with a mocking smirk said that Huin had caused trouble in the Lord of the Supreme Court's office, and therefore he should be more careful. And then he added that he was just talking to himself. But even if Quinn heard everything, it still doesn't matter. But as soon as Chiku fell silent, at that very moment a sign appeared above his head, +1 life. Here, far from the academy grounds, they were completely alone, and therefore Sol Kvinu had one idea. Now he must choose whether to follow the order and face death, or to challenge fate. And inhaling the cool autumn air deeply, Quinn made a choice. And the next moment he confidently walked over to Shiksan and told him to look at him. Chick thought for a moment that Kvi wanted to say something to him, but he calmly stated that he wanted to confirm something. Then Chick asked cautiously what exactly, but Kvi said no more. Instead of answering, he suddenly grabbed the sword hilt and launched an attack. Only at the last moment did Chick manage to block his blade with his own, and then he hissed maliciously through a grimace. "What is Kvin doing?" But in response, he still silently pushed the opponent away, causing Chick to barely stay on his feet. And in the next moment, Sol dealt him the first wound, slashing his thigh with a sword. And only after letting Chick-san bleed did Quinn speak again, confessing why he went against the will of the Lord. He did it to get a couple of answers, and he also wanted to become stronger. But he failed, so he will find the answers to the questions himself. And in the next moment, Sol Kvin once again launched an attack, beginning to press Chick-san. Then he furiously called Kvina crazy and asked, does he really think he will be safe after that? But now Sol Kvinu no longer cared, and so he once again crossed blades with Chick-san. Now he could not stop. He had to find a way out. He had to survive at any cost. Then Chick tried to behead the opponent with one wide swing of the sword. But Kvin deftly dodged the blade and immediately responded with a powerful kick to the stomach. Chick barely stood on his feet, but the blow still pushed him back. Then Kvin saw above his head the inscription again, +1 life, and assumed that this might be a way for him to survive. And so he took a stance for the decisive lunge and aimed straight at Chick-san's heart. He trembled with fear and tried to reason with Kvin, saying that he would have problems if Captain Juk Mayon found out about it. However, in the next moment, Sol Huin rapidly closed in on Chick-san and pierced his chest through and through. And when he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, Kvin thought indifferently that he had still exacted his revenge on the old offender. And then he loudly declared to the already dead Chick-san that he could no longer go back. He got rid of Kvin's body by tying it to a stone and throwing it into the middle of the river. Standing in the boat, he watched the water bubble for a long time and reflected on what had been done. As soon as Chick-san died, the inscription above his head immediately disappeared, but nothing changed in Kvin itself. That is what he thought until he saw himself reflected on the surface of the river. And it showed Sol Kvin that now he has 2 coins for a second chance. When the full moon rose above the Hanama cliffs, the flying faction squad set out for reconnaissance. The boat with 7 shinobi on board quietly and swiftly maneuvered between the rocks protruding from the water. This place was famous for strong tornadoes and steep cliffs, but at the same time it was the most optimal for inconspicuous movement. The squad was led by Sol Kvin, as was proper for a commander, but not at all because of Mantis's order. If Quinn had stayed in the academy, Juk Myun would have killed him anyway. Soon the boat reached the shore and the squad began unloading onto the land. However, before getting off the boat, Quinn discreetly glanced at his reflection in the water. The inscription was still above his head, but unfortunately Vin still had not figured out its meaning. However, the next moment someone quietly called out to him. And turning around, Quinn saw the captain of the Flying Assassins squad, Chakol Sujin, assigned to him. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said in a didactic tone that since the Huanshan Mountain Clan squads are in this area, Quinn should not act so carelessly. In response, Kvin politely bowed his head, acknowledging the offense, to which Chakol reminded that his squad just needed to survey the area and then return to the boat. At this point, Kvin said goodbye to the captain and, ordering his squad to follow him, set off on the road. And Chakol remained by the boat, thoughtfully watching the departing shinobi. The flying faction squad led by Sol Huin moved swiftly and silently among the trees. And while the squad rushed through the forest, Kvin had the opportunity to think about what he had no time to think about before. The whole situation consisted of 2 contradictions. Either Kvin follows Mantis's order, or he does not. But he had already made a decision, so he ordered his squad to turn right. One of the shinobi tried to clarify the order, but Huin raised his voice and urged his subordinates to hurry. The shinobi obeyed, but they continued to wonder. Why did their commander act this way, since they needed to go left? And Quinn acted this way because in the past, the warriors of the Huangshan Mountain Clan attacked as if they were expecting uninvited guests at the destination. Sol could not allow his squad to be cornered and slaughtered again like some animals in a slaughterhouse. After all, he entered the academy not for everything to end like this. Kvin remembered the mysterious inscription and wondered if it meant that he had a second chance. However, the next moment he noticed something ahead, so he ordered his squad to stop. The cause of Kvin's concern was a lonely 2-story house in the middle of the forest. Then one of the subordinates asked the commander what he planned to do next. It was a good question, but unfortunately Huin himself would like to know the answer. And so he told his subordinates that he would check the house alone. The shinobi did not disobey his order, and then Huin headed to the house, which was most likely an observation post. If there are ordinary soldiers there, Huin can easily defeat them. But if there is a sword master with immense energy, then most likely Sol will die. And therefore, mentally praying that there was no one inside the house, Quinn carefully looked through the window. And how great was his surprise when the house really turned out to be empty. Then Kvin called his subordinates and informed everyone about his discovery. And while the shinobi awaited further orders from their commander, Huin himself once again pondered what he should do now. On one hand, he must call for reinforcements, but on the other hand, he can no longer return to the academy after killing Shiksan. Meanwhile, his subordinates had already started whispering about their commander's strange behavior. Then one of them suggested quickly surveying the area and reporting everything to Captain Chol Soo-jin. However, Kvin could not respond to his subordinate's proposal. But in the next moment, a panel with answer options and a timer appeared before him again. The panel warned that an enemy had appeared and offered 3 options: fight, negotiate, or flee, with only 10 seconds given to make a decision. From the information read, Kvin was horrified, not understanding how the enemy discovered them and when they would come. Now, when time stood still, he could neither see them, nor hear them, nor even feel the presence of their energy. Meanwhile, the timer had decreased to 6 seconds. Huynh understood that he had to make a quick decision. However, if the enemy is really nearby and Huynh cannot sense him at all, then his squad still will not survive. And so he chose the second option, to resolve everything through negotiations. And at that very moment, time resumed its course, and one of the subordinates called out to his commander in confusion. But then, to the entire squad's surprise, Quinn turned to someone outside and ordered them to show themselves immediately. The shinobi understood everything without unnecessary words and immediately formed a protective circle, preparing to attack. However, no one appeared in response, and only an awkward silence hung over the squad. Nevertheless, Kvin exhaled with relief, for how could enemies have appeared here so quickly? But as soon as he thought that, in the next moment someone appeared behind the backs of the shinobi. And when they all jumped back from the unknown enemy, he calmly stated that Kvin is a rather capable young man, since he was able to sense him. Only now Kvinu was not indifferent to praise. Now he was in complete horror. Because his opponent turned out to be the greatest fencer and elder of the Hwanshan mountain clan, Gujo Myung. And judging by the frozen horror on Kvin's face, the elder realized that he had already recognized him. Under Mion's piercing gaze, Huynh froze in place. Now he could think of only one thing. Why is the most dangerous enemy of the Demon Academy here? After all, the squad continued moving south and went so far that it reached a place unrelated to the mission. And so Kvin dared to ask Mion, how did he know they were here? However, in response, the elder calmly stated that he did not understand what he was talking about, and also asked, wasn't it Kvin's squad that invaded his patrol zone? That was when Sol realized exactly how Gujo Mion was able to track them down. However, then the elder took up the sword and declared that he would no longer hesitate. And drawing his blade, Gujo smiled and added that although he did not know why they were all here, all the bastards from the Demon Academy would die by his hand. In response, Kvin's subordinates also drew their blades, but fear of the elder was evident on their faces. And Kvin himself finally realized that in this life, absolutely everything will be the same. He will simply die. It doesn't matter if earlier or later, the result will be the same in any case. However, despite the dire situation, he still had a small hope. Although his life was not rich in events, he hoped for something more. And so Sol Kvin firmly decided that he did not want to die, and just as firmly ordered his squad to retreat. He did not have to repeat it twice. The shinobi immediately fled from Gujo. And then the squad gathered in a wedge and rushed back to the boat. However, Mion, slowly following the fugitives, only hissed disappointedly and said, too slow. And in the next moment, Kvin's chest was pierced by a sharp pain. And if he could turn around now, he would see that Gujo is already standing behind him, and all his subordinates are killed. Then Mion tore the sword from Kvin's chest and, throwing him to the ground, declared that they were all weak. And it's no surprise, because the one they called Commander is such a fool. And finally, Mion smiled mockingly and asked, well, what can you say here? Then in response, early Kvin croaked that Gujo knew everything. These words slightly puzzled the elder, so he asked Kvin what he meant. In response, Sol explained through pain that Gujo knew about their arrival in advance. Otherwise, it would not have made sense. However, in the next moment, Mion sharply grabbed the young man by the hair and jerked him up. And leaning toward Kvin's face, the elder asked in a threatening tone, how did he find out about this? But Kvin did not hurry to answer because a suspicion arose in his mind. Gujo Myung would not have been able to set an ambush if he had not known not only the day, but also the exact time when the flying faction squad would arrive. Then Mion advised Huynh to carefully consider his following words. Someone wins by becoming more skillful, while someone else wins by killing fools along their way. And then the elder confessed to Kvin that he liked him, for he is a shinobi of the Demon Academy, protesting against his own superiors. However, in response to such praise, Quinn snarled so fiercely that bloody tears flowed from his eyes. But the grimace of rage only made Mion laugh, which made him wonder, how can someone who possesses the notorious demonic energy cry? And then the elder released Kvin and, straightening up, thanked him, for now Mion can improve his skills. And in the next moment, he swung the sword and told Kvin that he must die now. And then Sol Kvinu had no choice left but to beg fate for one more chance. for it was too unfair to die like that. But Gujo Myung did not think so, and therefore mercilessly brought down the sword on Hwin. And in the next moment, he found himself again in the midst of dark waters. And once again, a panel appeared before Kvin's eyes, warning of the one remaining chance and offering 3 options to choose from: restart, continue, or load save. And for this difficult choice, Kvin was given only 10 seconds. Then he realized that he could not start over, as one cannot be sure that all this will not happen again. And so Kvin chose the third option, to load the save. However, in response, the panel reported that there are no save stories for Sol Kvin. Then Kvin tried the second option, to continue. But the panel failed again, reporting that the continuation could not be performed. And then the panel warned that if the opponent's martial arts level is higher, or the scenario cannot be continued through conversation, Hwin cannot proceed. And in the next moment, Gujo Myeon materialized on the water's surface, who condescendingly told Hwin that he was a very capable young man. Kvin flinched in fear, but the elder said nothing more and did not even move, while the panel displayed his characteristics. Then Hwin himself appeared at Mayan's place, and the panel demonstratively compared his characteristics with those of the elder of the Huangshan mountain clan. And in conclusion, the panel summarized, stating that the opponent, Gujo Myung, cannot be defeated by any of Sol Hwin's martial arts. It was then that Kvin was finally convinced that he had no other choice. And to confirm this, the panel reported that he would return by the time before the meeting with the Lord of the Supreme Court. And the next moment, Kvin came to and found himself once again on the bed, in his own room. And his first reaction after waking up was a quiet and nervous chuckle. And then Kvin grabbed at his head and asked himself, was he just unlucky? However, inside himself, Kvin knew that he could not leave everything as it was. And he also knew that if he stayed here, they would come soon. And indeed, soon Juk Myeon and Chik Sun entered Kvin's room. However, they were extremely surprised by the absence of the room's owner in his bed. And while Chik was puzzling over where Hwin had gone, Hwin himself was quietly watching them from the corridor. He noticed that now there was no inscription above Chika's head, and therefore assumed that he could only take a person's life once. But if this is true, then Kvin has only one life left in reserve. And this means that Sol Kvin must become much stronger than all those who look down on him. And then, clenching his hand into a fist, Kvin swore to himself that he would become stronger and survive, no matter the cost. And he decided to start right now, with a run around the academy grounds. He also needed to clear his head. Kvin stopped only when his tired body demanded it. It's just a pity that rest could not calm the anxiety and provide an answer to the tormenting question. Kvin still had no idea what to do now, as enemies awaited him at every corner. And he must fight with all of them. Enemies whom he can neither defeat nor avoid. But then, like an epiphany, Kvin understood what he must do first. And so he hurried back to the academy to once again appear before the Lord of the Supreme Court. But this time, Hvin immediately fell prostrate before him and bowed his head as soon as he entered the office. However, Sol did not act out of a sense of deep respect. He assumed that since everything returns to this moment, there must be some kind of clue. Meanwhile, Mantis introduced Sol Quinn to the head of the court of the holy deity. And in response, he said with a smile that Kvin is a good young man. The reaction of the leader puzzled Kvin, because this situation is different from the previous one. Is it because he bowed first? And Mantis meanwhile asked the young man, had he thought about becoming an employee at Cheon-il? The same question was asked by the Lord last time as well, which made Kvin start to worry. But in the next moment, he cast aside all doubts and pressed his forehead hard against the floor. And then Kvin loudly declared that someone like him does not dare to desire such a valuable place. Such an altruistic response surprised not only the head of the court of the holy deity, but even Mantis. However, then the Lord smiled quite a bit and said that despite this, he still considers giving Kvin a task. But in response, Sol immediately raised his head and admitted that he had something to say to the Lord. And at that very second, time stopped. And before Kvin, a panel with 3 familiar answer options appeared again. Only this time Sol was waiting for this moment. He already knew that the first and second options would lead to death, so he only had the third option left. And so, when time resumed its course, Sol Kvin declared that he would cut off his right hand. He understood that at the moment there was nothing better, and if it didn't work, so be it. After all, if he could not avoid fate, he would prefer to fulfill it with his own hands. Then the master of the Supreme Court reasonably asked Kvin, why did he decide on this so suddenly? In response, Sol admitted that all these years Mantis had been watching over him, and he dared to take on martial arts of the highest level. And moreover, there was a time when Kvin rummaged through the Lord's belongings without a shadow of fear. That was his answer, to which Mantis vaguely pondered. Then Kvin once again pressed his forehead to the floor and declared that even having died many times, he would not be able to atone for all his sins. That is why he wants to prove his loyalty to the Lord of the Supreme Court. In response to such enthusiasm, the leader could not hold back a smile and stated that Kvin is much funnier than he thought. But Mantis clearly did not share his optimism and cheerfulness, as evidenced by the thoughtful tapping on the table. But in the next moment he suddenly and silently threw the dagger on the floor. And when Kvin raised his eyes to the Lord, he ordered in a threatening tone to carry out the plan. Taking the dagger in his hands, Kvin calmed himself with the thought that he would have to do it only once. And pressing the blade to his shoulder, he desperately convinced himself that as soon as he survived this, he would be able to find a way out. And then he pressed on the blade, and his shoulder was immediately burned with sharp pain. At first, Kvin struggled to fight her, but the deeper he plunged the dagger, the louder his scream became. However, in the next moment, Mantis shouted loudly, "Enough!" And at that very second, Hokbi appeared before Hwin, knocking the dagger out of his hand. Hwin stared at the kunoichi in surprise, not understanding why she prevented him from cutting off the hand. And when the girl straightened up, a sign appeared above her head, +4 lives. But then the shoulder reminded itself, responding with pain, and Kvin realized that he could no longer move his right hand. Meanwhile, Mantis and the chief burst into loud laughter, and after laughing, the Lord asked his guest, "Wasn't that funny?" In response, the head admitted that he had never seen anyone like that within the walls of the academy. But for Kvin, his words did not sound like a compliment. But then Mantis suddenly threw him a small board with the inscription, "Servant Cheonil." And then the Lord reminded the young man, "Didn't he say that he wanted to head the Cheonil department?" Shocked, Hwin silently picked up the plank, mentally realizing that all this time among the 3 options there was a way to salvation, and in the end he chose the right one. And so Sol bowed his head and thanked the Lord, to which Mantis advised him never to forget his mercy. At this, Kvin said goodbye to the Lord and headed out of the office. The shoulder still ached from the wound, but thanks to this, Sol was convinced that among the options there was a way to survive. However, hearing Mantis and the chief laugh after him again, Sol Quinn swore that he would never forget these freaks. After changing clothes and treating the wound, Hwin visited the tower of the Cheonil department. There he underwent an interview with the secretary who inquired about Kvin's work experience. According to the provided document, the secretary verified that Sol Quinn served in the Flying Faction unit for 8 years, and in the basic educational institution he ranked 12th out of 1,000. Such figures surprised the secretary, as he never thought he would see a high-ranking person in this miserable little place. However, then the secretary's gaze caught on the young man's hand, causing him to ask a curious question. But in response, Quinn only grasped his wounded shoulder and vaguely replied that it was an accident. Such an answer did not satisfy the secretary's curiosity, but upon seeing the Mantis seal on the document, all his questions immediately disappeared. Deciding that it did not concern him, the secretary got up from the table and ordered Kvin to follow him. Hwin obeyed, and soon they were to descend into the library located beneath the Cheonil Tower. And upon reaching the destination, the secretary explained to Kvin that from this moment he would work here and keep an eye on the local books. And then, before Kvin's eyes appeared a view of the huge Cheonil library, with bookshelves reaching up to the ceiling. And while he was inspecting his new workplace, the secretary kept saying that if anything from the books got damaged, Kvin would have to take full responsibility. Then he approached the table and explained that the main work happens here first. Kvin will have to sort and arrange the books by size and type. But Kvin listened to the secretary half-heartedly, continuing to examine the library. He suspected that books on advanced martial arts could not be kept in such a place, but he did not need such great skills anyway. Kvin thoughtfully looked at the gray-haired secretary and dreamily thought, if only there was a book here about how to kill Gujo Mayon. But no sooner had he thought so than the words appeared above the secretary's head. +1 life. Then Hwin reasoned that if he does not succeed in this life, the next one might go differently. And then he wondered, how skilled was the secretary in martial arts? And after thinking for some more time, he still decided to call out to the secretary. And while he had not yet turned around, Kvin asked himself another question. Could he win without his right hand? But when the unsuspecting secretary turned around, Kvin unhesitatingly plunged a dagger into his stomach. However, the secretary did not lose composure and responded by pushing the opponent away with a kick. Kvin thought annoyingly that the blade did not go in deep enough. However, then he reasoned that if the secretary has only 1 life, then he is roughly as capable as Chik-san. And so Kvin decided to deal with it quickly, and with a confident smirk launched into the attack. However, even being wounded in the abdomen, the secretary managed to dodge each of his attacks. And in the next moment, he swiftly moved closer and grabbed Kvin's arm. Without the help of his right hand, Sol could do nothing, and at that very second, the secretary knocked him to the floor. And then Kvin screamed in unbearable pain as the secretary squeezed his wounded shoulder with all his might. Due to the pain shock, Kvin could do nothing when the secretary armed himself with his dagger and raised it. And in the next moment, he brought down the blade, and half the library was stained with blood. At this moment, the delusion dissipated and Kvin returned to reality. and opening his eyes, he acknowledged the fact that in his current position, he cannot guarantee anything. Meanwhile, the secretary turned around and asked, what did Kvin want from him? However, in response, Sol smiled friendly and took a handful of coins out of his pocket. And then Kvin offered the coins to the secretary and explained that he simply wanted to give them to him to show how eagerly he was looking forward to working with him. At such a proposal, the secretary raised an eyebrow, and then Quinn hinted that it is getting colder nowadays, and the salary will not come soon. Then the secretary shifted his thoughtful gaze from the coins to Kvin, which made him slightly nervous. But the next moment the secretary warmly accepted the bribe and said with a smile that it is pleasant to deal with Kvin, and if difficulties arise, he can always ask for help. And then the secretary seriously advised the young man not to stand out if he wanted to live a little longer. Such advice seriously puzzled Kvina, but he did not dare to question the secretary. Then the secretary slowly headed to the exit and hinted to Kvin in farewell that the monsters were lurking very close by. And when he left, Kvin mentally declared to himself that in order to leave this place and take revenge on his offenders, he must live. And so he approached the first stack of books that caught his eye and began to sift through them, looking for a way to defeat Gujo Mion. He spent hours sorting through the books, but their number did not decrease, and the sun above the tower was already beginning to set. Then Kvin finally decided to take a break and sat down on the stair step. However, as soon as he sighed wearily, a panel appeared before him at that very moment with the question, which type of martial arts would Sol Win like to master? And then one of the books in front of the young man began to glow with a blue light, and when Kvin took her in his hands, he realized that this time had not stopped. The very radiant book was called The Three Main Skills, and after reading its title, the panel transformed again. Now she offered Kvin to study 3 martial arts, White Radiance, Fire Hand, and the Art of Unification. But only the first option was available for selection. Then Kvin remembered that the martial art of unification is mastered by the Lord of the Supreme Court, and it is recognized by the Academy as the highest art. The martial art of the Fiery Hand is also quite well known. It was mastered by former Deputy Director Yom-gi when he was still a simple assistant. And then Kvina was struck with inspiration, for he had finally found the book he needed. However, he could not understand why only the martial art of White Radiance was available to him for study. And no sooner had he thought so than the panel explained that the other martial arts could not be studied due to the hand injury. Then Huin suggested that since the other 2 martial arts are quite well known, the White Radiance should not be inferior to them. In response to the choice, the panel asked Kvin which technique he preferred, fencing, close combat, or kicking. Sol reasoned that if he could learn all 3 techniques, then there was no reason to hold back, so first he would master fencing. Then the panel warned that a demonstration would be conducted now. And no sooner had Kvin read this message than a shadow swordsman appeared before him the next moment. Then this shadowy figure turned to Kvin and, hiding one hand behind his back, raised the sword. And then the shadow swordsman began demonstratively performing the martial art of the White Radiance in front of Huin, starting with the graceful posture and ending with the maneuvers. And thanks to the white steam coming from the mouth, Huin's shadow could see the breathing technique. And when the demonstration ended, another panel appeared next to the first one. She informed Kvin about the special martial arts skill of White Radiance called the Art of the Sword. Although Sol did not know what kind of skill it was, he was sure that this was his chance to try again. And so he stood up, took the sword in his hand, and approached the shadow swordsman. So far, Kvin did not know why this was happening to him, but for the sake of revenge and survival, he would use anything. If he masters the martial art of White Radiance, he will be able to defeat the secretary, Du Hong, and take his life. And so Kvin drew his sword, took a stance, and like a shadow, began to mimic the movements of the shadow swordsman. He practiced until the sunset over the Cheon-il Tower was replaced by dawn. And so, the efforts finally bore their first fruits. The bookshelf shattered into splinters from a single swing of the sword. Kvin was amazed at how so much power could be contained in just one movement. The sword not only destroyed the wardrobe but also pierced through the wall. The joy of success quickly gave way to the realization that now Kvinu would have to clean up all this mess. Thus, in round-the-clock training, a whole month passed. During this time, Kvin fully mastered the fencing of the White Radiance and moved on to close combat. At the same time, he could still only use his left hand. However, after studying the art of swordsmanship, it became much easier for him to practice close combat and kicking techniques. But no matter what Huin did, he still could not understand how to apply that technique called the art of the sword. Sol read the information, and although he understood what to do with his left hand, he could not understand in which direction to move. Breaking for lunch, Kvin thought with annoyance that it would be great if he could apply that technique. However, thanks to a whimsical fate, he received what he never had. And now Huin might be able to kill Secretary Du Hong in order to gain an extra life. From this thought, Sol could not hold back an ominous chuckle. But then he quickly fell silent and decided to tidy up the library just in case. And after cleaning, Quinn began reading to allow his body to rest. However, this activity was rather boring for him, as he did not come across any more useful books, like the book 3 Fundamental Skills. However, while reading, Kvin did not notice the approach of someone's pair of feet, and then Kvina was called by someone's unfamiliar voice. The Salt immediately turned around, but horror appeared on his face from what he saw. In front of him was an effeminate man, who was slightly surprised by Kvin's reaction, so he asked, "Is there something on his face?" Only Saul did not hear his question. At that very moment, he remembered the secretary's last words that the monsters were lurking very close by. And the secretary, Du Hong, was right because the monster with 10 lives had just appeared before Sol Huin. And so he immediately greeted the stranger with a bow, to which the latter smiled friendly and said there was no need for such politeness. Then the stranger introduced himself as Pulki and asked what Huina's name was. He politely introduced himself without raising his eyes or head. The reason for such politeness was that Hauk B had 4 lives, while this Pulyaki had as many as 10, so he was definitely incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Pul smiled friendly again and asked Kvin, "What is he doing here?" In response, Kvin still obediently explained that he was assigned to clean the shelves. Such an answer satisfied Pulya's curiosity, but then he revealed that there is a very valuable book in this library. And then he looked carefully at Kvina, who was bowing before him, and asked, had he seen the book titled 3 Fundamental Skills? Only from such a harmless question did Kvin shudder again, because it was this very book that he was now holding in his hand. And in the next moment, time froze again, and a text panel appeared before Kvin. This time she offered only 2 options to choose from, to lie, or to admit that he studied martial arts from a book. Kvin became nervous because he no longer had extra lives, which meant he had no room for error. But why did he even find such a valuable book among the useless waste paper? No, more importantly, why was he given such a choice? After all, he cannot admit that he studied the martial art from that book. And therefore Hvin, to his horror, realized that he could not choose any of the options. But there were only 6 seconds left. Hvin understood that he had to choose something, as there was no other way. And so he decided to choose the lesser of 2 evils. And when time resumed its course, Quinn told Pulyu that he had never before seen a book with such a title. His answer definitely upset Pulya, and he thoughtfully looked at the tense Kavina's face. But then he calmly walked past the young man and began to look for the needed book himself. Kvin sighed with relief, but just in case offered Pulyu his help with the search. In response to the kindness, he smiled and admitted that he could not remember where he had put the book. Then Huin suggested splitting up, and when Pul headed to his corner of the library, Huin sighed with relief again. But the next moment Pul suddenly clapped his hands and, as if inspired, declared that he had just remembered where the book might be. Kvin immediately became alert and cautiously asked, "Where is she located?" And then in response, Pul turned to Kvin and, giving him a deadly look, declared that the book was in his hands. From these words and the look, Kvin froze on the spot like a rabbit before a cobra, and the only thought in his head was, "I have been caught." Meanwhile, Pulki leisurely moved towards him, and Kvin could only swallow the lump in his throat and wonder, where did he go wrong and what will happen now? Since he could not run away from this monster, Huin decided to continue pretending not to understand what he was talking about. But before Saul could say a word, Pul suddenly burst out laughing, and then started laughing even harder. And laughing, he wiped tears from his eyes and explained with a smile that he was just joking. It was just such a joke that left Kvin speechless, and he only stared at Pulya in bewilderment. And he apologized and added that since Kvin is new here, how would he know about the book, 3 Fundamental Skills? And so Pul turned around and said at last that it would be better to return to searching for the book. Only he laughed so hard that for Kvin it sounded completely insincere, which made him unable to understand whether Pul was honest or not. But the main question that tormented Kvina was, who is this Pulki? After some time in silence, Pulki, who had been quietly flipping through books until then, spoke again. He asked Kvin whether he really ended up here thanks to the recommendation of the Lord of the Supreme Court. And having received confirmation from the young man, Pul stated that this was quite unexpected on Mantis's part, as that old fool is not the kind of person one can ask for help. Such a bold nickname as Old Fool quite surprised Kvin, but he did not show it. Instead, he assured with an awkward smile that the Lord of the Supreme Court treated him well. Then in response, Pul asked calmly, "Is Mantis so good to Kvin that he made his right hand useless?" At such a question, Kvin was mentally horrified, for it meant that Pul knew about him. Meanwhile, he apologized and admitted that he had simply become curious about who was appointed as the new scribe in the Cheon-il library. And after Pul added that at least Quinn was not aiming at his own neck, because it is better to crawl in the dirt of the real world than to go to another. The whole time Pul was speaking, Quinn just remained silent and smiled, but in his thoughts he declared that this guy was already getting on his nerves. But since he called Mantis an old fool, he must definitely be someone powerful. However, then Pool suddenly asked Quinn, does he remember? Saul did not understand the question, and then Pool explained with a smile. Does he remember if anyone from the younger generation can call the Lord of the Supreme Court an old fool? At these words, Kevin was stunned and wondered, could it be that Pool is reading his thoughts? However, Saul answered aloud that he did not even dare to assume. Then Pool stated that there is nothing terrible about it, because assuming is natural. And the next moment he seemingly casually asked Kevin to tell him about the martial art of white glowing and asked, what has he already learned? At the last words, Kevin shuddered and panicked, asking himself, could it be that Pool is testing him? And so he hesitated before answering that he did not understand what he was talking about. Then Pool approached and, aligning himself to his right hand, asked, really? Not daring to turn around, Kevin reminded that he cannot even use his hand. And then he added that with such a useless body, he does not even dare to try to master any martial art. In response, Pool placed his hand on his shoulder and with a smile reassured the young man, saying that he understood everything and that there was no need to be so serious. However, in the next moment, Pool ominously whispered into Kevin's ear that if he had lied, it meant he was deceiving him. Saul said nothing, only swallowed the lump in his dry throat. Pulse took his silence as a sign of agreement, so he ordered to continue working and calmly headed back. And when he had gone far enough, Kevin quietly exhaled, thinking that his heart would jump out of his chest. However, when Pool was almost at the exit, he suddenly stopped, and it was enough for Kevin to just wonder why he was not leaving. When the next moment a panel appeared before him. This time she asked to choose one of the three options, but after reading this first one, Quinn was horrified because it said that Pool Key was the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon, also known as the Demon of the Earth. Quinn knew about him only through rumors, which means that in the Pool Key Demon Academy, he is in 30th place and is the best among martial arts masters. In other words, the person standing before him now is a real monster. Then Quinn looked at the second option, which suggested honestly admitting to studying the martial art of White Radiance from the book. But Quinn could not choose this option because in response Pool would accuse him of deceit and lies. And the third option was not even worth considering, because it stated that Pool Key's situation was not much different from Hwin's. It was forbidden to say such a thing, so Kevin had no choice but the first option. And when time resumed its course, Pool looked at Kevin over his shoulder and said with a satisfied smile, not bad. Then he turned around completely and stated that he does not know how Kevinu knows everything, but it does not change anything. In the end, he, Pool Key, is just a man who lost his place in the struggle for power. Then Hwin realized that the answer was correct, and immediately fell prostrate, asking for forgiveness for the audacity, and displayed disrespect. However, the elder was not yet in a hurry to forgive the young man Pool, which made Hwin start to get nervous. And he also realized something else. If the identity of the Earth Demon could not be revealed, then things would turn out as bad as possible for him. And then Pool finally gave an answer, stating that disrespect and insolence did not matter to him, and turning away, ordered Kevin to continue with his own affairs. Only then was Kevin able to breathe deeply again and sighed with relief. However, as soon as Poolyu took a step towards the exit, time stopped at that very second. And when the panel appeared before Kevin again, he desperately asked it, why? Now the panel forced him to choose from the two remaining options. But Kevin has already chosen, and now he has to do it again. And so he clenched his teeth until they gritted, and chose the second option. And when time resumed its course, Quinn straightened up, and admitted that he had indeed mastered the martial art of White Radiance thanks to the book. Upon hearing this, Pool immediately stopped and without turning around declared that Quinn had lied to him. And then he slightly turned around and asked over his shoulder, do you want to die? And in the next moment he drew his sword and rushed at Kevin. But at that very second, time stopped again, and the tip of the blade froze right in front of Kevin's nose. And then he saw before him again the panel that offered the last remaining option to choose. But this could not be called a choice. Kvina is literally forced to say the worst option. And he also noticed that the timer was different from the previous ones. Now it counted 500 seconds, which began to rapidly run out, as if Kevin is given time to understand the meaning of the question. Then Saul gathered his thoughts and decided that if there is a way out of this situation, then there is only one obstacle. This question. If the panel so insistently suggests that Kvin voice him, then this question must be the best solution. But everything had to be thought through, because the aggressively minded disciple of the Heavenly Demon was standing right in front of him, and Hwin somehow had to convince him. And suddenly Kvina was struck. Judging by Pulya's words, he does not particularly like the ruler of the Supreme Court. His words showed indifference to gaining power, so Pul is really in the same situation as Quinn. From realizing this, Saul clenched his hand into a fist, for he is just like Pul, yet now this very similarity will help to calm his fury. as well as information that the Lord of the Supreme Court communicated with Gujo Mayon, a man from a hostile faction. And so Kvin looked straight into Pulya's eyes and said, "It seems your situation is not too different from mine, isn't it?" And at that very second, time resumed its course, but Pul himself froze in place. His face lengthened with confusion, so he asked Kvin, "What does he mean?" Then Sol explained that Pul Ki is the Earth Demon, who could not surpass the other disciples of the Heavenly Demon. When the Celestial Demon made the decision, the other students had already begun their search for allies. But Pul did not succeed in this, no matter how hard he tried. However, in response, Pul pressed the blade to Kvin's neck and ordered him not to change the subject, but to answer the question. But despite the threat, Sol understood that Puli was interested in listening to him. And so Kvin confidently asked the Earth Demon to choose the ruler of the Supreme Court, Mantis. However, in response to such a request, Pul only slightly raised an eyebrow. Then Kvin respectfully bowed his head and explained that the Supreme Court is the heart of the Red Demon Chamber. The capture of the Supreme Court will turn out to be a great advantage for Puli, as he will be able to occupy the chamber of the Red Demon. And at the end of his fiery speech, Kvin asked Puli, "Isn't that why he found him?" In response, the Earth Demon remained silent again, but lowered his sword. Then Kvin continued and, straightening up, stated that Pul did not come here to find the book about the three main skills, because if he had found it, he would no longer be here. Then Sol thought this. What caused the appearance of the Heavenly Demon's disciple here? What could have prompted someone like him to start a conversation with Quinn? Someone who is at the very bottom. And after some reflection, Sol understood something. Pul came here to find someone who could tell about the weaknesses of the ruler of the Supreme Court. Only when Kvin finished did Pul speak again and ask the young man, why did he decide that? Then in response, Sol revealed that the Lord of the Supreme Court had ordered his squad to conduct reconnaissance. Was it just a coincidence that only Kvina was excluded from the mission? It has already been a month since he came to the Cheon-il agency. However, he was in no hurry to answer Pul's question, thoughtfully watching Huynh. Then he suggested that even if Pul happened to be here by accident, he still would have no reason to pay attention to Kvin, which means he definitely has another purpose for the visit. And therefore Sol Kvin confidently stated that he believes Pul Ki considers him an unusual person. The demon of the earth responded to such strong words with loud laughter throughout the entire library. And after laughing heartily, Pul said with a smile that Sol is funny, and now he also understands why the old man Mantis does not like him. And then he reminded Kvin of his offer to talk about the weaknesses of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sol assured that he could do it, and then Pul reasonably asked, what is he waiting for? However, in response, Huynh remained silent and looked away. Then Pul clarified, is it because Huynh can't come up with anything or can he only talk? But in response, the young man also asked a question. If he tells Puli what he wants to know, then what will Kvin get in return? At such a question, the Earth Demon frowned, displeased and clarified, did he hear correctly? Then Kvin explained that he had bet his life, so if he can get something in return, he wants it. But in response, Pul asked calmly, does Huynh really think that his life is worth anything? Sol honestly answered that no, but if his information helps save the time and efforts of the Earth Demon, then isn't that enough? Pul did not rush to answer, and turning away from Kvin, pondered his words. But then he sheathed his sword and declared that if Kvin really has such information, he promises to repay fully. Then in response, Huynh revealed that the weakness of the Lord of the Supreme Court was the elder of the Huangshan mountain clan, Gujo Myung. At such a statement, Pul tilted his head to the side and reasonably asked the young man, what evidence does he have? Sol admitted that the Lord of the Supreme Court leaves no evidence, to which Pul stated that in that case it is just a guess. However, Kvin dared to object, saying that it might be a mere guess, but it could become important for the Earth Demon. And then he asked Pulya, if the search is narrowed down to one person, wouldn't he have enough power to create evidence for this suspicion? After all, there are many powerful people around the Demon of the Earth, and many of them can reveal the truth, so it is quite possible. And having finished his speech, Kvinu had nothing left to do but wait for Puli's response. And he did not keep us waiting long. The Earth Demon smiled quite a bit and said he agreed. And then he approached Kvin and, kneeling before him on one knee, asked for his name. And after Pul warned that before he takes on this matter, there is one task that Huynh must complete for him. Sol became wary of such a condition and cautiously asked, what is the task? And then Pul declared that he must kill the captain of the Black Moon Squad, Juk Miona. Kvina was sincerely surprised by such a demand, and although he did not feel any sympathy for Juk Mion, he still asked Pul about the reason. And in response, the Demon of the Earth explained with a sinister smile that this was a test, as Sol could be on the side of the Lord of the Supreme Court. And then he asked Kvin, would he be able to do it? At this question, Sol clenched his hand into a fist, and it was not at all about whether he could. Huynh had to do it to survive. And so Sol Kvin swore that he, the commander of the Flying Faction Squad, would be able to kill Jukmyeon. And then, in response to his oath, the demon of the earth, Pul-Ki, smiled satisfactorily. Soon night fell over the Cheon-il Tower, as well as over the entire Demon Academy. And Sol Kevin completed all preparations for the mission and appeared before Pulim fully armed. Finally, the demon of the earth warned that after killing Jukmyeon, he would be waiting for Hwin on the 12th floor of the Cheon-il department. In response, Sol only nodded, while he himself assumed that Pul surely believes he will not be able to kill Jukmyeon. However, despite the fact that everyone is equal before the eyes of the heavenly demon's disciple, Hwin is now on a completely different level. After all, now, despite the loss of his arm, the martial art of White Radiance will help him survive. Leaving the agency tower, Sol leisurely headed to the future ambush site on Jukmyeon. And while Sol was walking, he wondered, when does a person fully relax? When eating, sleeping, or on a date? The correct answer to this question was the outhouse that Kevin soon reached. But once inside, another question arose. How to kill the one who constantly beat Kvin out of boredom? And again the answer appeared before the young man in the form of a hole in the floor. There was no other way. Kvin had to climb into the cesspit and attack from there. He covered his nose with a scarf, sensing that it was going to be terribly disgusting. However, he only needs to do this once. So Sol decided that he would endure everything and rise above everyone. And in the next moment he noticed the approach of his target, Jukmyeon. And so Kvin quickly jumped down through the hole into the cesspit. However, to his surprise and happiness, the pit was found cleaned after recent cleaning. Meanwhile, Jukmyeon had already entered the building. Kvin silently drew his sword and, charging it with his energy, took a fighting stance. He only needed one strike, and when Jukmyeon crouched over the pit, Sol immediately swung for a sudden attack. He just didn't take into account that a sudden attack could also come from Jukmyeon. Only thanks to honed reflexes and quick reaction did Kvin manage to dodge the falling excrement from above. But in the next moment, a panel appeared before Kvin's eyes. She reported that Sol found the enemy's weak spot, so now is the perfect opportunity to use the Art of the Sword technique. And at that very second, Kvin's body began to move on its own. He swung and, waving the sword, sent a wave of energy toward the unsuspecting Jukmyeon. And it turned out to be so powerful that it pierced through the roof of the toilet and soared into the sky. And when the smoke cleared, Sol saw Jukmyeon collapse dead into the cesspit. The task was completed, but before returning to Pulyu, Kvin headed to the lake to wash up and clear his mind. And after finishing with the water procedures, Sol suddenly saw in his reflection the inscription, 3 coins for a third chance. In one lifetime, Jukmyeon received as many as 3 additional ones, which made Hwin unable to hold back a smile and a chuckle. However, he quickly pulled himself together and, becoming serious, called up the status panel. She showed Kvin's parameters such as his health and endurance, and also reported that he has now fully mastered the special skill, Art of the Sword. Sol wondered how he had used this skill, since when he applied the sword's energy, it did not reduce his endurance at all. So if Kvin can use such incredible power without any limitations, then he will definitely be able to become stronger. Only in this life is his right hand completely useless. Moreover, if a rumor spreads that Jukmyeon was killed, Sol will be in even greater danger. So with such a right hand, it will be difficult for him to become stronger in this life. But in that case, Sol Quinn firmly decided that he would lay the foundation for his next life. And he also decided that for now he could not trust the Earth Demon because of his unknown motives. And so he got up and headed back to the academy to accomplish what was necessary. And soon he appeared before the Lord of the Supreme Court and, greeting him, fell prostrate before him. However, in response, Mantis asked Hwin, has he lost his mind, and how dare he appear in his office? Moreover, the stench of filth came from Kvin, which made the Lord even more outraged. But in response to all the reproaches, Sol calmly stated that he had no choice. After all, how else could he have managed to get rid of the captain of the Black Moon Squad on his own? However, when Mantis silently approached Kvin, it became difficult for him to breathe, and he also felt the now familiar heat of demonic flame that the Lord literally radiated. And then Mantis leaned toward the young man and, grabbing him by the hair, said that he was curious how Kvin managed to kill Jukmyeon, but before that Sol will tell who he had met. Kvin was about to reply that he did not understand what the Lord was talking about, but Mantis immediately pulled him up by the hair, and then the Lord's face twisted with anger, and he warned in a threatening tone that if Sol said something without thinking, it would be the end for him. However, despite the threats, Kvin asked the Lord, isn't what he is hiding from him more important? In response to such audacity, Mantis once again grabbed the young man by the hair and growled that he had lost his mind after ending up in the department. But in the next moment, Quinn shouted right in the face of the Lord, demanding that he admit he wished him dead. And then Sol said that if Mantis was interested, he had met with the Earth Demon, and it was he who sent him here. Of course, it was a lie, but it doesn't matter if Hwin gets caught because there is something more important, what he must find out. Meanwhile, Mantis released the young man and said that if he truly helps the Earth Demon, then he understands why Saul killed Jukmyeon. And then the Lord asked Kevin, what does Pulki wish to know? Then Saul replied that the Earth Demon asked where and when Mantis secretly met with the elder of the Huanshan mountain clan, Gujo Mayon. The Lord said nothing to such news, but only thoughtfully turned away from Kvin. And while he was thinking, Saul also wondered how Mantis would react, since for a member of the Demon Academy, communication with a member of a hostile faction is considered betrayal, regardless of the reason. And then the Lord, without turning around, asked Kvin, did Pulki really ask about this? Kvin replied that it was exactly so. Then Mantis asked again, was the Earth Demon interested in anything else? In response, Saul reported that Pulki also asked where and when the Lord would meet with the Elder again. But when Mantis fell silent thoughtfully again, Saul added that the Earth Demon had been pondering this question for a long time and asked the Lord to be honest. And then, still without turning around, Mantis admitted that he had arranged to meet the Elder on the Yellow Mountain at the beginning of next month. Kvin could not hold back a joyful smile, for the Lord fell for his trick. However, the next moment he noticed a panel that appeared on the floor of the office. Kvin could not make out anything on it, so he bent down to the floor. It was then that he was able to read that he had received the secret map of the Lord of the Supreme Court. And then the panel explained that the secret map is a book where the places most frequently visited by the ruler are marked, as well as the path to the Yellow Mountain. And then the message on the panel changed and now stated about the creation of the toolkit. Only Saul had no idea, what is this even? Meanwhile, Mantis suddenly asked Kvin, when did the Earth Demon manage to teach him martial arts? Kvin answered confusedly that a couple of days ago. Then the Lord asked again, when did he meet with the Demon of the Earth? In response, Saul admitted that it happened when he arrived at Cheonil's department, which made Mantis think. But then the Lord turned to Kvin and clarified whether he had understood everything correctly. The young man had recently been sent to the department, and Pulki had already trusted him, trained him, and ordered him to kill Jukmyeon. Moreover, the Earth Demon ordered Kvin to extract information from him, the Lord of the Supreme Court. Kvin became alert and hesitantly replied that everything had happened just like that. But in the next moment, Mantis pierced his chest through and through with his bare hand in the blink of an eye. And then he said straight to the face of the dying Kvin that he must think him an idiot. But in response to the mortal wound, Kvin only spat blood and wondered, why was he born? Why is he here? Why does he feel nothing when he kills people? Why does he want to become stronger? It all started with the question, why? And that question turned into, why should he stand behind those who are stronger? Probably that is why he angered the Lord of the Supreme Court so much. Meanwhile, Mantis leaned towards Kvin and asked if he knew why he lost. And when Saul spat blood again, the Lord with a cunning smile revealed that the Demon of the Earth teaches no one martial arts. However, to his surprise, in response, Kvin also smiled and stated directly to the Lord's face that he knew nothing. And as a farewell, he added with a smirk that Mantis had already lost to him. And then, in response to such audacity, the angry Lord sharply tore his hand out of Kvin's chest. And the next moment he saw before his eyes a panel with a single word, reboot. And then Saul woke up and found himself in his own room. He returned to the past again, and even his right hand was now in perfect condition. But now Kvin has only 2 extra lives left. However, as soon as he started to worry about it, a status panel appeared before him the next moment. Reviewing his stats, Saul noted that his health and stamina indicators had increased. However, now the skill of the White Radiance martial art was no longer listed, although Huin still remembered it. But no sooner had he thought about it than the panel announced that Saul had mastered the combat art of White Radiance. Then Huin suggested that the panel counts everything he can remember, but the tools were already something new and incomprehensible. Huin simply did not know what it was or how to use it, so he just said the word aloud. Map. And in the next moment, a folded map fell from the air right into Kvin's hands. Saul smiled, saying that everything turned out to be simpler than he thought, and unfolded the map in front of him. And having studied it, Kvin found the very yellow mountain that Mantis had spoken about. As for the other items in the toolkit, it also contained medicinal herbs that increased health and a certain nutritious bar. If the medicinal herbs of Kvinu were understood, then he had heard about the latter for the first time. Judging by the description, the bar is made from boiled red beans, which are mixed with flour and honey, so Saul wanted to try it. And as soon as he wished, a bar wrapped in paper appeared out of thin air at that very moment. Kvinu needed only 1 bite to understand how tasty it was, and the panel that appeared next reported that Kvin's health was restored by 1 point. Saul realized that if he ate the whole bar, his health would increase by 3 points, but right now he wanted to save it. And no sooner had Kvin thought about whether he could return the bar than the next moment it disappeared from his hand. The panel reported that the item was successfully saved to the toolkit, and then Huin decided that it was time for him to set off. After changing clothes and gearing up, Saul hurried to the tower of the Cheon-il department, and there he went up to the 12th floor to request an audience with the demon of the earth. However, Pulki was clearly not in a hurry to let the unexpected guest in and asked through the door, "Who exactly is Sol?" Kvin introduced himself as the commander of the Flying Faction Squad, to which the Earth Demon reasonably asked, "Why did he need him then?" In response, Kvin stated that he came to provide information that will be very useful to Pulyu if he wishes to become the new leader. For a few moments, the Earth Demon remained in silent contemplation, but then he still ordered Kvin to enter the office. And when he saw the commander of the Flying Faction, he called him amusing and asked, "What kind of useful information is this?" In response, Kvin said nothing, only handed Puli a folded map. And when the demon of the earth reasonably asked how to understand this, Sol assured that he would understand everything when he read it. Pul became alert and, unfolding the map, began to study it, but soon his impassive face stretched in shock. And then he looked intently into Kvin's eyes and asked in a threatening tone, "Is it true?" Sol swore by his life, but in response to the oath, the Earth Demon declared that he did not care about his life. But then Kvin said that this is the life of a low-ranking squad commander who wants to follow the demon of the earth. Pul thought about his words and then asked, "What is he going to do?" At first, Quinn also pondered the answer, but the next moment he firmly declared that he wanted to become stronger, like everyone else. And then in response, the demon of the earth folded the map and, approaching Kvin, smiled and promised that if this information was true, he would get what he desired. At this, the audience was concluded and Pulki left the office to verify the information. It has been 3 hours since that moment, which is why Huynh began to worry. Unable to find a place for himself and wandering back and forth, Sol asked himself, how can Pulki know all the political relations between those holding the highest positions in the Demon Academy? After all, the only thing Huynh knew for sure was that behind the Earth Demon was not the Lord of the Supreme Court, but the first disciple of the Heavenly Demon, the Blood Demon. But as soon as Kvin mentioned the devil, he returned the next moment. Then Sol thought anxiously, what if he messes up now? What will he do in the next life? But the panel that suddenly appeared before him offered to save the current progress. Kvin pondered such a proposal, but still took the risk of saving progress in the first available slot. But as soon as he did so, in the next moment, Pulki stated that Kvin has 3 options, and at that very second, time stopped, and the panel before him showed those very options. To become the chief warrior, advisor, or the secret swordsman of the Earth Demon. Kvin was confused because these options differ from those encountered before. And moreover, each of these 3 options will lead him to a completely new life. Only under each of these 3 fateful options were symbols indicating their complexity. The easiest was the opportunity to become the main warrior of the Earth Demon. Harder was the opportunity to become his advisor, and the hardest was to become the secret swordsman. Kvin pondered the first option, remembering that the army in the Demon Academy is a place for training and is directly subordinate to the main forces. In the army, I develop talents, but only 3 or 4 people out of 100 finish their service, and this happens every year. Although Sol managed to increase his endurance and skills, it did not guarantee his survival, so he considered the second option. Becoming an advisor means training under the elder Nokchun Khan, but enduring his aggressive nature will be difficult. In the worst case, Kvina will be injured. And the last, third option troubled Kvin the most, because given its difficulty, it meant he would have to kill someone very powerful. Only the Lord of the Supreme Court came to mind, but Kvin was not sure if he had enough strength for this. And so, after very difficult considerations, Sol decided to try the simplest option. And at that very second, time resumed its course, and Pulki said that Huynh made a good choice. Then Sol thought that no matter what situation he found himself in, if he got 1 more extra life, he could change everything. Meanwhile, Pul warned that there were only 6 days left until the end of army enlistment. And so the Demon of the Earth asked Kvin to wait in the agency's basement while he spoke with the secretary on the 1st floor. But before leaving, Pul informed that there is a book here about the 3 main skills and advised Kvin to familiarize himself with it. It was then that Sol realized that in his past life, Pul did not mention this book without reason. And he also realized that now he has a chance to learn all 3 main skills. And so Sol thanked the Demon of the Earth with a bow, and he, in farewell, advised to prepare well during these 6 days. And when he left, Huynh immediately rushed into the basement of the Cheon-il agency, and after active searching among stacks of books, he finally found the very one. And, as last time, the book glowed with a blue light as soon as Kvin just took it in his hands. And the panel that appeared before him reported that Sol had already learned the martial art of White Radiance, and now the other 2 were available to him. And this means that now Kvin can master the art of the Fiery Hand, which the previous deputy possessed, and the art of Unification, which the Lord himself possesses. Kin decided to start with the martial art of the Fiery Hand, and at that very moment, a familiar shadowy figure appeared before him. And in the next moment, she demonstrated the full destructive power of the blazing palm technique on the bookshelves. and from what he saw, Sol was left speechless for a couple of moments. Next in line was the martial art of unification and its technique called harsh peaks. A sword appeared at the hands of the shadowy figure, but now its blue haze had turned crimson. And in the next moment, the figure emitted from the tip of the sword a beam of scarlet energy that pierced through the basement wall. From what he saw, Kevin could not contain his childlike joy, because now he would definitely be able to master all these techniques. And then he firmly decided that for the next 6 days he would train diligently. And for the next 6 days, the library of the Cheon-il department literally shook from the explosions of the burning palm. Hwin did manage to learn all 3 skills, but he could not achieve the same result as the shadow figure. The reason was that he lacked the endurance to use the techniques properly. Nevertheless, Sol did not lose heart, and, rising from the floor to his feet, decided to return to training. However, the next moment he noticed someone entering the library. It was a stranger who asked Kevin his name right from the doorstep. And when Sol also asked the stranger's name in response, he introduced himself as Ko-wun and added that he was sent by the Earth Demon. Kvin greeted him with a bow, but in response Wun handed him a certain pill and ordered him to take it. And then he explained that it was a pill of immortality, increasing endurance. Just one of these is enough to raise the level of chi as if a person had been accumulating it for 10 years. Kvin took the pill and thought to himself that since his chi level was about 3 years, 10 years was a very long time. And so Sol asked how he could accept such a valuable thing. But Ko-wun insisted, hinting that the pill would be needed by Hwin if he wanted to survive in the army. Then Sol no longer refused and immediately swallowed the pill. And in the next moment, his body shone with a bluish aura, and the panel reported that Kvin's parameters were now significantly increased. After taking a closer look at his current status, Sol was delighted because his endurance level had increased by 2,000. But then the panel message suddenly changed, and now it said that Hwin had developed the skill, mind reading. Hwin suggested that this might be related to his increased endurance, but considering the new status, he gained a very useful skill. Then the panel explained that this skill improves vision and understanding of people's status, and with its help, Kvin now has access to viewing status windows. Then he decided to test the newly acquired skill on Ko-wun, and at first his status window showed nothing significant. But in the next moment Ko-wun's status window changed, and Hwin was horrified by what he read. And all because Ko-wun turned out to be not only the escort of the Earth Demon, but also a spy of the first disciple of the Heavenly Demon, and he is also very hostile and dangerous. Soon they both left the agency tower and headed to the forest grove. And all the way Kvin wondered when the first student managed to send a spy, and if that was the case, Ko-wun guarantees an advantage over the Earth Demon. But suddenly he stopped abruptly, and pointing to the palace that appeared behind the tree crowns, declared that they had arrived at the place. And then Ko-wun added that he had completed the task and now it was time for him to return. However, when he passed by the wary Kvin, time stopped and a panel appeared. She had already habitually offered Kvin 3 options: to demand the flying dragon pill from Ko-wun, to ask if Wun wanted to say anything or just to smirk. The first option surprised Kvina, as he thought he had already received the pill from Wun. But there was little time for reflection, as always, so Sol chose the second option. And when time resumed its course, he called out to Ko-wun. And when he turned around with a dissatisfied look, Kvin asked, "Does Wun want to say anything to him?" But Ko only replied calmly that he did not understand what Sol was talking about. Kvin got nervous and admitted that he was simply confused. His words slightly intrigued Wun, so he asked, "Why?" Then Sol explained his concerns, saying that skilled and outstanding people go to the army to train, which means the demon of the earth must understand what he is capable of. And the pill that Wun gave him only proves how difficult it will be for him to survive in this place. And finally, Kvin asked the main question. Is he right that he can just go there like that, and will he be able to survive by simply increasing his ki? In response, Wun seriously thought about it and then agreed that it would be difficult with only one pill. And so he took his short sword from his belt and handed it to the surprised Kvin. And when he took it in his hands, the status panel reported that this sword has an effect that makes the owner feel extraordinarily good. And then Wun approached Kvin and stated that only those chosen from above enter the army, and there the young man will master various skills through missions and forbidden books. However, then Wun snarled threateningly and hissed that the Earth Demon thought Hwin would manage, and therefore he must thank him. In response, Sol swallowed a lump in his throat and nodding, said that he understood everything. At this, Wun said goodbye to him, and left alone. Sol headed to the main gates of the Martial Arts Academy Palace. And stepping over their threshold, he took Wun's sword in his hand and wondered, should he hide it just in case? Because if he is caught with such a good weapon, the sword can be taken away. And no sooner had he begun to ponder than Wun's sword instantly moved to the toolkit. Then Kvin slapped himself on the cheeks to cheer up, and taking a deep breath for courage, entered the palace. And there, at the table, a certain old man with a shaved bald head was patiently waiting for him. Only Kvin suspected that this old man was actually an instructor who was monitoring the trials. And he also knew that the instructors were only one rank below the Lord of the Supreme Court, and were not the least important people in the academy. And so he respectfully bowed his head when the instructor confirmed his name. Then the elder laid out before him on the table 4 pieces of bamboo with 4 characters on each, which meant body, eloquence, writing, and judgment. Quinn suggested that perhaps his subsequent choice would determine which trial awaited him. Then he wondered which hieroglyph to choose and what trial it might signify. However, seeing his hesitation, the instructor reassured Kvin, warning that he would still have to go through all 4 trials. Then Saul understood that there was no point in thinking any further and chose the hieroglyph meaning torso. The instructor immediately threw a piece of bamboo to Kvin and explained that he would have to collect 6 more pieces with the same hieroglyph. And then the elder warned that Kvin would pass the test if he brought all the pieces of bamboo tomorrow at the same time. Then he pointed to the exit behind his back and explained that Saul would have to return through that door. And finally, the instructor said that behind this door Kvina awaits much, and he is free to take anything he wants, from forbidden books to treasures with weapons. And when the elder gave the signal, Saul immediately rushed through the doors. Rushing down the corridor, he wondered, would there be other participants with the same task as his? But if there still are such, it means that Kvin will have to take the bamboo away from them. In other words, he will have to kill them. But suddenly the corridor ended abruptly, and Saul found himself in the inner courtyard, and right in front of him stood a tower. Kvin was amazed by the scale of the yard, and thought that here he had a better chance of getting something useful. But it also meant that the chance of revealing his location in such open terrain also increased, so he immediately hid behind a boulder. And there, in the shelter, Kvin firmly decided that he must make every effort to survive and become stronger, no matter what. However, the next moment he noticed that it was too quiet here. Saul did not see the other participants, so he assumed that he might have arrived earlier than the others. Nevertheless, he decided to peek into the tower in front of him, but to do it as quickly as possible to avoid being caught. At his top speed, Saul instantly covered the distance to the tower and immediately pressed against its wall. And after looking around and making sure that no one had noticed him, Kvin breathed a sigh of relief. But at that very second, time stopped, and the appeared panel reported that an unknown enemy had discovered Kvin's weak spot. And then the panel offered 3 options: meet face to face, drive away the enemy, or run away. And once again, he was given only 10 miserable seconds for such an important move. And so Kvin chose the 3rd option, and as soon as time resumed its course, he immediately soared upward. But this was not by Kvin's will. His body began to move on its own again. But in the next moment, someone attacked him from behind, slashing his shoulder with a blade. Kvin screamed from sharp pain, but despite the injury successfully landed on the ground. And right after him, the very same unknown enemy landed on the ground, who turned out to be a shinobi just like Quinn himself, but in different attire. And then this shinobi smirked maliciously and said that he was sorry, as he had a chance to kill Kvin before he noticed him. Kvin straightened up. He was lucky to avoid serious injuries, but this one was not the easiest either. Then the shinobi, with the same nasty smirk, suggested no longer wasting time. In response, Saul drew his sword and declared that he thought the same. For now, he did not know how strong his opponent was, but thanks to the status panel, he knew for sure that the opponent's endurance level was much lower, so there was no need to fear him. Meanwhile, the shinobi beckoned Kvin with his finger and asked, "What is he waiting for?" Then Kvin answered the question with a swift lunge and a powerful sword strike. The shinobi barely managed to block him, causing him to retreat, and all arrogance immediately vanished from his face. The shinobi just couldn't know that Quinn had already used the cold breath technique on him. This technique slows down the opponent's movements, and the shinobi immediately felt its effect on himself. And in the next moment, Quinn with one swing cut off his head from his shoulders. And when the beheaded enemy fell to the ground, Saul noted that although his techniques were still at the level of imitation, he himself had become much faster and stronger than before. Then he called up the status panel and found out that after the battle his health and stamina indicators had halved. And after searching the fallen shinobi, Saul found a piece of bamboo with the inscription torso. But the most valuable find turned out to be a golden tincture that is capable of healing wounds. Finding her now was like a gift from the gods, and therefore Quinn could not contain his joy. Entering the tower, he first stopped the bleeding and treated the wound. However, the tincture could not help with the fatigue. So Saul decided to sit down and allow himself a short break. And since he was inactive, he decided to check his status once again, but it still did not bring any joy. If everything continued like this, Saul risked dying for real. Kvin wanted to use the golden tincture, but in such a situation he must be careful, because if he encounters someone strong, then the tincture will be of little use. But Saul also swore to himself that before going to another world, he would definitely deal with Mantis and the head of the court of the holy deity. And so Kvin called up the toolbar and decided to use healing herbs. And then his body was enveloped by a green aura. The pain receded and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. But in the next moment, Sol heard sounds of a struggle and someone's dying screams from the next room. And when silence reigned again, Kvin cautiously crept to the door and, slightly opening it, peered inside the room. And there he saw Chokhon, the commander of the Black Fire Squad, who was now standing over the shinobi he had killed. Then Sol remembered that Juk Myung, captain of the Black Moon Squad, had caused him a lot of trouble. So this Chokho was clearly not an ordinary person. His skills are certainly much higher than Kvin's, which means if he wants to kill him, it must be done with one strike. Only the panel that appeared when Sol was about to kill Juk Myung never appeared. Kvin did not know how to summon her, so he assumed that he needed to wait for another suitable opportunity. Meanwhile, Chokho began searching the killed shinobi, and soon he took the breastplate from the defeated enemy and said with a smile that he was seeing such excellent armor for the first time. After that, Kvin could no longer wait, because it would no longer matter how serious his wounds were if Chokho took the equipment. But no sooner had he thought so than time stopped at that very second, and the appearing panel announced that Sol had found Chokhon's weak spot. And then the panel offered 3 options for action: attack, use martial arts, or use an item. Only Kvin had never seen such options before, so he did not know what to choose. He had 3 seconds left to make a decision, and then Sol still chose the first option, to attack. But in response, the panel suddenly warned that the script would go back 3 seconds and advised acting quickly. And before Sol could understand anything, in the next moment Chokho again stated that he was seeing such excellent armor for the first time. Unaware of anything, he began to put on the chest protector. And that was when Kvin realized that now was the perfect moment to attack. And in the next moment, he immediately took advantage of this chance and pierced Chok's chest from behind with a sword. However, to Kvin's slight surprise, one strike was quite enough to defeat the commander of the Black Fire. After his search, Sol found 5 more pieces of bamboo, which meant he only had to return to the instructor now. And besides the breastplate, Kvin also took from Chok a dagger, 3 gold tinctures, and 1 antidote for iron blood. And he immediately hid all these items in his toolkit for convenience. And then he applied one of the 4 golden tinctures on himself to heal the wound and restore health. The next step for Kavina was equipping the breastplate made of celestial silver. But how surprised he was when he discovered that the bib becomes invisible if he puts it on. However, in the next moment, the panel suddenly sounded the alarm, warning that an unknown enemy had detected Kvin's weak spot. Then Sol, to his horror, realized that because of the joy of victory, he had completely relaxed. The panel again offered 3 options: attack, chase away, and run away. But Kvin did not know what to do. He did not know who his enemy was, so attacking was too reckless. But even if Sol tried to run away, he could be wounded again. In this case, Kvin chose the option to drive out the enemy, and then the panel warned that the enemy's location would be revealed. And in the next moment, Sol saw himself from the outside and saw how the very unknown enemy was rushing towards him from behind. When time resumed its course, Kvin only managed to turn around to take the blow on his breastplate. And this blow was so powerful that it threw Kvin against the opposite wall. If it weren't for the armor, he would already be dead, but Sol still coughed up blood from the collision. And the appeared status bar showed that his health level had again decreased by half. Then Kvin realized that he had no chance of escaping such a fast opponent, and if he had attacked first, he would definitely have met his end. Meanwhile, an unknown adversary was surprised that his attack did not go through, and then he stepped out from behind the curtain of rising dust and asked Kvin, "Does he wear armor under his clothes?" And then the appearing status panel reported that the new enemy Kvin is named Oma, and he is the commander of the Sky Abyss Squad from the Red Demon Chamber. And then Sol realized that this Oma was much stronger than all those he had fought before. Even if Juk Myung and Chokho joined forces, the 2 of them still would not be able to defeat him. And above Okma's head was the inscription, +1 life, which was strange. Kvin wondered, why does such a strong person have only 1 life? Meanwhile, Okma asked with a mocking smirk, what important thing was Sol thinking about before death? However, in response, Kvin ignored the question and stated that he had also tried in this life. Okma stopped and, frowning discontentedly, muttered that he did not understand what the other was mumbling about. Then Kvin smirked and explained that he was saying it was unfair because of such an imbalance of power. In response, Okma only snorted and suggested that before dying, Sol had lost his mind. However, to his surprise, Kvin did not object and, taking hold of the sword's hilt, agreed that he had definitely gone mad. And the next moment he loudly declared that since he had gone mad, he would resist for as long as possible. And with these loud words, Kvin launched an attack, using the martial art of White Radiance. However, such a martial impulse did not impress Okmu, and he only snorted in response. And in the next moment, he raised his sword and blocked Kvin's strike. But then something strange happened. As soon as the blades touched, they began to glow with a blue light. And in the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered. His shockwave threw Kavina and Okuma in different directions. However, when the smoke cleared, Huynh saw his opponent's status panel and was surprised that after the explosion, Oma's health and stamina indicators had dropped by a quarter. Oma himself lost all his arrogance and asked tensely, what kind of martial art was that just now? And then Kvin realized that he still had a chance to win. Ironically, the martial art that made Okmu tense was more suitable for women than for men. But since the white radiance was very powerful, men also wanted to learn it. So they created techniques based on this art. Kvin's attack was successful, but things were not going very well for him. And in the next moment, Okuma growled and raising his sword rushed into the attack. Adjusting to his speed proved to be no easy task, but Kvin saw every move of the opponent and was therefore able to dodge every strike. But then Kvin got tired of this activity and once again crossed blades with Okuma. But he pushed Kvin away and on top of that kicked him in the stomach. Kvina was kicked backward, and the appearing status panel warned that out of 205 health points, he had only 19 left. Meanwhile, Okuma once again felt superiority over the opponent, and, looming over Kvin, said with a smirk that he had held out for a long time with his petty tricks. It was then that Sol, to his regret, admitted that he lacked the strength to win. But the next moment the appeared panel reported that the mastery of the White Radiance martial art had increased, and now Kvin's rank was not imitator, but novice. His health and endurance were not restored by this news, but Sol decided that with his newly acquired rank, he needed to give his all. And so he launched another attack, forcing Okuma to retreat. And to the surprise of the latter, this time Kvin managed to wound him. Not only Oma was surprised by this, but Sol himself as well. Then he realized that he had become much faster, and if so, that was his chance to win. And so he intensified the attack, and with all his might struck his blade against the enemy's sword. The collision caused the opponents to be thrown in different directions. But then Okuma suddenly asked loudly, "What was Kvin just doing?" And then, upon closer inspection, Sol saw that the sword of the commander of the Heavenly Abyss had cracked. And in the next moment, time stopped and the appeared panel announced that Kvin had found the enemy's weak spot and offered 3 options for action. Only Sol was not sure that he could kill Okmu with a simple attack. Then he chose the second option, but the panel warned that all 3 martial arts are currently locked. Huynh assumed that it was due to his endurance, so there were only 2 options left, either attack or use an item from the toolkit. Then Sol decided to attack, and when time resumed its course, he immediately pressed his palm to the chest of the surprised Oma. And in the next moment, Kvin used the blazing palm technique on him. And although it was only an imitation of real technology, even it was enough to fry the commander of the Heavenly Abyss. After Okuma fell dead to the floor, Sol collapsed onto his knees from exhaustion. Kvin won, but his health and stamina were practically at 0, and if it weren't for the warning panel, he would have definitely lost. And so Sol, with his last strength, got up on his feet and decided to leave this place before new opponents appeared. But before leaving, he searched Okmu and obtained from him 2 elixirs and 1 forbidden book about stealth skills. And after Kvin recovered with the help of the golden tincture, he hid in the forest, where he waited until morning. He completed the task by collecting all 6 pieces of bamboo, and now he only had to return to the instructor. There was just one problem. The tools refused to accept the items received from Okma, as if trying to prevent Kvin from using what would give an advantage in the next life. Regarding the 2 elixirs, Sol reasoned that if he uses them, dies, and returns to the beginning, it is still as if he does not have them at all. He needed something that would provide a lasting effect, unlike elixirs. The martial arts that Huynh learned do not fade from his memory, so he decided to study stealth techniques from the forbidden book. And as soon as Sol wished to read the book, all its knowledge immediately appeared in his head. Everything, from breathing techniques to how to use them. And having finished training, Kvin decided it was time to return to the instructor. And while he was leisurely walking to the gates, he had time to think a little more. And the more he thought, the more he realized that he needed all the luck he could get. And if he can take advantage of it, then his dream of rising higher will no longer be just a dream. With these thoughts and determination, Kvin reached the red gates of the palace. But in the next moment, a bright light flashed before him, unnatural and strange. And when Sol reached for this light, a panel appeared before him and offered to save the progress. However, after some thought, Kvin decided to refuse such an opportunity. He regretted nothing, but he also did not know if he would have such an opportunity again, or if this was the last one. But still, Kvin decided not to keep what he had chosen, as there were still many treasures left in this place. And so, heading towards the gates, he promised himself that he would return here in the next life. Returning to the instructor at the agreed time, Sol presented him with all 6 pieces of bamboo with the hieroglyph. However, in response, the elder only raised a thoughtful glance at Kvin. Then he calmly asked, "Is there any problem?" The instructor did not answer the question, and lowering his gaze, told Kvin to choose the next challenge. But he remembered that in the end he would have to choose each of the hieroglyphs, so there was no point in hesitating. And so he silently pointed to the first piece of bamboo that caught his eye, without even reading its character. In response, the instructor said indifferently that Sol had chosen eloquence, and pointed to another door behind him. Kvin fell silent again and, bowing to the old man one last time, headed towards the indicated door. However, while Sol was walking, he was troubled by the question, why did he not meet anyone else? Of course, this was not the only entrance, but he still hoped to meet at least a few people. Nevertheless, descending the steps down, Quinn decided that as long as he was doing well, he didn't care. And soon the steps led him to the door, behind which Kvina awaited the second trial. He wondered what it would be like and carefully opened the doors. And behind them, Kvina was awaited by a very shaggy and somewhat very displeased man. He was sitting at the table with his legs thrown over it, and met Kvin with an unfriendly smirk. At the sight of such a scene, Sol shuddered. But not only from surprise. He felt the aura of blood so strong that his stomach twisted, which meant that this hairy man was very strong and dangerous. And above his head was an inscription, +1, but Hvin could not understand what exactly. Meanwhile, the man angrily asked what Sol was staring at, causing him to startle, and, bowing quickly, he said that he had come for the trial. However, in response, the shaggy-haired man hissed that if Quinn said such nonsense again, he would kill him. Salt was horrified by these words, having no idea whether these threats were part of the test. But in the next moment, Quinn clenched his hand into a fist and gathered his thoughts. Because if he does not pass the test now, he will be immediately disqualified. Something needed to be done, so Sol looked around the room, searching for anything that might suggest how to act next. But suddenly Kvin noticed a note left in the cup on the nightstand. He cautiously approached her, glancing at the shaggy man, but he did not move. Then Sol decided that he didn't care, and boldly took the note from the cup. But the moment he did so, a panel with a question from the note appeared in front of Hwin. The question was, Kvin on a secret mission. He was ordered to kill the intermediaries. Wandering in the forest thicket, he sees an abandoned house. Inside, he sees 3 people, those he was looking for. They are about to leave. All 3 know martial arts. One is stronger than Kvin, the second is at his level, and the third is the weakest of all. And after the question, the panel offered 3 options. Disguise as an ordinary resident and escape. Wait near the house until something happens, or choose nothing. Then Sol thought, it would be reckless to try to catch the intermediaries off guard. Talking to them was also dangerous, and he did not understand the point of the third option at all. And so Kvin chose to wait near the house, and declared aloud that the safest way is the best. Only Sol could not see how, in response to his words, the shaggy man smirked. And the next moment he reminded that he had warned Kvin about nonsense, which made him shudder in horror. And when Sol suddenly turned around, the shaggy man immediately beheaded him with a sword. And in a moment, Pulki appeared before Kvin, who reported 3 possible options. Then time stopped and the familiar panel appeared before Hwin. Then, gritting his teeth, he realized that he had returned to the past again. And so he chose the same as last time, to become the chief warrior of the Earth Demon. Answer bullet, his gaze and even gestures. Everything was the same as in the previous life. He did not forget to mention the book about the 3 main skills, and after these words, he left. Left alone, Kvin touched his neck, recalling the moment of his last death. Then he did not even manage to move a finger, which made Sol clench his teeth and bitterly admit that he was still too weak. He wanted to live, and therefore he had to prepare even more thoroughly. First of all, Quinn checked his toolkit, and made sure that all the items in it did not disappear after death. And this means that if Sol steals something from the Earth Demon's room and hides it in the toolkit, then that item will be with him in the next life as well. And so, for the sake of his next life, Quinn began searching the room, looking for anything useful. But suddenly his gaze caught on the mirror, in which he saw his reflection and the inscription, 2 coins for a second chance. Along with the extra life that Sol received for killing Oma, he only had 2 left, but Hwin tried not to be discouraged. About an hour passed, but having searched the entire room, Sol found nothing useful. The last place he decided to check was the wardrobe with Pulya's clothes, and there, pushing aside the blankets, Kvin discovered a hidden cache in the wall. And as soon as he reached for its door, the panel that appeared at that very moment announced that Sol had discovered a forbidden book of the highest quality. And then the panel announced that Quinn had acquired one of the 4 main demonic arts called Wind. And then Kvina was struck with inspiration, for this martial art was taught by the heavenly demon himself to his disciples. And so, closing the cabinet, Sol hurried to the library of the Cheon-il department. And after catching his breath and checking the tools once more, he could not hold back a joyful shout. Kvin grabbed his head, unable to believe that he had managed to obtain the main demonic art of the heavenly demon himself. From the realization of how lucky he was, Kvin's legs gave way and he collapsed to the floor. However, soon the joyful smile faded from his face due to a suspicion that needed to be checked. Rising from the floor, Saul quickly called up the status panel and glanced at his current health and stamina stats. And what Kvin saw did not please him, so he decided that this time he needed to ask Ko Woon for the flying dragon pill. And Saul also understood why he died in his past life. If he is too cautious and chooses only safe options, it will not bring good results. In the army, fate decides who will get the treasures. So if Kvin wants to be truly ready to fight the masters, he must become stronger, no matter what. Considering this, the best solution was to use all the elixirs he had, and the result turned out better than Saul could have expected. He felt that not only his parameters had changed, but his body as well. The muscles became bigger and stronger, and Hwin himself became taller. And then finally the time came to study the great power with which you can destroy an entire building with a snap of your fingers. One of the 4 main demonic arts, wind. But how surprised Kavina was when the appearing panel warned that this martial art was unavailable to him. Then the panel explained that to use demonic art, it is necessary to have at least 30,000 health points and 50,000 stamina points. At such news, Kvin scratched the back of his head, realizing that he was still far from such results. However, considering who Saul has become, he definitely should have relied on luck. Kvin realized that if he wanted to succeed, then he needed to master a technique that does not drain his stamina. And so, drawing his sword, Saul vowed to himself that in the remaining 6 days, he would uncover the secret of this technique. Time passed until this day of the army draft, and Kvin met Ko Woon again. And as last time, he gave Kvin the pill of immortality, which significantly increased his parameters and raised his martial arts skill level from imitator to beginner. Kvin thanked Woon with a bow, and with a smirk. He reasoned that thanks to such an improvement, he would now be able to stand up for himself in the army. And then Ko Woon led him to the already familiar palace where the army selection is held. At this point, his task was completed, and turning around, Woon headed back home. Kvin was convinced that everything was happening exactly the same as in the previous life, so he decided to try something. And the moment he wanted, time stopped instantly, and a panel with action options appeared before Kvin. But now there were only 2 of them, which is why Saul assumed it was because he already had Woon's sword. Both remaining options were very specific, but Hwin decided to take a risk and demanded from Woon the flying dragon pill. He immediately stopped and asked Finn, what did he just say? Then Saul explained that the Earth Demon said that Woon would give him the pill of immortality and the flying dragon, but he did not give it to him. In response, Woon said nothing, continuing to study Kvin with an intense gaze. Then he feigned awkwardness and, scratching the back of his head, suggested that the Earth Demon simply did not give Woon the pill. But in the next moment, Woon silently handed Kvin a flying dragon pill, causing him to smirk contentedly. And then he gladly took the pill and thanked Woon for it. But in response, he struck Kvin under the breath with all his might. The blow was so powerful that it lifted him off the ground and knocked all the air out of his lungs. And when Sol helplessly collapsed to the ground, Woon stepped on his head and began to trample it into the mud. This continued until Woon got tired of this activity. And then he bent down to the lying Kvin and maliciously declared that someone like him would die in the selection anyway. But if Sol somehow miraculously survives, he will still later die at the hands of Woon. And finally, Woon spat with contempt right in Kvin's face. And before leaving, he could not hold back a sinister grin and the same sinister laughter. And when Woon left, Hwin immediately swallowed the flying dragon pill. And then he looked after the offender, and gritting his teeth swore that if he survived the selection, Ko Woon would definitely die by his hands. And then, having tidied himself up, Saul once again appeared before the instructor. And, as last time, he laid out 4 pieces of bamboo with hieroglyphs on the table and told him to choose. But Kvin decided to take the proven path, and therefore without hesitation chose the hieroglyph meaning torso. However, then he dared to ask the instructor, is he really the only one undergoing the test? After all, considering the number of bamboo pieces, there should be others, so why is there no one here? However, in response, the instructor did not utter a word, which caused a tense silence to hang in the room. Then Sol thought that he had done something wrong, because the instructor was right in front of him, and usually no one dares to ask him questions. And so Kvin wisely decided that it was already time for him to leave. But as soon as he left the instructor behind, he suddenly said that his eyes were looking higher and farther. Kin immediately turned around, but the elder said nothing more. Then Sol was convinced that there were definitely other participants here, but the fact that he did not see them meant that they either came at a different time or used a different entrance. And as for those who are already here, they fight and try to become stronger. The phrase, eyes look higher and higher, means that those who come later will be even stronger. But it didn't change anything. If Hwin still had to face them, he intended to move faster and secure an advantage by collecting more treasures. And so, quickly crossing the corridor, Saul ran out into the inner courtyard, where the slaughter was about to begin. But this time everything will be different. In the past life, Kavina was attacked near the tower. And so, hiding behind a boulder, Saul decided that this time he would be the one to attack suddenly. But no matter how much Kevin circled the tower, he could not find that shinobi. The longer Saul waited in hiding, the greater the likelihood that he would be found, so he decided to reveal himself. And as soon as he stepped out of the shelter, a panel appeared before him at that very moment, just as Huynh had expected. Last time Saul chose to run away, and while retreating, someone wounded him in the back. Huynh didn't even think about defending himself, as the enemy's level was not that high, but the current Huynh could easily pin him down. And the current Kvin also knew that the enemy would attack from behind. And so, in the next moment, he smirked, deflected the enemy's attack, and sent the foe flying. And when he clumsily fell to the ground, Kvin was finally convinced of the great difference between their skills. It was obvious from the frightened look of the shinobi, and especially from his status panel. And this gap in strength stirred Kvina, causing him to be unable to hold back a slight smile. After all, in this life, Saul could defeat his opponent with absolutely anything he chose. Moreover, Kvin had already tried both the regular attack and martial arts, so he wanted to try the last option. Use an item. However, when Saul opened the toolbar, he was puzzled by the presence of only two options in it: healing and equipment. The banned books disappeared, which is why Kvin assumed that the toolkit only shows what he can use at the moment. Then Saul considered that the equipment option was more suitable and chose Ko Woon's short sword. And in the next moment, the chosen object materialized in his hand, and time resumed its course. And at that very second, the shinobi raised his sword and charged into the attack with shouts. However, Kvin pierced him through with the blade in the blink of an eye and said with a smirk, "Too slow." And when the shinobi fell dead to the ground, Saul searched his corpse and took one of the 6 pieces of bamboo. But then he did not enter the palace through the gates, as he did in his past life, but decided to secretly sneak onto its territory by jumping over the wall. Thanks to the learned skill Stealth, Huynh could now hide his presence, which allowed him to quietly climb onto the palace roof. And from there, also inconspicuously get inside through the balcony doors. And once inside the room, Kvin immediately began searching the rooms. However, soon Saul was convinced that there were no treasures here, although it would have been strange if he had found them so easily. But then he heard someone's approaching footsteps coming from around the corner and immediately hid by the wall. He wouldn't have been able to hear footsteps from such a distance before, but not now, when Saul had mastered the skill of stealth. Kvin cautiously peeked around the corner and saw a shinobi walking down the corridor. However, the shinobi did not reach the turn where Saul was hiding, as he disappeared behind the door of the nearest room. Then Huynh decided that he should sneak up on the shinobi and try to summon the panel with the weak point alert. But approaching the door, Saul caught some rustling behind it. The shinobi wandered around the room, but Huynh could not understand what he was doing because of the closed door. Moreover, if he continues to sit in the corridor without shelter, he may bring danger upon himself. And so Kvin dared to cautiously open the door slightly and peek into the room. And very timely, because at that very moment the shinobi was just about to open the treasure chest. However, in the next moment he felt Kvin's presence and immediately turned around. And then the appearing status panel reported that this man is named Kuyom, and he is the head of the squad of the yard for the destruction of the holy deity. However, Kvin did not care about the name and status of his enemy. When Kuyom turned around, he had already launched an attack. And in the next moment, Saul struck the enemy with all his might with the sword. But Kuyom was able to repel the attack and quickly jump back. Just as he was retreating, he twisted his ankle, causing him to immediately fall to the floor. And then Kvin did not miss his chance and immediately plunged the sword into Kuyom's chest. The wound was serious, but the status panel showed that Kuyom was still alive. Only Kvinu still didn't care, as he was now more concerned. Why this time did the panel not notify him about the enemy's weak spot? Meanwhile, Kuyom coughed up blood and with a hoarse voice, asked Kvin to finish him off. Then Saul suggested that the notification panel does not appear for those who have already lost the will to live. And so Kvin agreed with the last will of the dying enemy. However, before performing it, Saul paid attention to the contents of the open casket. It contained only one simple nutritious bar. Then Kvina had a guess and he asked Kuyom, what was he looking for here for so long? However, Kuyom could not respond as he had already lost consciousness. Kvin was about to carry out his plan, but at that very moment a panel appeared before him offering 2 options: kill or torture. And then Kuyom suddenly opened his eyes and asked, why is Saul delaying? It was then that Kvin realized he was only pretending, and from his own experience decided that in such a situation it was much more advantageous to choose torture rather than murder. And so he placed his hand on Kuyom's shoulder, and a second later he screamed from unbearable pain. This technique is called separating flesh from bones. Using his chi, Kvin increased the sensitivity of pain receptors and then twisted the bone. And when Sol took his hand away and stopped the torment, Kuyem, gasping, asked, "What does he want from him?" In response, Kvin hinted that Kuyom already knew the answer perfectly well, but he just snapped back. Then Sol extended his hand to Kuyom and asked if he wanted to try again. Out of desperation, Kuyom gritted his teeth and still admitted that he had hidden the contents of the casket under his bandana. Kvin immediately checked the bandana on his head and found a hidden piece of some map, and the panel that appeared next explained that this is one of the 7 parts of the treasure map, which marks the location of all 10 treasures in this building. Sol was immensely happy with such a fortunate find, but Kuyom once again asked to be allowed to die peacefully. In response, Kvin smirked and stated that it would be easy to perform. Just press 1 acupuncture point. But when he reached out his hand to Kuyom, the panel appeared before Quinn again, and she again offered him 2 options to choose from: kill or continue to torture. Then Sol understood that Kuyom was still hiding something from him, so he began to crack his knuckles. And then Kuyom's screams resumed, but now they were accompanied by the sounds of blows. As a result of the interrogation and subsequent search, Kvinu managed to collect all 7 parts of the map. Only Sol could still understand why Kui hid parts of the map in shoes and underwear, but hiding them in the butt was already too much. Having finished with Kuyom, Quinn summoned from the toolkit the map that had already been assembled into one. However, after studying it, Kvin had more questions than answers. If you follow the map, the treasure should be hidden in the chest of drawers with the casket. However, after a thorough search, Sol found nothing. Then he assumed that Kuyoma was simply deceived. Someone took the treasure earlier and left a bar in its place as a mockery. And this means that Kvinu should have acted faster before all the treasures were taken. Soon the search bore its first fruits. In the floor, Sol discovered a cache with a guide on voice transmission. In such a situation, a book is not the most useful find, since reading usually takes a lot of time. But thanks to the tools, Quinn could instantly study the content of any book. He found the second treasure in a hiding place behind the wardrobe, and it also turned out to be a manual, but on creating the poison of demonic iron. Right now, the book on creating the poison Kvinu was not needed, but learning it was also not superfluous. The next treasure was hidden in the ceiling, so to reach it, Kvinu had to use a sword and brute force. Along with the debris from the ceiling, a third treasure fell to the floor, which turned out to be a pair of bracers. And when Sol took them in his hands, the panel informed him that it was a high-class item called demonic bracers. Kvin realized that this was indeed a valuable item, but he did not know what high-class meant, and so he simply decided to try on the bracers. But as soon as he did this, the panel immediately announced that Sol had learned the basic technique, Wind, and improved his mastery level of the technique, Flaming Palm. And then the panel announced that the demonic bracers were the favorite bracers of Elder Nokchun Khan, which made Huin unable to contain his excitement. After all, this person is one of the most influential people in the academy. And now Sol began to understand why those who were in the army are held in esteem. Huin has already collected 3 treasures out of 10, but someone else managed to take one. And so he should hurry before the remaining 6 were taken. Kvin went down the stairs to the lower floor, and the next moment heard someone's screams and sounds of a struggle. They came from the room ahead, and judging by the number of voices, more than one person was shouting. Huin cautiously approached the door and, peeking inside, saw a confrontation between 4 armed shinobi. And in the next moment, a status panel appeared before him, revealing to Kvin information about each of the 4. 2 shinobi in red uniforms were members of the 7 Dragons group, belonging to the Chamber of the Vile Demon. Their names were Mu Kyun and Kam Chan. 2 other shinobi, in brown uniforms, were members of the Demonic Dragon group belonging to the Red Demon Chamber. Their names were Soti and Salyo. The Chamber of the Nasty and the Red Demon are 2 of the 4 chambers that support the existence of the army in the Demon Academy. Therefore, Huin knew that each member of this quartet was much more powerful than Juk Myun, the captain of the Black Moon. And then Sol saw the treasure chest and understood why the conflict had erupted among the shinobi. But what was he supposed to do? Kvin's parameters were higher than those of this quartet, but at the same time, he did not want to get involved with them. Sole could understand more if the shinobi demonstrated their techniques in battle, but he was sure they would do nothing without extreme necessity. However, contrary to his expectations, the next moment the shinobi started a fight. Theoretically, it would have been best to first come up with a plan, rather than rushing headlong into a fight. But Kvin did not want to leave empty-handed, and he also clearly remembered the main lesson. You cannot become stronger without taking risks. But suddenly Kam Chan was wounded, and at that very moment the panel informed Kvin that he had found the enemy's weak spot. Then the panel offered 4 action options: attack, use martial arts, use an item, or approach the enemy closely. Only Kvin just wanted to wait until Kam Chan lost. Moreover, he was puzzled by the new 4th option, to approach the opponent closely. Martial arts are better suited for one-on-one combat, and Kvin currently has 4 opponents. Moreover, if Sol uses chi, they will immediately pounce on him. And so, gritting his teeth, Kvin still decided to take the risk and chose a new option: to approach the opponent closely. But in the next moment, 4 illuminated points appeared around Kam-chan, and the panel asked Hwin, in which direction does he want to move? He was taken aback by such a question, as he was offered to instantly teleport to any of the 4 places. And fortunately for Kvin, time stopped, which will allow him to calmly think everything over. Sallyo stood south of Kam-chan, and to the west of him was his comrade, Mu-kyun, and therefore the safest was from the east and north of Kam-chan. However, Kvinu had to simultaneously kill 2 shinobi, one from each pair. Then Sol took a deep breath to compose himself and chose the northern direction. And at that very second, time resumed its course, and Quinn moved behind the wounded Kam-chan. Only after the instant teleportation did Sol hesitate, which allowed Chan to turn around. However, this did not save him, because in the very next moment Hwin pierced Chan with a lunge. Because of this, the other shinobi immediately forgot about the feud, and all 3 stared at Kvin in shock. And he only smirked quite enough because the gift of divine luck exceeded all his expectations. And also because the panel reported that Sol found the weak spot of all 3 remaining shinobi, and so he took a fighting stance, preparing for the next attack. And the panel asked, what will his next actions be? Kvin answered this question by choosing the confused Sallyo as his next victim. But this time he wanted to try the harsh peaks technique from the martial art of the Union. Kvin made a swift lunge towards Sallyo, but the sword did not reach its target. All because there was no need for it. A beam of chi burst from the tip of the blade a second later, piercing through Sallyo. And when he collapsed dead to the floor, Kvin was amazed by such incredible strength. Only then did the status panel report that he had lost almost half of his stamina. And Sol also forgot about his partner Sallyo, who was already behind him. Kvin sharply turned to the opponent, realizing that he would not have time to dodge. Sote's sword was already aimed at his neck, but in the next moment Hwin deflected the strike with a demonic bracer. Sote was stunned by this and asked, how did he manage to parry his strike? To this question, Kvin responded with a charged chi uppercut. The blow was so powerful that it tore Sote off the floor and threw him out the window. Now only Mu-kyun remained against Kvin, who could not stop trembling from fear. However, Sol was in no hurry to attack and, turning around, calmly stated that he now had all the bamboo tablets. But Mu-kyun did not let him finish and, shouting, launched a desperate attack. Kvin dealt with him in 3 strikes, after which he sighed tiredly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a reward for the victory over the shinobi, Sol received the pill of 9 protective gestures, the spear of the blue dragon, 2 blades, and the armor of the 8th emperor. And also Kvin collected bamboo plaques from the shinobi bodies and could now complete the trial. Then he checked his toolkit and, having studied the statuses of the spear Blue Dragon and the blade Captured Crimson, decided to get rid of them. Well, after that, Sol decided to try on the armor of the 8th emperor, and came to the conclusion that it was much better than the breastplate made of celestial silver. And this armor, like the breastplate, could also become invisible. Finally, having sorted out the equipment, Quinn decided to check the most important thing, the treasure chest that caused the death of 4 shinobi. But what was his surprise and indignation when another nutritious bar was found in the casket again? Kvin took it in his hands and wondered, why exactly a nutrition bar? And then it dawned on him. What if he already has this treasure? So instead of it, a simple bar appears. It was just because of this guess that Quinn did not notice how Okma, the commander of the Sky Abyss squad, sneaked up behind him. However, his vile attack was unsuccessful, as in the next moment Quinn repelled it. Then Okma quickly jumped back, gaining a safe distance. Kvin recognized his opponent, whom he had killed in a past life. However, he was not surprised by the sight of a living corpse, but by the fact that Okma's health and endurance indicators were 300 units lower. It was then that Sol was finally convinced of his suspicion. If he is right, then instead of the bar and the chest there should have been elixirs, thanks to which Quinn became stronger in this life. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Okma, who to Kvin's surprise simply suggested that they part ways. He had just come here and had nothing with him, so Hwin still won't get anything by killing him. Salt could not hold back a smirk at such a proposal, because it meant that he was indeed right. In a past life, Quinn inspected this building at a much later hour, and Oma definitely wouldn't have managed that group of 4 alone. And so Sol asked Okma, where will he go, since it would be better for both of them not to meet anymore. Then Okma replied that he would go to the building with the yellow roof, but it was precisely there that Sol met him in the past life. And so Kvin declared that he would go to the building with the yellow roof, and Okma should find another way for himself. He did not object and assured with an awkward smile that it was not difficult for him. However, just as Okma was about to turn around and leave, he was suddenly stopped by Quinn. And then he asked the commander of the Heavenly Abyss, where are the stronger opponents gathering? In response, he was surprised and stated that Kevin really knows nothing about this place. The truth was that strong fighters appear at sunset, and if Sol cannot collect all the treasures before nightfall, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Then Quinn asked, "How strong are these fighters?" In response, Okma turned towards the exit and said that they were roughly at the level of a chamber member, or the commander-in-chief representing the court. At this, Oma said goodbye to Kevin and immediately left. And Sol sighed heavily, for the commanders-in-chief representing the court are the most important members of the academy. They are masters who look down on those like Kvin from above, and tomorrow there will be those here who are equal to them in strength. But Kvin had long decided that if he wanted to survive, he had to become stronger, which means he needed to move forward. And so he took both pills he had and rushed to the building with the yellow roof. And there Kvin encountered a familiar scene. Chok Ho, commander of the Black Fire Squad, had defeated his opponent and was now searching his corpse. Everything repeated exactly as in the previous life. So Sol patiently waited for the panel to appear, and as soon as she appeared, Quinn immediately chose the option move right up to the opponent, and the next moment was behind Chok's back. He turned sharply, but Sol with a smirk advised him not to move. And then Quinn emitted a threatening aura of chi and explained that if he had wanted to kill Chok, he would have already done so. At first, Chok was horrified by Kvin's superior strength, but then he heeded his advice and wisely lowered his sword. Then Sol looked at the slain shinobi and discovered a breastplate made of heavenly silver on him. As Kvin had assumed, the breastplate was in place again, which means the items he does not put in the toolkit appear again in the next life. Meanwhile, Chok cautiously asked Kvin, "What does he need?" However, Sol ignored the question and passing by Chok, began to search the shinobi's corpse. Kvin took off the breastplate from him and also acquired 2 bamboo slats. But then Sol suddenly threw them to the surprised Chok and declared that if he answered his questions, he could take the boards. In response, Chok nervously swallowed the lump in his throat and said that he agreed. Then Kvin asked what he knew about the other trials, which surprised Chok, since Sol came here without even knowing what kind of place it was. Chok Ho was amazed at how such a skilled fighter could not know the essence of the trials, although now it became clear to him why Huin first chose the character Body. But before answering the question, Chok clarified, will he really stay alive? In response, Sol assured that if his answer was satisfactory, he would release Chok. Then he explained that the tests in the army are conducted in a certain order, but if they are taken in the wrong order, it will no longer be possible to join the army. Chok did not know in what order the trials needed to be completed, but he definitely knew that the trial called Torso was the last trial. At these words, Kvin was taken aback, and immediately grabbing Chok by the chest, clarified, "Is it really the last one?" In response, Chok swore that he only found out about this when he was already here, and he also heard that everything was arranged this way on purpose, so that one person could monopolize all the treasures. It was then that Kvin finally understood why he had never met anyone stronger than himself. It was because for the strongest, this trial would be the last. Okma also said that more skilled warriors will appear with the sunset. This place is specially designed so that a shinobi can defeat those stronger than him with the help of hidden treasures. This gives even weak subjects the opportunity to stand up for themselves. So this place in the test was called the Torso. Kvin decided to trust Choku, but asked him, wouldn't it be better to just run away then? In response, Chok Ho admitted that this is exactly what he intends to do if he cannot find anything useful by midnight. Then Sol asked, why exactly until midnight? In response, Chok explained that tomorrow morning those who completed the previous 3 trials will come, so if he cannot find anything useful, he will simply leave. Such news alarmed Kvina, which is why he asked, how strong are they? Then Chok revealed that their power is recognized by 5 courtyards and 9 pavilions of the Demon Academy, and that means that the captain of the Black Gold Squad, Shin Pi-ran, will also be here. Kvin knew this name well as the fact that Shin Pi-ran is one of the strongest warriors representing the 7 squads of the Supreme Court. But suddenly a panel appeared before him, offering Kvin an important mission, to get rid of Shin Pi-ran. And as a reward, the panel promised a pill of the Heavenly Dragon, which could increase Kvin's health and stamina by 17,000 units. It was a whole decade of accumulated chi, so there was no point in hesitating. Sol had to get it no matter what. And when Kvin agreed to the mission, the panel reported that he received a new parameter called Combat Power. Kvin immediately checked his status panel and confirmed that his combat power was 30,000 units. But when he wanted to check Shin Pi-ran's status, he was horrified by what he saw. All because the combat power of the squad captain of Black Gold was 70,000 units. From such incredible results, Sol seriously wondered whether he would be able to defeat him. However, he was distracted from gloomy thoughts by the waiting Chok Ho, who cautiously asked if Huin had any more questions. There were indeed still questions, namely, what else does Chok know about the tests? Then Chalk revealed that the judgment trial is related to correct judgments, and if a shinobi fails to pass it within a certain time, they are poisoned with toxic gas. As for the eloquence test, a question is asked, and if the shinobi cannot give an answer that pleases the instructor, they are considered dead. And the final test, the letter. The shinobi are given a book with tasks that must be solved and submitted for review. That was all Chalk knew, so he cautiously asked, "Can he go now?" And when Kvin nodded indifferently, Chalk Ho immediately left. Left alone with himself again, Sol clenched his teeth in anger, because it turned out that Ko Woon had explained nothing to prevent him from passing the test. And so Hvin swore to himself that he would survive no matter what, become stronger, and kill Ko Woon. All the remaining time, Sol searched the yellow building until day turned to night. Then, having climbed onto the roof, he decided to meditate in order to prepare for the upcoming battle. The only useful thing that Kvin managed to find was a gunpowder bomb. There are still many treasures left, but monsters will soon appear, so it was more important to restore endurance as much as possible. Unfortunately, Sol did not know a more effective breathing technique to restore chi energy. But suddenly his meditation was interrupted by someone's sudden and loud cry of pain. Kvin was too distracted by the circulation of chi and did not even notice how new and deadly opponents appeared. And so, using stealth techniques, Sol instantly jumped onto the roof of the neighboring building, where he hid in ambush. And from there, Kvin saw a shinobi terrified half to death run out of the building screaming. However, in the next moment, his scream was cut off by someone's blow from behind. But before Kvin could marvel at what he saw, he noticed another shinobi hiding behind a boulder. The shinobi was trembling with fear and muttering in panic that they were all monsters, and how could he stand against ones like them? But in the next moment, the shinobi stopped mid-sentence because someone split him in half along with the boulder. And then Hvin saw one of those very monsters. A shinobi with a huge sword and a very nasty smile. Then Sol realized that this was not a trial at all, but simply a slaughter. But in the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered in the neighboring building, and in the smoke clouds, Kvin saw 3 shinobi fall down from the roof of that building. And when the smoke completely cleared, Sol saw the goal of his mission, the captain of the Black Gold Squad, Shin Pi-ran. Then Kvin began to act and, jumping from roof to roof, entered the building through a window. And then he rushed down the corridor. But while Sol was running, one question kept bothering him. How did he even manage to survive that night in his past life? That time, Kvin waited out the night in the forest, and possibly, it was thanks to his stealth technique that he managed to survive. And now, thanks to the same technique, he was able to silently sneak up to the open door. And very timely, because in the next moment, shaky footsteps were heard behind her. And when Sol cautiously peeked through the door, he saw the wounded Chalk, who was barely standing on his feet. Kvina was surprised that Chalk Ho had not left yet, and assumed that he still could not overcome his greed. Meanwhile, Chalk turned to his opponent and asked, "Why is he doing this?" In response, the offender moved towards Chalk and stated that he just felt like it. And then Sol saw that Chalk's opponent was Shin Pi-ran. Such a discovery amazed Kvin, for Shin and Chalk belonged to the same court, so why are they fighting? Meanwhile, Chalk told Shin that if the Lord of the Supreme Court finds out about the attack, he will be punished. However, Shin was not afraid of the consequences and admitted that he had already discussed everything with Mantis, which shocked Chalk. Then Shin continued and, crossing his arms on his chest, declared that the Lord allowed him to deal with anyone who collects treasures. Realizing that Shin was not lying, Chalk shouted and launched a desperate attack. But Shin in the blink of an eye closed the distance and delivered a charged strike right to Chalk's heart. And when he collapsed dead to the floor, Shin asked the dead shinobi, how dare he call himself a squad captain being so pathetic. And after Shin searched Chalk's corpse, but found nothing more than bamboo tablets on him, the observer from the shelter Kvin once again confirmed that the difference in forces was too great. And he was also beginning to be troubled by the fact that the panel warning about the enemy's weak spots still had not appeared. But then Sol remembered that he had a gunpowder bomb, which could be used to distract Shin. However, when Kvin tried to look into the toolkit, the panel reported that it is currently unavailable. And then the panel warned that the enemy knows about Kvin's presence and advised leaving his area of influence. Kvin did not have to repeat twice and immediately rushed away from the door. But as soon as he had overcome just a couple of meters, in the next moment Shin Pi-ran already appeared from behind the door. Kvin thought it was the end for him, but at the same moment the panel announced that he had found the enemy's weak spot. And then time stopped to allow Kvin to choose one of 4 courses of action. Shin was too far away to attack, so Sol chose to move, and when time resumed its course, he was already behind the enemy. Shin immediately turned around, but Hvin had already drawn his sword and shouted that it was too late. However, despite the unexpected attack, Shin still managed to block the strike at the last second. And then Shin immediately jumped back, but upon landing, he could not stand and fell to his knees. And at that very second, time stopped again, and the panel once again reported the discovered weak spot of the enemy. Then Kvin decided to use martial arts and applied the powerful strike technique on Shine. He blocked the strike with his sword, but the panel reported that Kvin's attack dealt 8,000 damage points to Shin. But Sol did not stop there and immediately applied the martial art of the White Radiance. Shin managed to block the strike, but Hwin immediately pushed him away with a kick. And then, without giving Shin a chance to attack, Sol summoned demonic bracers from the toolkit. And in the next moment, Quinn used a technique called sword breathing against Shin. Therefore, only a miracle allowed him to dodge, but the panel showed that Shin still took 600 units of damage. Then Sol decided to combine the martial art of White Radiance with the technique of sword breathing. But how great was Kvin's surprise when Shin actually managed to repel his combined attack. However, in the next moment, time stopped again because Sol found the opponent's weak spot. But Kvin's joy immediately vanished when, following the message, the panel warned that Shin had discovered his weak spot. For the first time, Sol found himself in such a situation, literally at a crossroads, and therefore he did not know what to do. The best thing would be to turn back time by 3 seconds in order to see Shin's movements. But the problem remained the weak spot of Kvin, and he could not know what consequences his choice would lead to. And yet Sol still chose to attack and time went back 3 seconds. Kvin immediately closed the distance, but instead of attacking, he decided to defend. Then Shin swung his sword above his head, and his blade shone with a crimson aura. And in the next moment the sword struck Kvin, but he only managed to get away with a cut on his cheek. However, he had to admit that if he had not been prepared for the enemy attack, he would definitely have died. The only thing Kvin was lucky in was that Shin spent a lot of stamina. So even if he manages to form the aura of the sword again, it will no longer be as strong. So Kvin has an advantage in both endurance and health. Meanwhile, Shin finally had the opportunity to ask Hwin, "Who is that person anyway?" But in response, he only smirked and said that he was simply a shinobi under his command. Such an answer surprised Shin, and he decided to clarify, "Is Sol from the Supreme Court?" Then Kvin said that he did not need to know that, and immediately launched an attack. But even though it was late, Shin still managed to dodge Kvin's swift lunge. And then the opponents began fiercely and frantically exchanging blows. However, even though Kvin had more health, he still lacked endurance. If he allows Shin to land even one blow on him, he will once again find himself in a dangerous situation. And so Kvin launched a fierce offensive, not giving the enemy time to think. However, the longer they fought, the smaller the gap in their health and endurance became. But in the next moment, seizing the opportunity, Shin shifted from defense to offense and made a lunge. Kvin immediately prepared to block the strike with his sword, but the lunge was a feint. Shin immediately pulled his hand back and swung. Then Sol decided to be the first to reach the enemy, and also made a lunge at him. But to Kvin's surprise, Shin quickly jumped back as if he had expected such a move. And when a smirk appeared on his face, Sol realized that it was all just another trick. And in the next moment, time stopped, and the appearing panel warned Kvin that Shin had discovered his weak spot. And then the panel offered 3 options: confront the enemy face to face, drive him away, or run away. The first option meant getting very close to Shin, and if Hwin is weaker than him now, it would be risky. The second option will allow Kvin to increase the distance. This is the better option, considering Shin's proximity and his speed. And if Sol chooses the third option, he will manage to avoid the attack. But this option also has drawbacks. He could receive a fatal blow if he turns his back to Shin. And so Kvin chose the most optimal option, as he believed, to drive the enemy away. But as soon as time resumed its course, Shin immediately repelled Hwin with a powerful thrust. He turned out to be faster than Sol thought, and only thanks to the invisible armor was he able to survive the blow. However, now Kvin had less health than the opponent, which the panel immediately informed him about. Meanwhile, Shin was already looming over Hwin, and with a smirk asked, "Does he now feel the difference between them?" And then Shin stated that there is a huge difference between them, because he is the chosen one, and Sol is simply rejected. In response, he said nothing, only bit his lip, for Hwin understood that this was not just boasting, but the truth. Shin has an important mission from the Supreme Court, and he is also responsible for one of the 6 divisions of the Black Gold Squad with a guaranteed promotion. However, despite all this truth, Kvin was not going to put up with it, and so he smirked and advised Shin not to deceive himself with the thought that he alone was chosen here. Then Shin swung his sword in response and told Hwin to stop speaking in riddles. And then he brought down the sword, but Sol was able to dodge the strike. However, in the next moment the blade curved and like a snake rushed after Hwin in pursuit. It was too late for him to figure out the sword aura technique, and a second later Sol screamed in pain as the blade slashed across his shoulder. The panel immediately sounded the alarm, warning that Kvinu had suffered fatal damage while struggling to stop the bleeding. But then the world before his eyes dimmed, and Kvina was sharply thrown backward, causing him to crash into the window. Due to blood loss, Sol weakened and was almost blind, which allowed Shin to calmly approach him. With a haughty smile, Shin praised his opponent, saying that for a scum he fought well and even managed to make him sweat. But then Kevin decided that if it all ended that way, he might as well take the risk, so he jumped out the window. Shin did not expect such a turn at all, and jumping out after him, shouted indignantly, "How dare Huynh run away from him?" Salt was exactly counting on this and could not help but smile when the warning panel appeared. And at that very second, time stopped, as did Kvin's fall. He was waiting for this opportunity, and as soon as the panel offered action options, Saul without hesitation looked into the toolkit and applied the golden tincture on himself. And when time resumed its course, the bleeding stopped and Quinn received 1,000 health points. And therefore he easily repelled Shin's attack and successfully landed on his feet. The Shin who landed next asked in amazement, how did Saul manage to recover from his wounds, since he was just on the brink of death? Then in response, Quinn smirked, raised his sword and declared that he was also chosen. And he once again crossed blades with Shin. But this time Shin had to go on the defensive. Shin Piran was truly strong and fought until the very end. However, for him, everything ended the moment Quinn knocked the sword out of his hands. And then Sol pierced Shin's chest through with a sword. And when he fell dead to the ground, Quinn also collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Trembling all over with tension, Saul couldn't hold back a nervous smile, because objectively he was just very lucky. But the next moment, the panel reported that Saul had completed the mission, and as a reward, he receives 1 pill of the Heavenly Dragon. Kavina's joy knew no bounds, as this pill significantly increases health and stamina. Now that he has her, Saul regretted nothing. All that remained was to strip everything possible from Shin's body and get out of here. But the next moment someone suddenly asked behind Kevin, was he the one who killed Shin Piran? Kin immediately turned at the voice and saw a kunoichi of extraordinary beauty. Measuring him with her gaze, the girl admitted that she did not expect to meet someone with such a level of skill. However, in response, Saul could not say anything, struck by the beauty of the kunoichi. Then she asked if he was from the Supreme Kevin Court, but he again could not utter a word. His timid silence touched the girl, causing her to laugh melodiously. But then she stated that people like Saul cannot survive here, and walked past him. However, before leaving, the kunoichi turned around and said goodbye, that if Kvin managed to defeat Shin, she would be glad to meet again. For some time, Kvin just watched her go, and if anyone had seen him, they would have said he looked like an idiot. But in reality, Saul could do nothing more, for he should not have even thought that he could defeat someone stronger than Shin, like this kunoichi. The status panel reported that her name is So Ryun, and she is a member of the Red Demon Chamber. Last time Kvin managed to escape unharmed because he hid in the forest, and in this life he decided to do the same. Now he had 2 extra lives in reserve, but Saul did not want to take risks, especially with such low health and stamina levels. And also Kvin could not decide whether to use the pill now to become stronger or to do it later. If he uses the pill now, he will become stronger than even Shin, but then he will attract the attention of those who came at midnight. Then Saul risks losing, and his next life will be terrible, because he will not only have to go through the same trial again, but his level will also significantly decrease. And so Kvin decided to save the pill for a better time. However, he was still troubled by the question, how did he survive in his past life at all, since Shin and others like him could easily find the traces of everyone who hid and kill them? At the same time, Kvin simply walked out through the main gates and didn't even meet anyone. But now Saul decided not to bother himself with this, but rather to hide the demonic bracers in the toolkit. They may not have been the most suitable option for Kvin, but they were also the best weapon, and therefore they could not be lost. However, when Saul tried to call up the toolkit, it for some reason did not want to appear. And then Kvin remembered that this only happens when the enemy is nearby. And so he jumped out of his hiding place at that very second, which shattered into splinters the next moment. And when the smoke cleared, Saul saw the already familiar shinobi with the same huge sword and the same nasty smile. And the appeared status panel reported that his name was Kovel, and he was the captain of the 7 Dragons group, the Red Demon Chamber. And the panel also showed that his parameters are close to Shin's parameters. In his current state, Kvin wondered, could it really all end like this? But his thoughts were interrupted by Kovel, who raised his sword and prepared for battle. Then Saul also prepared his sword and decided that even if he died, at least he would die fighting. However, when he rushed at Kovelia, time stopped at that very second, and a panel appeared warning that the enemy had discovered Kvin's weak spot. The only thing Saul could do in his position was to choose an option, drive the opponent away in order to turn back time by 3 seconds. When time resumed its course, Kovel once again appeared before Kvin, but in the next moment, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. And before Saul could do anything, Kovel immediately kicked him in the stomach. And when Kvin fell to the ground, Kovel kicked him again, throwing him aside. Kvin no longer had the strength to get up, so all he could do now was crawl. But soon Kovel caught up with him and pinned him to the ground with the sole of his boot. The panel immediately sounded the alarm and warned that Kvin had only 8 health points left. However, despite this, he only gripped the sword tighter in his hand. Koval noticed that Sol still does not give up, but only snorted in response. And then he crouched down in front of Kvin and, grabbing him by the hair, declared that such a trifle as Sol must obey him. Then he began pulling Kvin's hair in different directions, while uttering the truth. If they stepped on Kvina, endure. If they hit, endure as well. And if they kill, die. Then Sol finally understood the reason why he wanted to become stronger so much. He does this to survive and subjugate his offenders. But suddenly the sword in Kvin's hand shone with a bright blue light. And in the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered through the entire forest. Koval survived only by a miracle, but now he was seriously wounded. But when the smoke from the explosion cleared, he saw Kvin whole and unharmed, who raised his sword with a smile and prepared for battle. Who would have thought that the instructions for using the sword needed to be found within oneself? And so Sol could not resist a jab, telling Koval that he should have stopped while he was still strong. Koval immediately snapped back, but Kvin said with the same smile that now he would not escape. Due to a severe injury, Koval became easy prey for the other participants, and they would never let him leave alive. At these words, Koval's eyes literally filled with blood, and his body tensed to the limit. However, Sol did not flinch in the face of death, and only thought with a smirk that this life was not so bad after all. He has the Heavenly Dragon Pill, and he understood how to use the sword technique. However, when Koval moved towards Kvin, time stopped at that very second, and the panel reported the enemy's weak spot. Only Kvin did not understand why the panel appeared, since he had no strength to resist or even raise a weapon. But then Sol realized that he didn't even need to do it, because he had the tools. And so, when time resumed its course, at that very second, a gunpowder bomb flew into Koval's face. And in the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered, throwing Kvina backward. Koval was torn to pieces and everything around was destroyed. But to his own surprise, Sol was unharmed. But with such wounds, he would still die soon, so Hwin, with his last strength, began to crawl towards Koval to take everything he had. And crawling, Sol prayed that Koval had at least something useful, because if he died now, it would mean that the bomb was wasted. Fortunately, he remembered the energy bar in the toolkit just in time. He gave Kvin only 2 health points, but still bought him a little more time. Kvin reached out his hand towards Koval, and at that very moment the panel listed all the items received from him. Only after this did Sol turn onto his back and breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment he remembered the shadow-cutting sword that had remained lying on the ground. Kvin reached out to him with his hand, but at that very moment his health meter reset to 0, and the world around was engulfed in darkness. And then Sol once again appeared before the demon of the earth, who offered him 3 options to choose from. Out of frustration, Kvin bit his lip and once again chose the option to become the chief warrior of the earth demon. Then in response, Pulki said that it was a good choice and turning around finally told Kvin to go about his business. But in the next moment, Sol stopped the earth demon, saying that he had something he wanted to tell him. And when Pul turned around intrigued, Sol admitted that he accidentally found out something and it is even difficult to talk about it. But the earth demon calmed him and told him to speak boldly. Then Hwin asked what Pulki would want from him if he said he had found the spy sent by another disciple of the heavenly demon. But in response, the earth demon turned away and stated that it does not matter who sent the spy, because the disciples of the heavenly demon always face many problems. And after Pul nostalgically smiled and added that nothing had changed since the very beginning of his training. Then Sol thought, for the earth demon is among the top 100 masters in the academy, but at the same time he has no influence and shows his powers to no one. And Vin also realized that he was simultaneously fighting in a huge number of secret wars. Meanwhile, Pul told Kvin that if on the way to the trial he learns anything else about the spy, he must immediately report it to him at the U1 residence. Hwin had heard about this place. It is a resting place only for the students of the heavenly demon, and no one else in the academy dares to step there. But before leaving, the earth demon glanced at Kvin over his shoulder and added with a smile that it would be better if he brought the spy back alive. In response, Sol respectfully bowed and stated that he understood everything. And then he returned to the Cheon-il Agency library to think about what to do in this life, since Sol mentioned a spy so that he would not have to undergo the trials again. All the treasures must be back in their places. But after Hwin found out who comes after sunset, this option became too dangerous. Now his main goal is to catch the spy, Kowun. But before that, Sol checked his status and unfortunately confirmed that the effect of the pills does not persist after death. Then he decided to check Koval's belongings and paid special attention to the fruit called 1,000 Years and 100 Shadows. Judging by the description, this fruit can increase health and stamina by 3,000 units. And so Kvin decided to use it on himself immediately. And then Sol finally decided to use the heavenly demon pill. And in the next moment, he felt as if his body was overcoming all its limitations and all the paths of chi took their proper place. and all of Kvin's senses sharpened even more, and now he could hear someone walking on the first floor. But most importantly, the panel reported that Saul had mastered all three main arts: White Radiance, Fiery Palm, and Unification. And this meant that now he could use the technique of the Great Sword. And after its successful test, Quinn was sure that this life would be completely different. Thus, half a day passed in training since Saul settled again in the Cheon-il library. At the moment, he needed to learn how to use the Great Sword technique as quickly and efficiently as possible. However, this technique has one important weakness. Quinn is right-handed, and therefore he was hindered by the need to use his left hand. And if you change the hand, a more serious question arises: how to activate the technique. Moreover, all these movements take too much time. The enemy will not just wait for Saul to finish swinging the sword. Engrossed in his thoughts, he did not notice someone coming down into the library. Only when Kvina was called did he turn around and see the secretary, Du Hong, who, chewing an apple, asked discontentedly, "Why is it so noisy here?" Kvin realized that he had indeed made a lot of noise during the training, so he hurried to apologize to the secretary. Then Hong asked what he was making such a loud noise for, to which Quinn awkwardly scratched the back of his head and admitted that he was training little by little. But it was only a show of politeness. In fact, Saul remembered that the secretary had one extra life for him. However, in the next moment, a panel appeared before Win, offering a new task: to become Du Hong's pet. But before Saul could understand anything, the secretary spat a piece of apple at him, which Saul easily dodged. However, in response, Hong asked Weena discontentedly, did he by any chance lose his sanity? Kvin understood what the secretary wanted from him and did not move when he spat on him again. Looking at Hong's smug smile, Saul seriously wondered, should he kill him? However, Kvin immediately pulled himself together and decided to hold off on this for now, as the secretary's death would have consequences. Moreover, Saul could not afford any changes to the plan now, as his priority in this life was to kill the spy, Ko Woon. And so Kvin humbly bowed, apologized, and promised that he would clean everything up. But in response, Hong spat an apple at him again and hit him right in the face. And then the secretary said with a nasty smile that Kvinu was lucky because he had absolutely nothing left to do. And then Hong leaned closer to Kvin and suggested getting to know each other better. Saul once again pondered the murder of the secretary, but still decided to endure for the sake of completing the task. To follow where the sword of the strongest points is the main rule of the demonic academy that everyone must follow. For the powerful of this world, it is quite normal to control life and death, and have the right to kill their subordinates. Therefore, despite Hong's mockery, there is no reason to stop him, even if he orders to clean the toilets all night and scrub the cesspools in the morning. Working with a shovel, Quinn swore to himself that he would kill Du Hong in the most terrible and disgusting way. However, the panel warned that to successfully complete the task, Kvin would have to endure 7 more such taunts from the secretary. And then Saul heard someone enter the restroom. The person's face was not visible, but the panel indicated that the intruder's name was Lee Byuk, and he is the administrator of the 3rd floor of the Cheong-il agency. Byuk was already turning towards the cesspit, but Quinn immediately warned him about what was below. Then Byuk turned around and said with a smirk that Kvina mentioned Du Hong. Saul awkwardly scratched the back of his head and explained that he has tasks here. However, in response, Byuk pulled down his pants and told him to try harder. And before the stunned Kvin could say or do anything, Byuk was already crouching over the pit. After this incident, Kvin will go to the lake to wash away the filth and shame. Nervously chuckling like a madman, he talked to himself about how he would beat Hong and Byuk half to death, and then drown them in an outhouse. However, then Saul fell silent because he remembered the reason why he endures this mockery. And so he shouted loudly in frustration across the entire lake, and swore that he would kill them both. After the water activities at the lake, the tired Huin returned to the Cheon-il library. But Du Hong was already waiting for him there, who asked Huin if he had finished cleaning up. However, the secretary was not alone. He was accompanied by Byuk, who answered the question instead of Kvin. Looking at the two of them, Saul came to the conclusion that they were just like the Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Court of the Holy Deity. Hong and Byuk planned everything to humiliate Quinn, but no matter how much he wanted to smash their faces, he had to hold back. And so Saul put on a friendly smile and reported with it that everything was washed. Then Hong said he wanted to wash and ordered Huin to fetch water for himself and Byuk. Saul obediently bowed and was about to leave, but Byuk called out to him. And when Kvin stopped, the administrator asked if he had washed his hands well, because he must not smell bad. Then Saul looked back over his shoulder and, through a smile, murmured that he had washed his hands very well, so Byaku had no reason to worry. But in response, Hong and Byuk burst out laughing together. However, when someone entered the library, they immediately fell silent. And when Hong and Byuk saw the visitor, they immediately jumped up from the table and rushed to greet him. And when Huin turned around afterward to find out the reason for their behavior, he saw So Ryun. And no longer able to take his eyes off the girl, Quinn wondered, why did she come here? Meanwhile, So Ryun asked Hong if the gentleman was here now, to which the secretary replied that he was at the U1 residence. Then Ryan thought, clearly upset by the answer, but then noticed the frozen Kvin. His kunoichi saw him for the first time, so she asked Hong, "Who is that?" In response, the secretary immediately whispered that Kvin used to be an assistant at the Supreme Court, but now manages the department's basement warehouse. And then Hong added that there was nothing special in Kvin, and advised the girl not to pay attention to him. So Ryun seriously pondered the secretary's words, while continuing to study Hwin with her gaze. But the next moment she suddenly smiled and declared that there is still something amusing in Kvin. At that moment, Sol still couldn't understand why, looking at So Ryun. It seemed to him as if his heart was about to stop. Meanwhile, to the general surprise of Hong and Byuk, the kunoichi passed by them and, approaching Hwin, asked what his name was. And having received the name, So Ryun pondered and decided that she should not know how Sol came to manage the warehouse in the basement. In response, Hwin only bit his lips shamefully, deciding that Ryan had sensed his disgusting smell. Because of this, he hated Hong and Byuk even more, who were watching him closely with dissatisfied faces. Nevertheless, So Ryun smiled and said goodbye to Hwin. However, when the girl headed for the exit, time suddenly stopped, and in the next moment the panel offered Kvin 3 options: to ask Ryan out, to suggest spending a passionate night with her, or to offer to touch his abs. At first, Sol was horrified by such options, but then quickly realized that this was not just a coincidence and that similar things happened to him constantly. And Hwin also realized that sometimes a choice affects not only his current life but also what he will choose in the next one. And so he still chose the first option, to suggest So Ryun start dating. And when time resumed its course, Kvin called out to the girl and asked her to give him some time. Is it worth saying that not only So Ryun but also Hong and Byuk were surprised by such a request? However, the next moment Ryan laughed cheerfully and said that Sol is really funny. And he exhaled with relief, not feeling hostility from the girl and realizing that the option was correct. But the moment Kvin thought so, the panel immediately offered him the remaining 2 options to choose from again. Everything was repeating again, as it was with the Earth Demon. The panel did not allow Kvin to avoid the choice, so he had no option but to accept the consequences. But then Kvina was struck by a thought. What if he was wrong in his choice? After all, he always tried to choose better options, but the best option always led to the worst. And the worst option turned out to be the right one. Then Sol took a deep breath for courage and decided to face the consequences like a man. And when time resumed its course, he asked So Ryun if she wanted to spend a passionate night with him. Kunoichi became wary of such a proposal, which was not surprising, as anyone would now find Kvin to be crazy. Kvin did not know why he started to justify himself, but still he wanted to be brave and simply talk to her. And so Sol told Ryan that he desperately tries to become stronger every day, but even being up to his ears in waste, he cannot change anything. Therefore, now Kvin speaks directly, although he understands that nothing will come of it. But he wants to have a reason to live. And then Hwin stated that for So Ryun it would be a great humiliation, but he thinks of meeting her as a blessing. Perhaps Sol blurted out because his life consists only of killings and death, and because he could no longer contain his grief. Kvin began to speak to calm Ryan's fury, but suddenly he talked so much that he simply expressed all his feelings. However, contrary to his expectations, So Ryun said with a smile that it was not a humiliation for her. She just felt that it was too direct. Hwin was stunned by such a response, not believing that his words really did not offend her. Meanwhile, Hong and Byuk began to scold Hwin in unison for his outrageous audacity. But in the next moment, So Ryun silenced both, striking the carotid artery in the blink of an eye. Then she closely approached Kvin and advised to follow her dream, to become stronger. And then, Ryan looked into his eyes and suggested escaping from this hell together. And as a farewell, she added with a smile that she would like to meet Hwin again if there is an opportunity. Kvin watched Ryan walking away, and could not believe that someone from the strongest wards considered this place hell. Our entire life is a series of decisions, and it is said that the consequences of all these decisions are fate. It is also often said that fate cannot be changed, but at that moment Kvin's decision changed both his future and his past, because one word which he had never seen before appeared above So Ryun's head, and that word was love plus 3. When day turned to evening, Hong assigned Hvin to do the laundry. Just before that, he and Byuk gave Kvina a good beating. Sol certainly expected this, but they really beat him up badly. However, while they were beating Kvin, he managed to borrow a gunpowder bomb from them, and an explanation of the art of swordsmanship. And when the laundry was done, the panel informed Kvin that he still had 4 more tasks from Du Hong to complete the assignment. But now Kvina was worried about something entirely different. He could not even imagine that anyone shared his opinion about this place. After all, demonic martial arts deprive people of rational thinking and ignite in them a thirst for power. In the Red Demon Chamber, Due to the desire to become stronger, people seem to become addicted to gaining power. It's as if their minds are being brainwashed, and they only seek stronger techniques. And those who do not give in become suspicious and try to find something better than all this. People like Quinn occasionally appear in the Red Demon's chamber, but he did not expect So-ryun to be one of them. Kvin wanted to become stronger. This desire arose because he no longer wanted to get involved in other disgusting situations. But now his goal became clearer. Now, even if this power is insignificant, after he becomes stronger, he will have a chance. Kvin decided that he would get out of the demonic academy together with Miss So-ryun, and let this day come sooner, because now he wished for it with all his heart. The morning of the next day greeted the inhabitants of the demonic academy with clear weather. Only for Kvin this day threatened to be no better than the previous ones, because Kong came up with a new mockery for him. The secretary and Book tied him to a pole like a garden scarecrow and decided to practice on him like on a punching bag. After Hong demonstrated on Kvin how to deliver a strike, Byok diligently began practicing them, and Kvin only had to grit his teeth and endure, because this was his final trial. However, Buck got carried away and, intoxicated by permissiveness, kicked Kvin between the legs. Hong immediately shouted at his friend, stating that he was doing everything wrong, and then he decided to demonstrate once again how it is done, and with a smirk raised his hand to strike. However, in the next moment, Sol dodged Hong's fist and he crashed into the pole. Such willfulness surprised Hong and Byok, and they asked Hwin, why is he dodging? But in response, Sol only smiled ominously and laughed very sinisterly. From such an unhealthy reaction, Buck assumed that they had beaten Kvin so badly that he had lost his mind. In fact, the reason for Kvin's joy was that he finally completed the task. But the main thing is that the panel announced that as a reward for Kvin, the choice of battle type was unlocked. Turn-based or with the help of artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, Byaku got tired of Hwin's laughter and decided to shut him up with a punch. But at the same moment, Sol tore the bonds and intercepted Byok's fist. And then Kvin squeezed his hand with all his might and declared that now he would repay them in full. And in the next moment, Sol with a vengeful smirk struck Boku between the legs. In response to this, Hong immediately rushed to avenge his friend. But Kvin cooled his impulse with a powerful blow from his left hand. However, as soon as the secretary collapsed to the ground, to Kvin's surprise, the panel informed him that Du Hong had died. Hin immediately grabbed the secretary by the collar and, shaking him, began to shout that he was not finished with him yet. But his efforts were interrupted by a panel that offered to explain the two types of combat now available to Kvin. Turn-based combat is a type of battle in which opponents exchange blows, and the user has the opportunity to choose their next actions depending on the situation. Artificial intelligence is a type of battle where the user is controlled by artificial intelligence, and the user only observes the course of the battle and does not intervene. Having finished the description, the panel suggested Kvin choose the type of battle, but he did not understand why. This question was answered by the still-living Book, who decided to attack Kvin from behind. Sol sharply turned around, and at the same second the panel announced that the artificial intelligence is starting the fight. And in the next moment, an unknown force seemed to tear Kvin out of his own body and lift him high into the sky. Like a ghost, Sol watched as the enraged Beck rushed towards his abandoned body. But in the next moment, Kvin's body began to move on its own and kicked Byok right in the head. One strike and Book, like Hong before him, collapsed dead to the ground. The fight was over, but Sol did not understand. Why then did he not return to his own body? But a second later, Quinn saw why. Because someone had approached his body. The status panel hinted that this someone turned out to be the chief administrator of the department named Pyokam. He looked calmly at Beck's corpse and asked Hwin, was this his doing? But in response, the AI remained coldly silent. Then Pyokam drew his sword and declared that in that case, questioning was pointless. However, the AI decided to attack first and at the same second rushed at Pyokam. The chief administrator did not even raise an eyebrow at the frontal attack, only said that Quinn was too arrogant. And then he made a lunge, but as if foreseeing it, the AI dodged the sword and immediately jumped back. Observing the battle, Quinn shuddered at the realization that he had almost died. Meanwhile, the AI once again launched a frontal attack, and Pyokam once again swung for a lunge. But at the last moment, the AI ducked under the swing of the blade and jumped back again. However, this time Pyokamu managed to draw his blood, leaving a cut on his cheek. Kvin sincerely did not understand what the AI was thinking about and why it was rushing around like that. But in the next moment, the AI once again launched a reckless attack. In response, Pyokam tried to behead the stubborn opponent, but the AI once again ducked under the swing of his sword. However, this time the AI did not retreat, but continued the attack and immediately kicked Pyokam in the stomach. And without giving the enemy a chance to recover, the AI immediately kicked Pyokam in the jaw. From such a crushing blow, the chief administrator lost consciousness and fell to his knees before the AI. And the panel asked Kvin what to do with Pyokam and offered two options, kill or neutralize. Kvin chose the first option, and the AI immediately cold-bloodedly broke Pyokum's neck. After that, the panel reported to Kvin that he had only spent 12 health points, which could not but please him. However, the next moment the panel reported that the AI was withdrawn, and Sol returned to his body. But Kvin did not feel joy from the victory, because if he had fought alone, he would never have won. Sol buried all 3 bodies and returned to the agency's library. But even if everyone finds out about everything, it will no longer matter, because today Huynh was going to leave the Cheon-il department. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Sol was convinced that he still had 2 extra lives left. And also Huynh became much stronger, and if he manages to deal with Ko Woon, he will be able to gain the favor of the Earth Demon. And therefore, it was necessary to prepare for the upcoming battle, and for this purpose, Kvin looked into his toolkit. From there, he put on a breastplate of celestial silver, and studied the interpretation of the art of swordsmanship. And finally, Sol switched the battle type from AI to turn-based. Now all preparations to defeat the spy Ko Woon were complete. Kvinu could only wait for his appearance, as today was the very day of the army trials. However, in the next moment, the panel warned that Sol had reached an important point in the plot and suggested saving the progress. Unlike in past lives, nothing like that happened in this one. But Huynh did not want to tempt fate and accepted the offer. And as soon as the panels disappeared, Ko Woon entered the library the next moment. As in past lives, he handed Kvin the pill of immortality, and he immediately swallowed it. However, then Kvin looked intently at Woon's face and asked, would he give him the flying dragon pill? Ko Woon's face twitched with surprise, but in response he said or did nothing. Then Sol reminded that the Earth Demon himself gave the pill to Woon and demanded it be handed over. Only after this did Woon finally obey and throw the pill to Kvin. Sol immediately swallowed it, and if everything happens the same as in the previous life, then now Ko Woon should attack him. And Woon did not disappoint, but Huynh immediately caught his fist and asked, why did he do that? But Woon again did not answer anything, only grimaced from tension and anger. Then Sol asked another question. Was it not the first disciple of the heavenly demon who taught him to act so insanely? And this time Ko Woon's face stretched in shock. Meanwhile, the panel informed Kvin that his level was successfully increased, and then he decided to check Woon's combat power level. But in the next moment, Kvin's face trembled with horror, because the panel reported that Ko Woon's combat power level was 190,000 units. Shin Pi-ren had only 70,000 units, so Sol immediately released Ko Woon's hand and jumped back from him. And in the next moment, the panel reported that Woon had found his weak spot and time stopped. Engaging in battle with him was suicide, but there was nowhere to run, so Kvin had no choice but to defend himself. But as soon as time resumed its course, the enraged Woon lunged at Kvin at that very second. Therefore Ed barely managed to dodge the first strike, but the second and third Kvinu had to be blocked with bare hands. After that, both opponents bounced off each other in different directions. But at the same moment, the panel again reported that Woon had once again found Kvin's weak spot. And so, gritting his teeth in frustration, Sol was forced to choose the option, to run away. However, as soon as time regained its course, Woon immediately grabbed the dagger hidden under his clothes. Kvin managed to dodge the blade, but the panel warned that he had taken serious damage. And when losing balance, Sol fell to the floor. Blood poured from his left hand. It was then that Kvin was finally convinced that there was too great a gap in strength between him and Ko Woon. Without his left hand, Sol could no longer use the great sword technique. But he still possessed the martial art of White Radiance, and with it, Huynh decided that he could win. Ko Woon could not know that Huynh had mastered one of the 3 great arts, and therefore was momentarily taken aback. Sol immediately took advantage of this and executed a swift lunge. But at the last moment, Woon still managed to block the strike. But it was only the beginning. Kvin pressed down on the sword with all his weight and managed to push Woon away from himself. And then he intensified the assault, pressing the enemy and not giving him a chance to counterattack. This continued until both opponents were exhausted. However, Kvin was still confident that with the White Radiance he had a chance to win. But no sooner had he thought so than the panel warned of danger again and offered options for action. Then, gritting his teeth in anger, he chose the option to attack. And when time resumed its course, Kvin launched a frontal attack. But at the same moment, Woon raised the dagger and aimed its tip at Kvin. And in the next moment, the dagger's blade rapidly lengthened and pierced Kvin's shoulder through like an arrow. Having lost both arms, the wounded Sol helplessly fell to his knees. And when he raised a clouded look at Ko Woon, he knocked him out with one powerful blow. Huynh regained consciousness thanks to a sharp slap. Opening his eyes, he saw Ko Woon in front of him, who had woken him up. And looking around, Sol found himself tied to a chair in a damp cave. Then he called up his status panel to check how bad his situation was. But in the next moment, the sound of someone's footsteps approaching came from the depths of the cave. And soon Huynh saw the same shaggy man who conducted the test in the army. Only the panel indicated that he was a member of the Red Demon Chamber, and his name was Ghost Eye. and above his head was an inscription, Insight +1, but Quinn had no idea what it was at all. Meanwhile, Ghost Eyes stated that judging by Kvin's reaction, he knows who he is, which is not surprising for a spy. And so the Phantom Eye asked Kvin who sent him, but Sol sincerely did not understand what he was talking about, to which the Phantom Eye sighed wearily. And then he put his hand on Kvin's shoulder and said that talking would not help the matter. And in the next moment, Sol screamed from unbearable pain because the Phantom Eye used the flesh damage technique on him. It continued until Kvin began to suffocate from his own scream. Only then did the Phantom Eye release its grip. And without giving the prisoner time to recover, he repeated the previous question, who sent Kvin? With abilities like White Radiance, Sol could not remain in the Supreme Court without any support, so the Phantom Eye was sure that someone was behind him. But in response, Kvin smiled through the pain and admitted that indeed someone is standing. And when the Phantom Eye asked who exactly, Sol replied that he was acting on the orders of the Lord of the Supreme Court, Mantis. But the words of Phantom Eye only snorted at him and resumed the torture. From the hellish pain, Sol began to lose consciousness. But the Phantom Eye immediately brought him to his senses with a slap and hinted that they had plenty of time. But then Sol asked in response, "Isn't everything the other way around?" And then he looked into the face of his executioner and declared that if he was not dealt with by the end of the army trial, then the problems would be for the Phantom Eye. At such a warning, he became wary and asked Kvin, how did he come to that conclusion? Then Sol explained that the Earth Demon would be looking for him because he did not pass the trial and did not return. And then Quinn stated that this was why the Phantom Eye and Ko Woon tried to prevent him from passing the trial. But the Phantom Eye objected. Why should they do that? And then in response, Sol explained with a smile that he knows the secret of the Lord of the Supreme Court. The Ghostly Eye decided that Quinn was joking, but if not, what difference does it make? Then Sol slyly asked, "For whom can the Lord of the Supreme Court vouch?" And finally, he made the Phantom Eyes and Ko Woon dumbfounded by calling them spies of the first disciple of the Heavenly Demon. By the expression on their faces, Sol understood that he had hit the mark. And then Kvin suggested that as soon as he revealed to the Earth Demon the secret of the Lord of the Supreme Court, the Blood Demon also began to act. Meanwhile, Ko Woon stated that Hwin's words are fabricated nonsense, and Phantom Eye grabbed him by the hair and reminded him that Sol himself attacked Woon. So why does he think someone tried to prevent him from passing the army test? Then Kvin stated that they planned to let him participate because they were sure he would die. But then Ko Woon with the Phantom Eye changed their mind because Sol realized that Woon was a spy. The Ghostly Eye had nothing to object to, and then Sol was convinced that the order of the trials had not mattered from the very beginning. That is why there was only one instructor when he came for the test. And even if Sol had announced that he was surrendering before reaching the end of the trial, they would still have tried to kill him. And so Kvin asked his executioners, are they interested to know who stands behind him? Or how many secrets of the Lord of the Supreme Court he told the demon of the land? But the next moment the panel announced that thanks to his insight, Sol uncovered the goals of the Blood Demon, and therefore he receives insight points as a reward. And then behind Ko Woon with the Phantom Eye appeared Hyuk Bi, the bodyguard of the Lord of the Supreme Court. She headed straight to Kvin and stated that he was much more interesting than they had assumed. But they have already heard everything, and it does not matter whether Sol passes the test or not. All who threaten the Blood Demon will be destroyed. And before Kvin could say anything, a kunoichi's blade struck him. And in the next moment, Sol found himself again in the library of the Cheon-il Agency. But with this death, he learned something. He will not be able to pass the army test. So he has no other choice but to fight Ko Woon. But still, now Hwin did not want to complicate his life. And if he was destined to fight, this time he would trust the AI. Sol saw how he fought, and was forced to admit that the artificial intelligence was stronger than him. But first of all, it was necessary to prepare for battle, and for this purpose, Quinn looked into the toolkit. This time he decided to equip himself with the armor of the Great King and the blade of the warrior spirit. Besides this, Sol hid a dagger with the scent of the moon behind his bosom, and just in case, Kvin left a white spirit bomb on the table. This way, the AI will have more options and will surely be able to use these items. And having finished all the preparations, Kvin told himself that this time he must win at any cost, because he had one last life left. And while Sol was waiting for Ko Woon, he suddenly remembered the received insight points, but Hwin did not know how to use them. However, in the very next moment, Woon entered the library and immediately asked Kvin, why does he have a sword in his hands? But before Sol could respond, the AI had already taken control of his body. Meanwhile, Vun repeated his question, and then, to Kvin's surprise, the AI indifferently replied that it had trained with a sword. For a couple of seconds, Ko Woon hesitated, but then handed the AI the pill of immortality. And when he swallowed it, Woon turned towards the exit and ordered to follow him. But in the next moment, the AI politely asked him to give the pill of the Flying Dragon. which was handed over by the Earth Demon. Such behavior surprised Kvin again, as he sincerely believed that AI could only fight. Meanwhile, Woon turned around and stated that he does not understand what Soul is talking about. Then the AI calmly explained that the Earth Demon was supposed to give him the Pill of Immortality and the Pill of the Flying Dragon through Vun. Kvin knew that after these words an attack from Ko Woon would follow, so he began to wait to see what the AI would do. However, he could not have expected that the AI would decide to attack first. At the last moment, Ko Woon managed to dodge his lunge and jumping back asked, "What is Huynh doing?" But instead of responding, the AI used the White Radiance technique and unleashed a barrage of strikes on Vun. However, Kvin also tried a frontal attack, but the assault will not work against Ko Woon. However, in the next moment, Kvin's sword shone with a dazzling light. And then the AI performed the Great Sword technique and with one swing cut off Ko Woon's arm. It was then that Kvin realized that the AI calculates everything, rather than just making decisions that are slightly better than his. However, despite losing his arm, Ko Woon asked Huynh, how did he manage to use the blade's chi? Huynh was horrified by such cold-bloodedness, as Woon remained calm even after a serious injury. And even more than that, he revealed a dagger hidden under his clothes and rushed into attack. But the AI still calmly deflected her with a sword. And then he used the technique Harsh Peaks, from which Woon barely managed to dodge. But he did not lose his composure and immediately launched a counterattack. However, the AI deftly dodged the dagger by jumping onto the bookshelf. And in the next moment, he pushed off the wardrobe and, jumping over Vun, struck him on the shoulder. From such improvisation and movements, Kvin was sure that the AI would definitely win. However, no sooner had he thought so than in the next moment Kvin's sword shattered like glass. Huynh grabbed his head, realizing that the blade simply could not withstand the chi technique of the Great Sword, and at the most crucial moment. And Woon meanwhile laughed maliciously and recalled that the Earth Demon had also ordered him to give Kvin the sword. And then he smirked and added that he is lucky today. However, in response, the AI calmly said that Ko Woon is not lucky at all. And then he stated that Woon moves his legs so slowly that it is simply painful to watch, and if he does not believe it, then let him come and fight. The offended Ko Woon fell for the provocation, and at that very second fiercely lunged at Huynh. He dodged the dagger's swing, but Woon continued the assault. He continued to press Kvin until he cornered him. And then Vun shouted that now Kvin had nowhere to run, and raised his arm for the decisive blow. But in response, the AI coldly threw a white spirit bomb at him just the same. And in the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered through the entire library, throwing Kvin aside. Vuna was also thrown back by the explosion and crashed into the wall. But he had barely gotten to his feet when a dagger plunged into his shoulder the next moment. However, Kvin panicked because the dagger was coated with the poison iron blood, and without an antidote, Ko Woon would not survive. Meanwhile, the AI picked up the broken sword and declared that Woon must pay for crossing his path. And then he grabbed Vun by the head and swung the sword. Only Vun needs Kvinu alive to lead him to the Earth Demon, so he desperately shouted AI to stop him. And at that very second, the AI truly stopped. And the panel that appeared next asked Kvin what to do with Ko Woon. Kill or neutralize? Sol exhaled with relief and chose the option to neutralize. And in the next moment he returned to his own body. And the very first thing after returning, Huynh forced Ko Woon to swallow the antidote. Meanwhile, at Yu-Won's residence, the Earth Demon awaited the return of his subordinate. Soon he silently appeared in the doorway, and then Pulki asked, "How did everything go?" The assistant, whose name was Chon Kwan, cautiously admitted that a certain problem had arisen. And when the Earth Demon clarified which one exactly, the assistant immediately reported that some of the targets had noticed the surveillance. Then Pulki asked, "Did the assistant leave any traces?" But in response, he assured that those who were there used poison, so there were no traces left of them. The Earth Demon was surprised that someone managed to get rid of the experts from the Silver Spirit Squad. But Chong suggested that they were masters not from the Supreme Court, and Pul agreed with him. After all, the Silver Spirit Squad is one of the main squads of the Earth Demon. They are all experts, but they were still dealt with, which means those who did it have a level above expert. Then the assistant dared to ask why guards were assigned to the Lord right now, to which Pul suggested that someone was leaking their information. Chon was amazed by what he heard and asked, "Weren't they especially careful this time?" However, in response, the Earth Demon smiled condescendingly and also asked, "How many clan members does Chong think are on his side?" The assistant struggled to answer, and then the Earth Demon explained that members of the clan are constantly being poached by other disciples of the Heavenly Demon. Their supporters are increasing, and most likely the reason for this is the weakening influence of the Demon of the Earth. And so Pul smiled and apologized to his assistant for having such a weak master. Chon Kwan immediately responded with a bow and stated that they all truly believe that the Lord will carry out his great millennial plan. But Pulg only said with nostalgia that there was a time when he made such plans. But now on the side of the other disciples of the Heavenly Demon, there are more influential ministers and officials. And what is even worse, there are rumors that even the clan elders bow to them. However, then the Earth Demon suddenly remembered Quinn and inquired about his affairs from the subordinate, to which he reported that today Sol Quinn is supposed to begin the army trials. But then Chong admitted that he was a little anxious, because what if the map that Quinn gave him turned out to be a lie or manipulation? Then in response, Pul asked his subordinate if he had ever met Quinn face to face, but Chong admitted that he had only heard of him. The Earth Demon smiled quite a bit and stated that he himself had learned something. For example, why the Lord of the Supreme Court hates Sol Quinn so much. And when Chong asked out of curiosity why, Pul revealed that once Quinn and his squad mates sneaked into the Lord Mantis's office without his permission. Upon hearing this, the assistant indignantly asked, "How could a person of lower status dare to do such a thing?" The Earth Demon agreed that it was pure madness, but when the Lord found out about it, for some reason he took no action. And then Pul asked his assistant, is he aware of what recently happened to Kvin's squad? Chong admitted that no, and then the Earth Demon stated that they were all killed by shinobi from the Huanshan Mountain clan. It was then that Chong realized that this incident confirmed the truth of the secret conversation and the existence of the map. But then the assistant asked his master, if all this was planned by the Lord of the Supreme Court, then what should they do? However, in response, the Demon of the Earth calmly sipped his tea, and then admitted that right now he was not sure about anything. And when Chong asked what the gentleman meant, he explained that on the map handed over by Huyn, there were notes with information written by the hand of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Apparently, after Sol came under Cheonil's jurisdiction, it became easier for the Lord Mantis to detect the missing map. Then the assistant asked, why did the master send Kvin to the army trials? Isn't he just a small change coin? In response, the Earth Demon revealed that Sol himself had asked him to give a chance to become stronger. But Chong noted that it would be almost impossible for Huyn to pass the army tests with his skills. The Earth Demon slightly squeezed the cup of tea in his hand and agreed with his assistant. However, then he added with some despair that if Kvin still survives the trials, then perhaps, thanks to him, he too will be able to find strength within himself. The revelation of this gentleman surprised Chong, but he understood that being a disciple of the Heavenly Demon was a heavy burden. The Demon of the Earth cannot take a step forward or a step back, so he has to grasp at any opportunities. However, in the next moment, the attention of Pulya and Chon was drawn by someone's approaching footsteps. The Earth Demon turned around and reported with a displeased look that they had unexpected guests. It turned out that these unexpected guests were 3 disciples of the Heavenly Demon. Meanwhile, Huyn came to the gates of Yu-Won's residence with a gift for the Earth Demon. It was Ko Woon, whom Sol tied up and hid in a sack. However, as soon as Kvin stopped, the spy immediately began to fidget, for which Sol shouted at him and punched him. But the further path of Kvin was blocked by the residence guard, whose name was Pankok. He approached Kvin and asked sternly, what does he need? In response, Sol introduced himself and said that he needed to meet with the 4th disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Then Pankok cautiously inquired, was a meeting scheduled? Salt was slightly confused by the question and awkwardly said probably. For a short time, the guard hesitated, but then he still ordered Kvin to wait until he returned. However, before leaving, Pankok told Kvin that if he lied, he would pay with his life. Sol swallowed a lump in his throat and replied that he understood everything. After some time, the guard returned and informed Kvin that he could pass. This is how Sol ended up on the territory of Yu-Won's residence. However, crossing this bridge over the pond, Quinn suddenly stopped and froze in horror. All because the Earth Demon had guests, and one of them was none other than the 1st disciple of the Heavenly Demon, Salma, also known as the Red Demon. And worst of all, he was accompanied by Mavu, the 2nd disciple of the Heavenly Demon, and also Akron, the 3rd disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Meanwhile, the Earth Demon noticed the appearance of Kvin and asked, why did he come? Only now Sol did not know what to answer, because he was going to present the Earth Demon with a spy of the Red Demon who lives next door. Then Pulki repeated his question, raising his voice at Kvin. But suddenly Mavu interrupted the conversation and asked the Earth Demon, who exactly is Kvin? But before Pul answered, a panel appeared in front of Huyn, and time stopped. The panel offered 3 answer options. The first, to tell Pulyu that Kvin brought the spy of the 1st student, the Red Demon. The second option is to threaten Mav not to interfere if he does not want to die. And the third option is to snap back at Mavu's question. The only problem was that all 3 answer options were equivalent to suicide. But while Huyn was panicking and thinking about the right option, we will go back 15 minutes before his arrival to find out the reason for the visit of the Heavenly Demon's students. Calmly sipping tea from the cup, the Earth Demon asked his brothers and sister, how have they been doing lately? Of the whole trio, only Mavu answered, saying that he is always cheerful, but Pul already knows this. The Earth Demon smiled and agreed with his brother, but it was only a feigned politeness. In fact, he knew well that Mavu might seem like a good person, but in reality, he was like a lurking snake. And the third student, Akron, looks like a simple and frivolous beauty, but in reality, she is capable of all sorts of intrigues and perversions. She is a master of manipulation and managed to achieve cooperation with everyone involved in training in the clan. And finally, the most powerful person in the clan, and the strongest disciple of the heavenly demon, Salma. They say that when he turned 20, he was able to behead the head of the Wu Dan sect, one of the great masters, right before the eyes of his disciples. When he turned 30, he single-handedly killed 3 elders, 4 guards, and the first 8 disciples of the Dianzan sect. And then he laid out a hill from their heads to mock all the other clans. And now, at 40 years old, Salma has reached the level of the greatest demon and is head and shoulders above all the masters in the world. Therefore, the Earth Demon very politely asked his older brother, "Is everything all right with him?" But in response, Salma began silently scorching Pulya with a glare, which was strange, as he usually just ignored the 4th student, but today he was clearly hostile. Therefore, the Earth Demon assumed that the first disciple was already aware of the latest events. However, the next moment his thoughts were interrupted by the guard, Pankok, who arrived with an urgent message. And when Polk asked what the reason was, Pankok reported that a man named Sol Huin was requesting an audience. Such news sincerely puzzled Pulya, but after pondering for a couple of seconds, he still ordered the guard to let Kavina pass. However, to Pula's surprise, he appeared with the luggage, and when the demon of the earth asked Kvin why he had come, Kvin suddenly began to hesitate. Then Paul could not stand it, and, raising his voice, repeated his question. But suddenly Mavu interrupted the conversation and asked the earth demon, "Who exactly is Quinn?" And then in response, Kvin loudly asked why ask such silly questions, for he is who he is. Needless to say, all 3 disciples of the heavenly demon were stunned by such audacity. Of all the crazy options the panel offered, Saul chose the worst. However, he made the choice based on his own experience, as often the worst option actually turned out to be the best. But Kvin only had 1 life left, so he began to pray that this option would indeed be correct. But when the offended Mavu responded with a predatory smile, Saul realized that he was still mistaken. In panic, Quinn tried to justify himself, but at that very second, a blade rushed to his throat. However, its tip never reached the target, sharply freezing before Kevin's neck. It's all because Mavu managed to block Akron's blade at the last second, and then he asked his sister why she had intervened, since she was not the one who was scolded. Then in response, Akron stated that she did not like this Kvin and asked her brother to retreat. But Mavu objected, saying that he could not allow their dear brother to perish like that. And then he gave the example of the Red Demon, who always didn't care about insults. Only after this did Akren reluctantly agree, and turning away from Mavu, she sheathed the blade, which, like a living snake, slithered back under the sleeve of her kimono. Kin immediately grabbed the intact neck, feeling the insanely strong aura surrounding the blade. He couldn't see anything, even when the sword was right at his neck, and Mavu was able to stop such an attack, which made Huin wonder, how strong is he? Meanwhile, the second student turned to Puli, smilingly saying that he had a very funny assistant. In response, the Earth Demon apologized and assured that he would deal with him himself, which Saul was clearly not happy about. But to Kvin's surprise, Mavu stood up for him and asked Puli not to kill him. Although the second student was strange, to Kvin he seemed much better than the Lord of the Supreme Court. However, the panel that appeared the next moment changed his opinion. The panel reported that thanks to the option chosen by Win, he receives 3 rewards, and the first of them is information about the students of the Heavenly Demon. Then Saul looked at Mava, and the status panel immediately warned that the second student was a sociopath, ready to do anything for success. And no sooner had Kvin been amazed by what he read, than Mavu politely asked with a smile, why did he appear? However, immediately the second student gave Kvin a very familiar look. Saul has seen such a look more than once in the Lord of the Supreme Court Mantis. However, he still did not know how to respond. The only chance for survival was to interest Mava. And so Kvin put the captured Ko-Woon on the ground and declared that on the orders of the Earth Demon, he had caught and brought a spy. Such an answer truly intrigued Mava, and he looked questioningly at the Earth Demon. But he ignored his brother's glance and asked sternly, "Who is this spy?" And then in response, Saul opened the bag and showed the beaten Ko-Woon, which made Pul shudder. However, he was not the only one to react. At the same moment, the Red Demon, Salma, stared at Kvin with a murderous look, and the status panel warned that the first student is a psychopath and sadist prone to fits of rage. From such news, Saul was completely convinced that the main chamber of the academy was simply teeming with madmen. Meanwhile, Mavu turned to Arion and suggested that his sister interrogate the spy. However, she refused childishly and sat down on the chair with an offended look. And when Kvin looked at Akron, the panel immediately reported that the third student had a hysterical personality disorder and was also a manipulator. Meanwhile, the Earth Demon asked Kvin, why does he think that Ko-Woon is a spy? And then in response, Sol revealed that Vun refused to give him the pill and the sword, so that he could not pass the army trials. And when Kvin asked to be handed the items, he only received beatings and threats in response. And Kowun also stated that Win is as much a coward as the Earth Demon. Of course it was a lie, but judging by how Pul grimaced, the provocation succeeded. And at that very second, the status panel warned that the fourth student has borderline personality disorder, and he is also impulsive and emotionally unstable. From such a certificate, Kvin understood that he had hit right on the sore spot of the Earth Demon. But the next moment Mavu reasonably asked, "Whose spy is Kowun then?" Unfortunately, Sol could not answer this question because he had no evidence confirming Vun's connection with the Red Demon. But suddenly the panel informed Kvin that he had received a second award, evidence in the form of secret orders from the Phantom Eye. And then Kvin told the Earth Demon that the information about whose Wun is a spy is in his pocket. And in response, Pul measured Kvin with a piercing gaze and ordered to show him the evidence. Kin immediately carried out the order, and while the Earth Demon studied the letter with the orders, a tense silence hung over Yuan's residence. But soon the silence bored Mavu, and he asked his brother, "What is said in the letter?" In response, Pul handed him the document and suggested he take a look himself. Mavu did not refuse the offer, and intrigued Akren joined him. And the Red Demon suddenly declared that this Kowun was somehow strange. And then he asked his brothers and sister, why should a spy hinder some young man from passing the army trials? And finally, Salma gave Kvina a scorching look, and added that the warrior from Kowun was so-so, since even a novice managed to deal with him. And at that very second, Sol felt such a deadly aura that he could no longer move even a finger. He had never felt such a strong thirst for blood before, and therefore Huin realized that he would never be able to survive in a battle against the Red Demon. But suddenly the panel informed Kvin that he had received the third award. And then the panel explained that, as a reward, Sol receives an increase in health and chi by 10,000 units, as well as a significant increase in all other attributes. But in the next moment, time stopped, and the panel warned Kvin that the Red Demon had found his weak spot. Of course, Kvin became stronger, but not enough to match him, so he decided to escape. But when time resumed its course, Salma immediately released a beam of concentrated chi from the sword. However, at the last second, Kvin managed to dodge the deadly attack. Thanks to the increase in all attributes in the sword's armor aura, it was not affected. And the Red Demon meanwhile headed towards Kvin and declared that he was worth putting in some effort. Only Kvin's arms and legs no longer obeyed due to Salma's incredible thirst for blood. However, in the next moment, Mavu blocked his way. He showed the Red Demon a letter with proof and in a hinting tone asked his brother to stop. Salma looked at the document, then shifted his gaze to the tense Pulya. But after a brief silence, the Red Demon snorted irritably and, sheathing his sword, walked past Kvin. He breathed a sigh of relief, but turning around, Sol saw that Kowun was dead. It was then that Kvin realized that the Red Demon had planned to kill them both from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Mavu returned the document to Puli and said again in farewell that he had a very amusing subordinate. Well, after that, Mavu calmly followed the departing Red Demon. Acreon also hurried after her brother and asked him to wait. However, when Akron ran past Kvin, she glanced at him one last time, then turned away proudly and ran off. Sol watched her with his eyes, sincerely not understanding. What could be written in the secret orders that made the other students of the Heavenly Demon behave like that? But then the Earth Demon joined them. However, after passing by Kvin, he turned around and ordered to follow him. The two of them leisurely left the residence grounds and continued along the streets of the Demonic Academy. It just didn't seem like the Earth Demon was heading to Cheonil's department, but Huin didn't dare to ask where they were going. This continued until the road was blocked by a dead end for the Demon of the Earth. Only then did Sol ask, "Where are they?" But in response, Pul asked a question. Where else could they be except in the place where he plans to interrogate Kvin? And when the Earth Demon turned to him, the panel immediately sounded the alarm and warned that Pulki had found Kvin's weak spot. Only this time did not stop to allow him to make a choice. And in the next moment, Kvina was blinded by a bright light, and then darkness engulfed the world before her eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, Sol found himself tied to a chair in the middle of an unfamiliar room. And the status panel immediately warned that besides the paths, Quinn cannot move due to the blockage of the meridians through which the chi flows. Raising his head, Sol saw before him the Earth Demon, to whom he immediately asked, "Why did you do this?" But in response, he calmly stated that Kvinu knows better. And when Sol objected that he did not understand anything, the Earth Demon silently showed him the document that Kowun had. There was some kind of cipher written on it that Kvin did not understand. Then Pul decided to play along and explain that it was the cipher of the Chamber of the Holy Night, which is subordinate to him. And then the Earth Demon placed his hand on Kvin's shoulder and added that if you decode what is written, the phrase, "Punish the traitor," will appear. Only Kvin sincerely did not understand what Pul was talking about, and he had heard about the Chamber of the Holy Night for the first time. But the demon of the earth did not believe his words, and, grabbing Kvin by the hair, angrily asked, "Who is behind him?" And when Saul admitted that he really did not know anything, Pulki used a bone and flesh damage technique on him. And after Kvin stopped shouting, the earth demon reminded him of the sequence of events that led him here. After the Lord of the Supreme Court dealt with Kvin's subordinates, the earth demon sent him to the jurisdiction of Cheon-il. To gain the favor of Pulya, Saul said he wanted to become stronger, so the earth demon sent him to the army trials. But now Pul sees that these trials are a piece of cake for Kvin, and he never even thought about going through them. Kvin's goal was to make the earth demon trust him and become a spy. When Pul finished his speech, Saul said nothing in response, only thoughtfully staring at his reflection in the puddle of his own blood. Judging by the behavior of the other students of the heavenly demon, Pulki was not lying, and the cipher really says, "Punish the traitor." If this is truly the secret cipher of the chamber of the holy knight of the demon of the earth, who has no factions, then everything became clear. Simply put, one of Pulya's subordinates learned about strange rumors and passed a note through Kowun saying, "Punish the traitor." Now all the students of the heavenly demon know about this, and from their point of view, Gwyn is a spy serving the Lord of the Supreme Court. Therefore, the other students left the earth demon to deal with Gwyn. But in that case, Saul clarified with Pul, does he just need to prove that he is not a spy of the Lord of the Supreme Court? Then the earth demon answered the question with a question, can Salt prove this? Gwyn firmly stated that he could, to which Pul replied, then prove it. Then Saul called his toolkit and selected from it a forbidden book on demonic martial arts, which belonged to the earth demon. As soon as Gwyn did this, the book immediately materialized in the inner pocket of his clothing. And then Saul declared that the evidence of his innocence was in his pocket. And when Pul took out the book that the heavenly demon had once left him, he was stunned on the spot and asked Gwyn, where did he get it from? But Saul answered the question with a question. If he really were a spy, where would she have come from? The earth demon seriously pondered his words, and then Gwyn asked the next question. When did Pul notice that the book was missing? However, the earth demon did not answer this question out of pride, for losing such a valuable book is a great shame. Nevertheless, he agreed with Gwyn and acknowledged that the time of losing the book and meeting with him did not match. Then Saul understood that the world around him was changing. When objects ended up in his toolkit, it gradually changed reality. Meanwhile, the earth demon stated that the secretary of the chamber of the holy knight could not have betrayed him. Then Saul said to Pulyu that if they act together, their enemies are also not sitting still. In response, the earth demon pondered and asked Gwyn, what does he mean? It was then that Saul explained that those who weave intrigues always prepare for the worst, and therefore, in case of Kowun's death or capture, they could very well have prepared counteractions. Pul clarified whether Gwyn meant that everything was staged, to which he replied that perhaps it is worth considering, but nothing more. The earth demon pondered again and lamented that Saul always confuses him. But then Gwyn asked, if he really had something evil in mind, wouldn't he have shown the book to the other disciples of the heavenly demon? The earth demon had not yet dared to answer this question, so he turned away from Gwyn and fell into thought. Gwyn understood that Pul already had extremely tense relations with the Supreme Chamber, and therefore if he publicly showed the forbidden book, the life of the demon of the earth would be in danger. And all because the forbidden book of the clan leader, entrusted to the demon of the land, ended up with a small fry like Gwyn. But suddenly Pul turned around and said that he liked his answer. However, the earth demon then sat down opposite and added that he was interested in something else. Gwyn became alert, and then Pul asked, why did he insult Mava when he showed up at Yuwan's residence? In response, Saul apologized for crossing the line, but he only wanted to voice what the earth demon himself thought. Such an answer intrigued Pulya, which is why he clarified what exactly did he think. And then Gwyn listed the disciples of the heavenly demon. One is a snake, the second is a deceiver, and the third is completely crazy. Pul must have drunk more than one bitter cup because of them. And so when Saul thought about it, he suddenly got angry. However, to his surprise, in response the earth demon burst into ringing laughter. And then Pul placed Gwyn's hand on his shoulder and stated that among all his words, these were the most pleasant. And in the next moment, Gwyn's eyelids grew heavy and he fell asleep. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in bed. Rising, Saul looked around the unfamiliar chambers and wondered, where is he? But the appeared status panel reported that now Gwyn is completely healthy, and his health and chi have also increased by 10,000 units. Now Saul was at the peak of his physical abilities, which he could not help but be glad about. However, the reflection in the mirror reminded Gwyn that he had only one life left. After so many encounters with death, he became much stronger than in past lives, but difficulties still lie ahead. For now, Saul is on the side of the earth demon. In the future, Kavina faces many deadly situations, so he needs more lives. Having overcome all difficulties, Saul gained the ability to use the main demonic martial arts, But after Huynh gained insight points, the opportunity to increase the level of martial arts mastery appeared. Sol did not know which techniques would be revealed to him then, so he tried to improve the combat art of the White Radiance. And how great was his surprise when the panel reported that the proficiency level in White Radiance had increased, and now Kevinu had access to the White Hand technique. This is a technique that makes the flesh impossible to wound by sword or blade, allowing the user to fight unarmed against an armed opponent. In that case, Kevin decided to try a new technique, and the next moment his hands began to emit a bluish glow. It was then that Sol realized that if this technique was used correctly, it could become more powerful than even the main martial arts. But such a demonstration was not enough for Kvin, so he decided to climb out the window to test the technique. The main demonic martial arts are available only to the disciples of the Heavenly Demon, but the White Hand technique is a completely different matter. About 20 years ago, with the help of this technique, one woman defeated 100 Union guards, and her name was Chong Mirio, the Ice Demoness. And now, 20 years later, Quinn became the first to decide to try this technique. The white palm belonged to the ice techniques and required the accumulation of a huge amount of yin energy in the fist, which Sol did. And in the next moment, he slammed his fist on the ground, and at that very second, icy stalagmites rose from the earth. Currently, the not fully revealed meridians did not allow Kvin to use the technique properly, but even so, it possessed terrifying power. However, Sol was too delighted with the new equipment, which is why he did not notice the approach of a sudden viewer. It turned out to be the demon of the earth, who asked Kevin with an extremely surprised look, "Is he a disciple of Lady Cheon Miri?" Kvin immediately seemed suspicious to Pulyu, since he was a warrior from the lowest ranks but managed to defeat Ko Wun. Nevertheless, a tone of sympathy could be heard in his voice, so Sol decided to take a risk and try to take advantage of it. Huynh portrayed awkwardness and admitted that he was indeed a student of Mrs. Jong Mirio. In response, the Earth Demon asked for forgiveness, as surely Quinn wanted to hide this, but he is too distrustful. And then Pul asked Kevin, does his teacher still train in seclusion? Then in response, Huynh lied that he last saw Mrs. Chok Ho about 10 years ago. Since then, she has not contacted anyone, not even her student. After that, the Earth Demon agreed, saying that Lady Jong Miryeo is known for her indifference, which made Sol breathe a sigh of relief. But then Pul reported that Kevin's words were confirmed, so he decided to accept him into the Silver Spirit Squad. Sol heard that this is one of the main squads of the Earth Demon, which secretly tracks his enemies and, if the situation requires, eliminates them. All his members undergo serious training, and there Kevin has a chance to become stronger much faster. And so he bowed low and declared that he would not let them down, to which Pulki said with a satisfied smile, "Do try." But when Sol straightened up, the panel suddenly announced that he had successfully completed the task, to become the chief warrior of the Earth Demon. And as a reward for this, Quinn received 3 extra lives, and a third type of battle called simulation also became available to Kvinu. Meanwhile, the Earth Demon warned that he had important matters, and before leaving ordered Kvin to stay here until he was needed. And left alone, Sol suddenly realized that the longer he chooses different paths in fights, the weaker his desire to become stronger becomes. But he cannot give up, because if he does not reach the top, there is no escaping this hell. With this thought, Kevin looked at the night sky and decided to rest first. He spent the whole night on a tree branch, meditating and accumulating chi in his body. It continued until the sun rose, and Kvina was called by the demon of the earth. However, when Sol jumped from the branch to the ground, he saw that Pulki was not alone. He was accompanied by a man named Hick, and the panel also indicated that he was the leader of the Silver Spirit Squad, and also known as the Black Dog. In response to Kvina's question about what it means, the Earth Demon explained that, as a rule, to join the Silver Spirit Squad, one must pass a trial. Pul already knows that Sol deserves this, yet he wants him to take a place suitable to his skills. So the Earth Demon devised another trial for Kvin, and when Kvin asked what he needed to do, Pul pointed to the Black Dog and declared that Sol must fight him and show everything he is capable of. After that, the Earth Demon stepped aside to give the opponent space, and Quinn began warming up before the upcoming fight. Finishing the warm-up, Sol drew his sword and asked Hicken, "Can he begin?" But in response, the Black Dog only silently beckoned Kvin with his hand. Then Sol took a fighting stance and chose a turn-based fighting style. And at that very second, time stopped, and the panel informed Kvin that he had found the enemy's weak spot. This meant that Hikkun did not plan to defend at all, which made Sol think that he was extremely overconfident. But then the panel kindly offered to choose one of 3 martial arts for the fight, and after some thought, Huynh chose the art of White Radiance. And when time resumed its course, he immediately soared into the sky. And once above the opponent, Sol used the White Hand technique on him, and in the next moment, icy stalagmites grew in Hicken's place. However, Kvin had not even landed when the ice shattered into pieces and unharmed Hitgun appeared from beneath it. It was one of the best techniques that Quinn mastered, but the black dog did not even flinch from it. However, in the next moment, time stopped again, and the panel warned once more that Hitgun was open to attack. In that case, Saul decided to move behind the enemy, and when time resumed its course, he immediately found himself behind Hitgun. And in the next moment, Quinn executed a lunge, aiming at the back of the opponent's head. But how great was his surprise when the black dog blocked the sword with just 2 fingers. And then he suddenly turned around and threw Kvin away from himself with a powerful blow. And when Saul rose from the ground, Hitgun called him a dummy. And then the black dog turned to the darkened demon of the earth and asked, "Why give this nobody a chance to join the Silver Spirit's squad?" But the next moment Quinn declared that he was not finished yet. And when Hitgun turned to him, Saul switched the fighting style to AI and smoothly soared into the air as an astral projection. In fact, Hitgun did not consider Kvin to be so useless. On the contrary, he thinks that he has potential, which is why the black dog decided to provoke him. Meanwhile, the AI that took control of Kvin's body rushed into battle, but the black dog blocked his blade again with his bare hand. However, in the next moment, icy spikes grew from the blade of the sword. AI applied the white hand technique to its own blade, but Hitgun broke free from the icy prison again. But all of this was just a distraction maneuver, and when Hitgun broke the ice, the AI was already prepared to execute the ignition technique. Hitgun had no choice left but to draw his sword and push the enemy away. Meanwhile, Huynh, observing the battle, was forced to admit that even with the help of AI, the difference in combat power was too great. But suddenly, as if reading his thoughts, the AI irritably called Kvin a damn parasite. Saul was stunned by this, as he sincerely believed that AI was incapable of talking to him. Nevertheless, AI accused Kvin of leaving him to deal with the opponent, even when there was such a big difference in strength between them. But then the AI told Kvin that he lacked greed and desire, which cannot be satisfied. And then the AI even advised Kvin to abandon his pathetic ambitions and desire only one thing: to tear his enemy to shreds. Saul was forced to admit that there is sense in the AI's words. For most of the clan's best warriors go into battle with such intent, while those lowest in the hierarchy are not ruthless enough. And meanwhile, Hitgun asked the AI, does it surrender? But in response, the AI snorted and declared that it was impossible to win against this dilettante with such a body. And then the AI began to press 3 acupuncture points in turn, which was very risky, if not deadly. Kvin panicked at this, because the AI was going to win the fight, putting his life on the line. But the suddenly appeared panel asked Kvin, does he wish to intervene in the fight? Saul immediately responded with agreement, and the next moment he returned to his own body. From the realization that he had almost died, Kvin breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the approaching Hitgun praised Huynh, saying it was impressive. In response, Saul apologized and asked for another chance, but Hitgun assured that it was unnecessary, as he had already understood his level. Then Kvin bowed to Hitgun and once again asked for one more chance. The black dog was about to refuse, but the earth demon suddenly ordered them to continue and give their all. Then Hitgun did not argue with his lord and only warned Kvin that this was his last chance. In response, Saul thanked for the opportunity given and prepared for battle. Kvin already understood that he definitely could not win against the black dog, so this time he decided to try a new fighting style: simulation. Then a shadow warrior materialized before Kvin, and to Kvin's surprise, in front of Hitgun as well. And the next moment the panel announced that the simulation had begun, and at that very second 2 shadow warriors crossed blades. Watching their battle, Quinn belatedly realized that the shadows were showing him all the possible ways he could attack the enemy. However, not a single one of his shadow's attacks has yet touched Hitgun's shadow, but it continued until Kvin's shadow wounded the enemy in the side. The panel reported that the result was confirmed, and the next moment Huynh launched an attack. His body moved on its own, exactly mirroring all the movements of the shadow warrior. Hitgun easily parried every strike and irritably asked Kvin, what are such simple attacks for? Soon the black dog grew tired of such childishness and decided to end the fight with one swift lunge. But it was precisely this that Kvin was demanding from him. And when Hitgun made a lunge, Saul dodged his attack and immediately wounded the opponent in the side. Kvin distracted him with simple attacks until he got bored, and then Hitgun lost vigilance and exposed himself, allowing Saul to catch him off guard. But the joy of victory immediately vanished when the black dog gave Kvin a deadly look. Saul tried to calm him down, but Hitgun had already raised his sword and went on the attack. However, in the next moment, his hand was stopped by the earth demon. He calmly ordered Hitgun to stop and reminded him that Sol Huynh was needed alive. The black dog bowed and apologized, but Pol calmed him down, saying that Quinn was just mocking him. Then the earth demon looked at Kvin and stated that the position of head of the Death Spirit group would suit him, but he would need time to settle into their organization. Therefore, Pol decided that before Saul takes on the role of head of the Death Spirit group, the head of the educational department would give him several lessons. But before that, the Earth Demon asked Hikkun if he had any objections, to which the Black Dog admitted that he intended to do the same. Then Pul turned to Kvin and said with a smile that from this moment he appoints him a member of the Death Spirit group. And in response, Sol loudly assured that he would try his best. It took 4 days to recover after the battle with Hikkun, during which Hwin alternately meditated, ate, and slept. However, the AI's words about greed did not give him peace all these days. At first, Kvin was greedy, but now he wondered, does he have it now? The answer to this question was negative, because the more lives Kvin has, the less desperately he strives for his desire. Unfortunately, Sol is not brave enough to face his fear face to face. However, the Earth Demon said that after Hwin settles here and finishes training, he will be able to become the leader of the Death Spirit group. This will take 3 years, so Sol swore to himself that during this time he would become better than this damn AI. But the suddenly appeared panel offered Kvin to save the progress. Sol remembered that such an opportunity is provided after completing the task or before its start, which means that something should happen now. But Hwin was already accustomed to such surprises, so he calmly saved the progress on the last of the 3 remaining slots. Well, after that Sol decided to take a swim and train a little to clear his mind. But when he approached the door, the panel suddenly offered him to choose a schedule. 4 options were offered to choose from: martial arts training, receiving a mission, fulfilling military duties, and inspecting the territory. And Kvin had to make such choices 36 times. In other words, by choosing one of the 4 options, Sol will have to occupy only it for a whole month. In this case, Kvin first decided to learn martial arts, but in response, the panel asked specifically what he wanted to learn. While a member of the Silver Spirit Squad, Sol first decided to study its main combat art called Destruction of the Spiritual Root. But no sooner had he made his choice than the doors opened and someone entered Kvin's room. The unexpected guest turned out to be an elderly man who introduced himself as Jokpa. Then he explained that he is responsible for training in the Death Spirit group, and from today, Hwin will begin training in the main martial art of the Silver Spirit Squad. Well, after that, Jock turned towards the exit and told Kvin to follow him. But as soon as he took a step towards the exit, Hwin seemed to enter AI mode at that very second. He began to see himself training under the guidance of Jock. And in the next moment, Sol found himself on his bed, and the panel announced that his understanding of the martial art Destruction of the Spiritual Root had improved. Kvin looked around confusedly, not remembering how he returned to the room, but for some reason remembering the entire month of training. And after checking his status, Sol could not contain his joy, because all his attributes increased by 10,000 units. But then Kvin decided to test a hypothesis and approached the door again. And no sooner had he done this, than time stopped at that very second. And the panel once again offered Kvin to choose the schedule for the month. And then Kvin's face was visited by a smile because he realized that it was not a dream. He only blinked, and a month had already passed, during which Sol learned about the internal structure of the Black Turtle building, the members of the educational department, and all the subgroups of the Silver Spirit. But most importantly, Kvin learned the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. This Kvin was seized by excitement and wondered, how much stronger will he become in a whole year? Of the remaining options for training, Kvin had 3 left: surveillance theory, meridian theory, and instructions from the head of the educational department. This time Kvin decided to choose the second option, and in the next moment he found himself back on the bed as if he had never left. However, the panel reported that Sol successfully learned the theory of meridians, which he could not help but be pleased about. Getting on his feet, Kvin decided to try all the martial arts he had learned and train at the same time. But suddenly his attention was drawn to the box, which reminded Kvin of the treasure hunt during the army trials. But, unfortunately, when opening it, Sol did not even find a nutrition bar. However, in the next moment, the suddenly appeared panel offered him to combine martial arts. Hwin had no idea what it meant, but still decided to try. However, in response, the panel reported that books on martial arts were not found, and asked to place the books in the box. Kvin did not have any books on martial arts with him, but seeing clean scrolls and manuscripts on the shelves gave him an idea. Fortunately, Sol remembered all the martial arts he had learned, so he decided to write them down. In the end, Kvin wrote 6 books on martial arts in one evening, which seriously hurt his arm. And afterwards, Sol simply put all 6 books into one box, as the panel had requested. But then she warned Kvin that the characteristics of martial arts differ, and only one of the 5 elements can be enhanced: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Then Sol left only the books about the white radiance and the white hand in the box, because both these arts relate to the element of water. And this time the fusion was successful, and Kvin received a book about the martial art of the white body. This art allows you to make the whole body so strong that it cannot be wounded by either a sword or a blade. Of course, Sol could not use it properly now, but even an imitation of this art is enough to create ice as strong as steel. And so Kvin decided not to stop at what had been achieved and to continue the experiment. Next in line was the martial art of the fiery hand and harsh peaks, which combined into the martial art of severe flame. Now the power of Hvin's fire has become stronger with less chi expenditure. And although it was not possible to unite other martial arts, Saul was satisfied with everything. But suddenly the first rays of the rising sun struck Kvin's face. Salt did not even notice how a new day had already come, and this meant that it was time to train again. And so Kvin confidently headed to the door, and the next moment the panel habitually asked, which schedule does he want to choose? The Black Turtle Estate is a place where members of the Silver Spirit Squad train, and it is surrounded by forest on all sides. Today, Kvin begins training with the head of the educational department, so he met with him at the training ground. Jacques Pa admitted that he was pleasantly surprised by Kvin's achievements, as he managed to master in 4 months what would have taken a genius 3 years. In response to the praise, Saul bowed and thanked the leader. However, he stated that Kvin's abilities are still insufficient to benefit the demon of the earth. And then Jacques asked Kvin a question. How strong does he think the disciples of the heavenly demon are? Salt sincerely did not know the answer, but then Jacques revealed that behind the red demon, Salma, stood 3 high demons. Next to Mavu stand 2 masters of the same kind, but behind them follow several dozen junior demons. With Akron are also 2 high demons, though no one knows exactly how she managed to persuade them to cooperate with her. As soon as Joku finished speaking, the panel immediately explained to Kvin that the highest level of mastery is called Demonic God, followed by Supreme Demon, and then Lesser Demon. Then Saul asked, how many such masters follow the demon of the earth? But to his surprise, Jacques stated that not a single one. Then Kvin asked, how the Earth Demon managed so well all this time, to which Jacques replied with a smile that it was all thanks to his potential. And then the chief secretly revealed that Mr. Pool Key was born under the Star of Destruction, which made Saul stunned. It's all because a master blessed by the heavens themselves is born once every 1,000 years. He is capable of mastering any form of martial arts, and even becoming a demonic god. Moreover, it is believed that if such a person trains in demonic martial arts, they will be impossible to defeat. However, Jacques explained that the one blessed by the Star of Destruction usually does not live beyond 16 years because they are unable to control their madness. That is precisely why the Heavenly Demon chose Mr. Bullet as a disciple, because the Earth Demon differs from other blessed stars of destruction. Then Huynh suggested that Pool Key could become the head of the clan, but Jacques objected, because a Star of Destruction is a Star of Destruction. If the demon of the earth reveals its true power, it will die, because its fate is to show all its might only once, after which it will perish. After these words, Saul finally understood that the infinity symbol above the earth demon's head meant the boundless power of the Star of Destruction. Meanwhile, Jacques sternly asked Kvin if he understood why he was no longer the demon of the earth's assistant. But to the question, Kvin replied with a question. Then what is the meaning of the existence of the Silver Spirit Squad? Then Jacques replied that their goal was to spread disinformation to destroy the squads of other heavenly demon disciples. And then Jacques lowered the sheath onto Kvin's shoulder and added that their goal was also to fight not for life, but to the death, and to put an end to it all in one battle. But the most important thing now is that with his level, Kvin cannot become the head of the Death Spirit group, so Jacques will train him and help him become stronger. Then Saul firmly declared in response that he was ready to obey the leader in everything. However, how great was his surprise when the panel that appeared next warned about the start of the task. Reach the next level in 1 day, and for its successful completion, Kvin had to perform 10,000 lunges and chopping strikes. Saul began training under the guidance of Jacques, but this time the time did not fly by quickly as it did before. The first day of training flowed into the second, and then into the third, causing Quinn to begin wondering. How is he supposed to complete 10,000 strikes in 1 day? After all, if the position of his body was not perfectly correct, the hit was not counted. And so, in the constant repetition of swings and lunges, Saul spent 16 days. And on the 17th day, Kvin finally managed to fulfill the task conditions, which he loudly announced throughout the Black Turtle estate. But what his surprise and outright shock were when the panel added 10,000 spinning strikes to the task conditions. Saul was able to cope with everything only by the 29th day. But the moment he thought that he was definitely done with the workout, the panel doubled the number of exercises in the next moment. Meanwhile, Joka was visited with a report by the elder of the educational department named Paek Ryong. He reported to the leader on the successes of the members of the Death Spirit group, and Jacques was forced to admit that all 4 had excellent grades. Orim, Johnsun, and Yeonjin were quite well known in their own right. However, Jacques did not expect such high results from Sorin. Then Beck added that Soryan is an extremely clever girl, capable of deceiving an ordinary person, and that is how she passed the army tests. The last words reminded Joka of Kvin, and he asked Peck, "Is that runt who is supposed to become the head of the Death Spirit group still meditating?" In response, Beck revealed that Huynh has not been training for 3 months and has been meditating all this time. And then Beck dared to express the opinion that appointing Huynh as the head of the Death Spirit group is not a very good idea. And when Jok asked why he thought so, Beck explained that Sol had been repeating basic movements for several months, whereas he should be training to act in different situations. However, in response, Jok stated that Huynh was not just repeating movements. All this time he was circulating true chi throughout the body. At these words, Beck was stunned, for the circulation of true chi is a technique that allows one to channel all their strength into the blade of the sword. And so Beck asked if Huynh really managed to learn this in a few months, to which Jok suggested visiting him. Kvin found him at the training ground, where he was engaged in meditation. Without turning around, Sol greeted Jok and Peck as they approached, and then the leader asked, had he finished the task? Kvin calmly replied that not yet, to which Jok reasonably asked why. But in response, Sol still calmly stated that he sees no point in it. He wondered if a perfect movement exists, and now it seems to him that it is impossible. Then Jok asked if that was the answer, but Huynh explained that he was thinking about how to make the impossible possible. At first, it seems that doing something perfectly is impossible. But if you think more broadly, you begin to understand that you cannot afford to make mistakes either. Everything depends on how a person understands what an ideal is, because a wrong answer can also become the right one. At these words, Jok was stunned, for just now Huynh, unknowingly, had reached the heart of the sword. The closer a person is to the ideal, the further they are from it. This is the enlightenment experienced by martial arts masters who have realized the truth. Meanwhile, Sol stretched, loosening his stiff body, and decided to finish with meditation for today. But at the same moment, Jok strictly ordered him to sit back in the lotus position. And then he immediately jumped up to Kvin and ordered him to think about how to repeat the basic movements without stopping. Sol did as he was commanded, and the more he recalled the movements, the stronger the chi flared in his chest. And in the next moment, the chi rushed from the heart to Kvin's head, and his body tensed so much that his clothes tore. And then the chi burst out, and its currents were so strong that they pushed away Kvin Jok with Peck. And when Sol stood up to his full height, the status panel informed him that his combat power was now 5,900,000 units. And finally, the panel congratulated Kvina on the successful completion of the task. Having finished training for today, Quinn returned to his home. There, alone with himself, he decided to check the status, as he felt strange. The status panel explained this feeling by the discovery of the second veins for Chi in Kvin. And then she reported that Sol learned the technique of the 4 main martial arts, the Ghost's Trace-Free Step. After that, Quinn leaned back on the bed and thought that to become stronger, it is not necessary to simply know the best martial arts. One can become stronger in other ways. Understanding martial arts and training is also very important, but basic knowledge is the art of war. By understanding how combat is conducted, one can move to a higher level of mastery. Thus, lost in thought, Kvin fell asleep and slept until dawn. And upon waking, he discovered that martial arts training had disappeared from his schedule. Sol assumed it was because he had already learned everything, and in that case decided to try completing the task. Then the panel offered him a choice of tasks from the Earth Demon, Hikgun, Jokpa, the doctor who treated Kvin, and a simple servant who brings food. Sol decided to start with the task of the Earth Demon, and as soon as he made the choice, he immediately moved to Bullet's office. However, he stated that Kvin is still not ready and cannot choose this task yet. And the next moment, Sol moved back to his room. Then Quinn decided to try an easier task and chose the leader of the Silver Spirit Squad, Hikgun. But when Sol moved to him, Hikgun stated that although he managed to open the double chi veins, this task was not suitable for him and advised him to return in about a year. Win found himself in his room again, and then he decided to try the last option on the list. But no sooner had he made a choice than the servant who brings the food knocked on the door the next moment. He respectfully asked for permission to enter the room, and Sol did not refuse the request. The servant was named Nosum, and Kvin knew that he served the Elder Khon. When the servant entered the room, he immediately bowed to Kvin and confessed that he wanted to talk to him about something very important. Nosum recounted that one day the Elder came to the clan leader's assistant, but he was not at his usual place, and while waiting, Han accidentally found a forbidden book in the brazier. At first, the Elder was confused, but later decided to secretly give this book to his close follower who was waiting outside. However, this led to the following problem. This follower suddenly disappeared, which most likely means that he left the clan and went to the Middle Lands. After listening to the servant, Quinn asked how the follower of Khan managed to escape unnoticed, and suggested that he was killed by the chief's assistant or someone else. But in response, Nosam objected, saying that the follower's body was not found, and, moreover, it was Han who came to the clan leader's assistant, so they were in no way connected to each other. And then the servant became nervous and said that if the forbidden book was deliberately placed in the brazier, Elder Kon would find himself in a difficult situation. Then Saul asked why the servant told him this, to which he explained that if someone leaves the clan, death awaits them. Therefore, Nosum was looking for a suitable person who can move freely and is not affiliated with any factions. It was then that Hwin realized that Nosamu actually needed a person whose death would go unnoticed. No one stands behind Kvin, which means no one will avenge him, and freedom of movement means that the Supreme Court also does not care about him. Nevertheless, Saul asked, is he entitled to a reward if he brings in the deserter? Then Nosum replied with the words of the Elder Kon that he would thank Kvin, but only once. And then the panel reported receiving a task to capture the senior student Han within a month. And as a reward, Hwin will receive the trust of the Elder and a forbidden book on the technique of face alteration. Kvina was alarmed that the servant said the deserter was a follower, but in fact it turned out to be the Elder's favorite student. And Saul had also heard about a secret technique that allows changing appearance, but before he thought it was simply impossible. However, then Kvin's attention was drawn to the name of the runaway student, Imuki, and so he asked the servant for clarification. Is the Elder's follower not a demon of lust? And when Nosum confirmed his fears, Saul grabbed his head. The forbidden book on the secret technique of face alteration ended up in the hands of the demon of lust. No wonder he escaped. Kvin was about to set off after the deserter, but the servant said there was something else. Elder Kon ordered that another person who knows Imuki well should go with Quinn, and it will also be easier for him to leave the clan. Kvin realized that the Elder wanted to oversee everything and asked the servant, who will it be? Then soon a fat and bald man entered Kvin's room, who introduced himself as Sokdu. Then he bowed low to Kvin and declared that he would accompany him. Meanwhile, the status panel informed Kvin that Sokdu is a carpenter, and he has absolutely no chi. Then Kvin asked how they could leave the clan, to which Sokdu explained that he was building barricades on the way to the main gates so they could tell the guards that they went to gather wood. But as soon as Kvin agreed to Sokdu's plan, he moved in the next moment. Saul found himself inside the carriage, and the panel reported that he was heading to the main city of Qinghai, Xining. But while they were still on the way, Huin asked Sokdu, is it true that they will be able to find the lust demon no matter how it looks? But in response, Sokdu assured that he has known Imuki since childhood. However, then Sokdu got angry because of the memories, and added that although Imuki has a different face, he cannot change his habits and manner of moving. Every day Imuki mocked Sokdu and said that women did not like him because he was ugly and always looked dirty. And then Sokdu completely burst into tears and asked Quinn, loneliness is not a sin, right? Fortunately, Kvin did not have to answer this question, because the coachman reported that they had already arrived at the place. And when Hwin and Sokdu got out of the carriage, they found themselves in a city called Sinin. And looking at the familiar houses and streets, Saul asked himself, how much time has passed? Kvin was born into a butcher's family but lost his parents early. To survive, he became a beggar, but because of this, he was often beaten and accused of theft. One day, while Saul desperately tried to survive in this terrible world, someone found him. You want to learn martial arts? The strangers asked. And enchanted by these words, Hwin agreed to join the demonic academy. At that time, he did not know that a job worse than a butcher awaited him, and therefore Saul could not hold back an ironic smirk. However, she did not hide from Sokdu's curious eyes, and he asked, what was Hwin thinking about? But in response, Saul lied that he was hungry and wondered what to eat. Then Sokdu suggested having lunch at the tavern Big Fief. Kin did not refuse the offer, and soon he and Sokdu found themselves inside the tavern. However, the atmosphere inside the establishment was by no means friendly. Right in the middle of the tavern, a confrontation was brewing between two groups of fighters from different clans. Some were from the swordsman clan called Pei Chong. The second were from the rival clan Gujun. The reason for the dispute was obvious, which clan was better and stronger throughout all of Qinghai. However, while the swordsmen argued and entertained the crowd of onlookers, Quinn calmly proceeded to the free table. Soon the waiter served the dishes, and Sol with Sokdu were able to briefly distract themselves from their worries during lunch. However, the next moment Kvin's attention was drawn by the conversation of two girls. One of them addressed the second as Lady Ju and asked her to break up the quarreling swordsmen. However, in response, Ju firmly stated that the swordsmen would just bicker with each other and then agree to settle it another day. And also Ju said that they are all cowards and just putting on a brave front in front of her. However, then her attention was drawn to Quinn and Sokdu. Lunch was already nearing its end, and Saul asked Sokdu if they had any money at all. He immediately got nervous at the question, but still admitted that he spent all the money on the cart to get here. Is it necessary to say that Kvin was stunned by such news? Sokdu asked not to worry about it, but at that very second a kunai flew towards his head. However, Sokdu easily caught it with simple chopsticks. And the next moment he suddenly jumped up from the table and shouted across the entire tavern that his arm was broken. And when Sokdu stopped shouting, a chair flew towards the arguing swordsman. All disputes immediately ceased, and the gazes of all the swordsmen turned to the very angry Sokdu, who was heading straight towards them. Sokdu asked who threw the kunai and kicked the floor with all his might. And then he went straight to the two main instigators of the dispute and repeated his question. They all swore in unison that they did not do it, but Sokdu grabbed both by the collars and growled, "Then who?" And then Sokdu very clearly explained to the swordsmen that they had disturbed his master, and therefore they would pay his bill. In response, the swordsmen straightened up at attention and chorused that they understood everything. Meanwhile, Huin had already gotten up from the table and, approaching Sokdu, said that it was time for them to leave. Then in response, Sokdu put his hand behind his back and smiled while raising his thumb. However, in the next moment, modest applause sounded and Ju approached Huin and Sokdu. The girl praised Sokdu's skill and said that she was very pleased to meet them. However, Kevin became wary because the panel warned that the girl in front of him is the granddaughter of the head of the estate of 1,000 golden mountains. But the main thing is that Ju has 2 tasks for Kevin. Such an opportunity could not be ignored, so Saul decided to listen to the girl and wait to see what exactly she would propose. Then Ju approached Quinn almost closely and said that she had not seen for a long time swordsmen from Paichong and Gujun being put in their place. In response, impressed by the beauty of the girl, Sokdu inquired, "Who is she?" Juju realized and introduced herself, then allowed herself to boast a little and added that everyone in the district knows her. That was when Huin understood why those 2 swordsmen were so interested in her, as she was the granddaughter of the richest man in Qinghai. Judging by how Sokdu blushed, Quinn also realized that Ju could achieve anything just by saying his name. However, the maiden's charms did not affect him, so Sol directly asked, "What was the granddaughter of the most influential person in Qinghai doing in such a place?" Then in response, Ju admitted that martial arts masters always awaken her interest, so she wants to learn various martial arts. However, Kvin smiled and hinted to her that they are not as good people as she thinks. But Ju did not stay in debt, and stated that if a person is talented, then most likely they have a dark side. Then she noted that Kvin's clothing and manner of speech did not resemble the local ones, and therefore she assumed that he had arrived from Tibet. Huin smiled and lied that everything was really so, and asked, could he ask Ju for something? She turned away as if offended and said that they had just met, and Kvin already needed a favor. However, the very next moment, Ju agreed and asked with a smile, "What does Kvin need?" Then Sol invited the girl to the table and suggested having a chat over a cup of hot tea. Only after this did Quinn reveal that they needed to catch a fugitive, and since Ju knows this place well, her help will be very useful. In response, the girl calmly asked, "What does Kavinu know about this person?" Then Sol honestly answered that it was the demon of lust, but all they knew was that he was forever in search of women. And then Quinn added that the lust demon uses demonic martial arts and can change appearance, so they do not know what he looks like. At these words, the cup in Ju's hand trembled slightly, which was not surprising. Although Qinghai is not considered part of the Central Lands, the Demon Academy here is feared just as much. Nevertheless, Huin continued and warned Ju that the lust demon was skilled enough to hide his demonic nature. Then the girl asked in fear, "Does this mean that Saul is also from the Demonic Academy?" But Huin answered negatively. Now he could fully control his demonic chi, and Sokdu doesn't have it at all, so Ju won't be able to sense their true nature. After a brief moment of thought, the girl agreed, but immediately asked, what can Quinn offer her in return for help? However, in response, Quinn smiled indulgently and hinted that it was more of a suggestion than a request. But then he sweetened the pill and explained that the Earth Demon, who causes chaos in the world, will be caught by a warrior from the estate of 10,000 golden mountains. Salt was not going to lose the advantage, so if Ju did not agree, he would simply find another informant. But Ju did not disappoint him, and with a good-natured smile assured that she would help. Then Sol decided to push harder, and asked Ju to help them a little more, specifically to find them a place where they could spend the night and have lunch. However, in response, Ju asked in surprise, "Will this really be enough?" And when Kvin was already surprised, the girl with a smile explained that she would gladly provide maps of this area and information known only to her family. But after Sol catches the Earth Demon, he will have to return to the estate of 10,000 golden mountains. That was the condition of Ju Sohye. Kvin had to admit that she was not an ordinary person and very ambitious. He also suggested that the girl's condition was related to her future task, and therefore found no reason to refuse. Leaving the tavern, Ju escorted the guests to her family's estate, and seeing it, Huin was convinced firsthand that the Sohye family was indeed the richest in Qinghai. But they had not yet reached the estate's threshold, when a maid immediately ran up to Ju and informed her that her grandfather was looking for the lady. And when Ju asked about the reason, the maid explained that the master had brought her future fiancé. In response to such news, Ju sternly asked where her grandfather was now with the guest, and the maid immediately replied that they were in the carved gazebo. Then Ju apologized to Huin and said that a maid would lead them to the room. and the estate owner, who was known as Vangel, was receiving an honored guest in the carved gazebo. It turned out to be a young man named Muyon, whom Vangel chose as the future fiancé of his granddaughter. But soon the very reason for the meeting visited the carved gazebo. Jo apologized to her grandfather for being late, but then reproached Muyon for showing up without warning. Muyon was confused and, apologizing, admitted that he came so suddenly because he really wanted to see her. Vangel decided to stand up for Muyon and explained that he had finished working on his task, and then asked Ju to sit down with them at the table. Meanwhile, in one of the separate buildings of the estate, Quinn and Sokdu settled. While waiting for Ju's return, Sol unsuccessfully tried to figure out how to use the technique called God of Wind. Sokdu spent all this time eavesdropping at the door, and soon Huynh could not stand it and asked, "What is so interesting that he hears?" Then Sokdu said that there was some commotion behind the door, and everyone was talking about Madame Ju's fiancé. All the servants in the estate are gathering to go see him, so Sokdu suggested that Kvin join them, but he refused. Sokdu did not get upset, but added that according to rumors, their fiancé is Huanshan, and after these words, Sol became wary. And in the next moment he jumped up to Sokdu and asked sternly, "Did he hear correctly?" Sokdu swore that he heard the servants mention Huanshan, which reminded Huinu of the elder Gujo Myung. But then Sol suddenly turned away and ordered Sokdu to take him to the carved gazebo. Meanwhile, Vangel decided to properly introduce himself to Mr. Muyon's granddaughter. Vangel revealed that Muyon is an independent student from Huangshan, and he is also a well-known martial arts master in their region. However, Ju had heard something completely different about Muyon, namely that he was careless, and due to his recklessness many projects had failed. And she also heard that Muyon is very affectionate and adores women. In response, Vangel tried to smooth things over and said that there are always many women around a hero, and if a man does not treat a woman harshly, it is not a vice. Muyon also tried to justify himself and assured Ju that what she fears will not happen, and as proof of this, Muyon swore by his family. However, judging by Ju's facial expression, Muyon's words did not impress her. But then Muyon noticed the gathered crowd of servants and asked, "Why has everyone gathered to look at him?" However, the next moment his face twitched because he noticed Kvin and Sokdu in the crowd. Meanwhile, Vangel inquired, "Is it true that teacher Muyon's health is improving?" Muyon realized and replied with an awkward smile that his teacher would need some more time to fully recover. Such an answer surprised Vangel because last month Muyon told him that the teacher would soon be healthy. However, in response, Muyon suddenly stood up from the table, apologized for the sudden visit, and said that it was already time for him to leave. And to Vangel's question about the reason, Muyon awkwardly replied that he had an urgent matter to deal with. Meanwhile, Huynh asked Sokdu if this Muyon was really from Huanshan, to which the carpenter replied that at least that's what they said. Then Sol asked if Sokdu would really be able to recognize the demon of lust, to which he assured that he would never forget Imuki. However, looking at Muyeon, Huynh was ready to argue with Sokdu. Watching Muon leave the carved gazebo, Sol was convinced that face-changing technology really exists. Why did he decide that? Because the status panel informed Kvin that the person in front of him was not named Muyeon, but Imuki. And this means that the real Muyeon is already dead, and the demon of lust has taken his body. However, now Kvin was wondering how to deal with him, since he could not use demonic martial arts during the fight. Then Sol decided that since he already knew that Muyeon was Imuki, it would be better to just follow him. But no sooner had he thought so than the demon of lust cast a cold glance at him. It was then that Kvin realized that Imuki had already figured everything out, and slowly reached for his sword. Meanwhile, Sokdu noticed Huynh tensing up and asked if he thought it was the demon of lust. And when Vangel and Imuki were passing by, Sokdu directly stated that he would recognize him immediately, so it really wasn't him. Only a deaf person would not have heard the carpenter's words, so Imuki stopped and asked Ju, "Who are these two?" The girl immediately explained that these were her guests, to which the demon of lust declared that such skilled people are rarely found in Qinghai. But then Imuki approached Kvin with Sokdu and asked, "How did they meet Mrs. Ju?" In response, Sokdu stated that the lady saw their combat abilities and invited them to the estate. But Kvin guessed that now Imuki is trying to understand their level of martial arts mastery. But now it didn't matter because thanks to the heart of the sword, Huyn's demonic nature could no longer be recognized. However, the next moment Ju interrupted the conversation and accused Imuki of rudeness towards her guests. Then the demon of lust apologized and assured Ju that he just wanted to understand what kind of people they were. At first, Kvin just wanted to follow Imuki and attack unexpectedly, but now he has changed his mind. And when the demon of lust was about to leave, Sol asked, "Did he really think they wouldn't find him?" Imuki got nervous and pretended not to understand. But then Quinn explained with a smile that simply hiding his demonic nature was not enough to hide from them. And then Sol grabbed the sword's hilt and added that the earth demon needed to hide it better to deceive everyone. And in the next moment, Quinn drew his blade and declared that even in such a case, he would still find him. Time froze again, and a message appeared before Kvin that the weak spot of Imuki had been found. A note to the task also appeared containing recommendations and warnings. These were the conditions of the task based on which Quinn concluded that it was better not to use demonic martial arts now. But Quinn did not want to refuse the task with good rewards, so he decided to deal with Imuki properly. Choosing the option, approaching closely, Quinn appeared behind the enemy and instantly delivered a striking attack. Although the strike reached its target, to his surprise, the sword simply bounced off the body of Imuki. The panel reported a hit. Health and the character's pain slightly decreased. Looking surprised, Kvin concluded that Imuki defended himself using chi, which is why the sword simply bounced off without causing him harm. It was necessary to wound him more severely. The crowd behind Hwin began to buzz, heated by the upcoming battle. But for Hwin, it did not matter at all. Possibly due to the difference in skills, the screen with the perfect opportunity continued to appear after each Quinn attack. Suddenly, Imuki, raising his hand, begged for mercy. But Hwin had no intention of killing him because he had many questions for Imuki. Suddenly, the fighting men were surrounded by armed people. They immediately drew their weapons, wanting to help Mr. June. Kvin was annoyed because it was the guard of the estate of 10,000 gold mountains, and they could not be killed. A screen immediately appeared warning Kvin that the guards had discovered his weak spot, to which he only sighed heavily. And the guards went on the attack, but Quinn easily dodged their attacks without striking back, yet the screen kept appearing. Then Hwin concluded that the message about the weak spot kept appearing because he did not know how to deal with the guards. But worst of all, Hwin could not kill them, and that is exactly why he lost Imuki. Kvina was starting to get very annoyed, so he used the white hand technique and threw the guards back. Then he changed the combat type from turn-based to simulation. Sokdu immediately rushed to him, clearly worried about his master's condition. Sokdu could fight instead of Quinn since he should not have such limitations. Sokdu could not believe that it was really Imuki, but Hwin immediately ordered him to shut up and deal with the guards, warning that they must not be killed. Finally, the problem was solved and Kvina decided to return to turn-based combat, but the panel rejected his request. Then Kvin remembered that he could not change the type of fight whenever he pleased. This task was becoming more difficult because in the simulation he could not see the parameters. Therefore, Kvin will have to look for Imuki in the crowd by himself. An unexpected shout tore him from his thoughts. Running to the place from where the scream came, Quinn discovered a desiccated body. Now he understood what proliferation was. The technique of absorbing life energy, Imuki recovers by drawing life energy from people. Frantically looking around, Quinn tried to find Imuki who had changed his appearance. Suddenly an old man nearby shouted and pointing with his finger, said that there was also a dead man there. Approaching closer, Quinn discovered 2 more dried bodies. In anger, Quinn bit his lip and the old man, pointing in a direction, said that the enemy ran that way. Suddenly a shadow appeared before Quinn, and a message popped up on the screen about the need to jump. Surprise appeared on Kvin's face. He hesitated, but immediately followed the command and jumped up. And at that moment, the old man only sliced the air in front of him. Landing behind the old man, Quinn was furious. He could not have imagined that Imuki could pretend to be an old man. Realizing that his attack was unsuccessful, Imuki rushed into the crowd. Quinn immediately followed him, pushing aside onlookers. Running past a woman with a child, Quinn suddenly stopped. Jumping up to the woman, he grabbed her by the hand. It was not Imuki, because he did not feel chi in the woman. The woman asked fearfully what was happening here, but Kvin only began to turn his head around, hoping to find Muki with his eyes. Suddenly, a shadow appeared again, and a message lit up on the screen. Jump! But Hwin realized what was happening too late. A sharp pain pierced his right side. Quinn spun around sharply and knocked the woman's head off, but only a withered body fell to the ground. It was not Imuki then, so where did he attack from? Suddenly, Havina was struck by a suspicion. Could it really have been a child in the woman's arms? Suddenly, Vangel intervened in the matter, ordering the guards and everyone else to stop immediately. The guards immediately bowed their heads at the appearance of the master. Then Vangel asked the captain if it was true that a demon had appeared here. The captain, sweating, nodded affirmatively. He also reported that women and children are dying because the demon is taking their life energy. Then Vangel thought. He was really more worried about where Mr. June had gone, to which the captain reported that June disappeared after a fight with Hwin. Suddenly, Kvin's attention was drawn by a noise behind him. Approaching closer, he discovered that Sokdu had become 2. Looking at this picture, Sohyai concluded that one of them was the person Hwin was looking for, which meant that Mr. June was surely already dead. Watching how 2 Sokdu argued, Hwin thought that Imuki was not an ordinary person. In the confusion, he exactly copied Sokdu's clothes and even his voice. Now Hwin understood why Elder Peck took him as a disciple. Sokyai was excited. She did not know what to do because it was necessary to somehow figure out which of the two was Kvin's companion. But Kvin was not going to figure anything out. He did not care which of the two was real, because if he beat both of them half to death, the real Yimuki would reveal himself. And throwing aside the sword, Kvin began to warm up his fists, advising both to clench their teeth tighter. Suddenly the face of one of Sokdu began to change. Behind Kvin, surprised exclamations were heard. Finally, Yimuki acquired his true form. In his hands was a whip covered with spikes. He was no longer going to run away. His aura changed because he was stealing life energy to become stronger. Kvin sighed heavily. Could it be that Yimuki wants to fight, and then boldly winked at him and said, "That's great." Smiling quite a bit, Yimuki raised the whip and struck, but Kvin did not even move. The heated Yimuki struck blow after blow, but Kvin continued to stand still, taking all the attacks. Sokdu tried to intervene in the matter, but immediately retreated after being struck with a whip. The face of Yimuki twisted into a sadistic smile, and he, laughing, said he would tear out Kvina's eyes and skin him alive if he dared to surrender. For Yimuki was not done venting steam yet. But Kvin just emotionlessly rubbed his cheek, saying it only stings a little and that's all. Then, smiling, he added, "Is that all?" These words drove Yimuki into a rage, and swinging once again, he used demonic chi. Kvin smiled quite a bit because all the conditions were met. Quickly closing the distance, he grabbed Yimuki by the head. Now it was his turn, and Kvin began slapping Yimuki in the face until he started begging for mercy. Smirking maliciously, Kvin advised Yimuki to grit his teeth harder because he was going to break his skull. The sun was setting, illuminating the window grill of one of the estate buildings. Inside, Sokdu was rubbing his fists opposite the bound Yimuki, whose face was covered in blood. Behind appeared Kvin, asking if Yimuki had blabbed. To which Sokdu, wiping sweat from his forehead, replied that Yimuki was a stubborn scoundrel and even tried to threaten him. Yimuki, spitting richly in Sokdu's face, once again began showering him with threats. Then he smiled sadly and said that he had been tortured like that many times, so they would get nothing out of him. Then Sokdu began beating Yimuki again, and Hwin thought because he had recently promised to tell everything just to stop being beaten. But everything changed as soon as Hwin asked him to write down everything that was in the book about the technique of changing the face. Although the task was completed, Hwin received only 2 awards. Hwin pushed Sokdu aside and asked Umuki if it was true that he decided not to say anything. While Hwin was walking here, he thought there was only one method that would definitely work on the lust demon. Hwin threateningly pulled his right leg back. Iamuki watched the events with horror, not understanding what Kvin was talking about, but he only smiled in response. And then with all his might, he kicked him in the groin. Iamuki screamed in pain. Kvin apologized because he wanted to hit both, but missed slightly. He promised that this time he would not miss and swung his leg again. Then Yimuki screamed in horror because he did not want to become a eunuch. Kvin sat on the chair with one leg crossed over the other, opposite a small table where Yimuki was seated with a sheet of paper in front of him. Behind them, Sokdu stood menacingly with his arms crossed over his chest. Strictly speaking, Kvin ordered Yimuki to write everything down with precision to the last letter. Trembling with fear, Yimuki replied that he was trying. Yimuki took life energy from people whenever he felt like it, so Kvin did not feel any pity for him. But Muki just wanted to start over because he felt he could no longer stay in the sect, so he wanted to live like Mr. June. Only the words angered Kvina. Could it be that Imuk thought he could live like everyone else? Suddenly he became curious why Imuki ran away with a book about face-changing techniques. But Muki did not understand what was being talked about because it was a book about body-shape changing techniques. Surprise appeared on Kvin's face. Now he understood how Muki managed to completely transform the entire body. Finally, Muki finished recording and handed the book to Kvin. A message immediately popped up on the screen, saying that the technique of changing the face and body shape has been learned. Immediately, Sokdu, who had jumped up, helped Muki to stand. Also, Hwin received a message about receiving a forbidden book, a map, and a key to the secret library. Opening the door of the room, Quinn thought that with the body shape changing technique, he could escape even through a fist-sized hole. At the doorstep, Hwin found a surprised Soyai standing next to Wangil, who immediately thanked him because he could have had big problems if Hwin had not intervened. To which Kvin only smiled. He was just doing his job, so no thanks are necessary. Hesitating slightly, Sokyai asked Kvin to visit them later. A note about 2 tasks was still hanging over her head, so Kvin still had reasons to return. Sohyai looked at him in surprise, but Hwin walked past. Turning around, he smiled and said goodbye to Mrs. Ju. Finally, Quinn found himself in his room. The task was completed. As a reward, he received the highest favor of Sima Bayek Han, and all his stats increased by 10,000. Looking at the panel, Quinn thought that 11 days had passed since the start of the task, which meant that the remaining days were free. Then Quinn decided to take advantage of this and try out the techniques he had learned. He spent these 17 days productively. Finally, Quinn understood what speed means for the wind in the 4 great martial arts, and although using it would be problematic, Quinn was still glad about how strong he could become. Quinn smiled when the newly appeared panel offered him to choose the schedule for the next month. Then Vin decided to continue constructing buildings. This time he again took the simplest one. It was from the doctor who healed Vin. It was the dead of night outside, only the full moon illuminating the appearance of Kvin, who was transported by the system. Looking around, Quinn realized that he was near Mount Low in the center of the sect's lands. But he could not understand why the system had brought him here. A message appeared on the panel that Kvinu needs to receive a task from Dr. Han, and immediately a note appeared that the doctor is being pursued by the White Blood Squad. Looking back, Quinn noticed a man in white clothing who was fleeing armed men with all his might. Using the face-changing technique, Kvin managed to infiltrate the ranks of the pursuers, but he still did not know how to save Dr. Kohn. After all, the White Blood Squad was commanded by a one-eyed man who had reached the zenith level with an unimaginable combat power rating. The Chamber of White Sleep is a place for those who stand at the highest level in the sect, and Quinn knew this very well. Suddenly, the group stopped. Ahead was a forest and a cave nearby. Therefore, the captain ordered to split up and explore the area. Fortunately, Quinn noticed that the doctor headed to the cave, and the 5th and 6th teams, which Quinn was part of, were supposed to study the cave. The group slowly advanced through the tunnel, illuminated only by a couple of torches in the hands of the pursuers. Suddenly, the squad leader ordered to stop. There was a fork ahead. Therefore, he decided to split the squad into 2 groups. And if there is another intersection ahead, it will be necessary to split into pairs. The squad leader decided to stay before the fork since there was no other exit from the cave. Fortunately, Kvin got the road to where Dr. Kohn was hiding. He needed to time it when there would be fewer people and deal with them. Dr. Han wearily sank to the ground, catching his breath, his legs no longer obeying him. He only regretted one thing, that he could not deliver the cleansing herb to Master Ganma. Suddenly, voices were heard nearby. Dr. Han already thought it was the end for him, so he opened his mouth wide and decided to get rid of the grass. But the sharp voice of the squad leader interrupted him. Pointing the tip of the sword at the doctor's throat, the leader ordered not to move, or he would not just kill the doctor but do it very painfully. But the squad leader had not finished speaking when hands appeared behind him, which cracked and twisted his neck. The doctor stared in surprise at his savior, not fully understanding who was in front of him. Finally, Huynh pulled the bandage off his face, allowing the doctor to recognize him. But Han was even more surprised, because how did Huynh end up here? But for Kvin, everything was simple. Since the doctor helped him, Kvin was obliged to help Kohn, and he asked the doctor to tell what had happened. The matter was this. Captain Whiteblood Hu Quan found the cleansing herb, and since it was a wonderful medicine, he would not be allowed to keep the herb for himself, so Hu Quan decided to hide it. It was dangerous to take the herb immediately as it could be poisonous, so Quan left the herb with Dr. Han to assess its properties. But Dr. Kohn decided to escape, taking the herb. And since everything here belongs to those of higher rank, the captain of the White Blood Squad is looking for him to destroy the evidence of the theft. Kvinu did not fully understand why Dr. Kohn stole. Didn't he realize what could happen? But Dr. Han decided that such a treasure should belong to his master, Ganma. Therefore, he was ready to risk his life for it. Now Hvin understood everything. The suddenly appeared panel announced that a task was received from Dr. Han. It was necessary to earn his trust, and in case of success, Vin would receive part of the map and cleansing herb as a reward. The head of the White Dream Chamber would also be interested in Kvin, and he is an influential person with high status even among the main members of the sect. But Kvin was worried that if he dealt with the White Blood Squad, wouldn't the head of the chamber be angry with him? Suddenly, Huynh heard a rustle behind him. Pulling the bandage over his face again, he ordered the doctor to stay in place. Coming out to the source of the noise, Quinn ran into one of the pursuers holding a torch. Kvin said he was going deeper into the cave and suggested the man with the torch go together. He nodded affirmatively. Immediately, a warning appeared on the panel that if Dr. Han dies or Kvin is exposed, the mission will fail. As soon as the opponent passed by Kvin, he immediately knocked him out with a sharp strike to the neck area, and a member of the White Blood Squad collapsed unconscious before the astonished Dr. Han. Then Huynh decided that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, and the torchlight illuminated the cave. Turning around, Quinn noticed a group from the White Blood Squad blocking his only path of retreat. He would not leave that easily. There were many opponents, but Kvin could still handle them. Then the squad commander stepped forward asking where Quinn was from, to which he mockingly replied that he was definitely not from the White Sleep Ward. The commander was outraged by Kevin's audacious words. Did he really think he could just escape like that? Recalling the recommendations, Kevin drew his blade, for if he did not prove himself a strong ally, he would see no reward. Moreover, according to the notes, Kevin needed to deal with them before they realized who was really in front of them. The problem was that Huynh was constantly focused on the face-changing technique, so he couldn't show what he was capable of. Then Huynh decided that instead of step-by-step fighting, a simulation would be suitable. Analyzing martial arts and its forms, a shadow appeared before Huynh and the simulation began. Kvin exactly repeated all the actions of the shadow. Using the ghost's trace-free step, he appeared behind the opponents' backs. Delivering a horizontal strike, he knocked off the heads of 2 opponents. 2 other opponents tried to strike from behind, but Huynh, using the light armor technique, covered the back area with ice. Behind all this action, Dr. Han watched with his mouth open in surprise. He had heard that Huynh was supposed to become the head of the Death Spirit group, but the doctor believed that Huynh got into the squad through connections. Finally, the last opponent was defeated, and the simulation was over. Every time using this type of combat, Huynh was amazed, as simply mimicking the shadow allowed him to easily deal with opponents. Even though Huynh could not demonstrate his full strength due to the face-changing technique, he still easily managed to deal with the White Flame squad. Looking at the surprised doctor, Quinn said that there was no time to look around, they needed to go. Voices of the 5th group trying to find their comrades were heard from behind, cursing silently in his head. Kavina had a fleeting thought. Could the others have noticed that something was wrong? Apparently, trying to kill the entire squad was a bad idea. But worst of all was that Huynh heard the voice of Captain Hu Quan, whose combat power was equal to Huyn's. But what worried him most was the strange mark in the captain's status, Combat Chi. Then Kvin began to reason frantically. Even if he was lucky enough to deal with the entire squad, he would definitely face problems in the future. Dr. Han, noticing Huyn's torment, came to the conclusion that this was the end, and he still should not have run away. Dr. Kohn understood perfectly that if no one had found out about the theft, everything would have been fine. But now that the squad members died, Kvin might have problems, so he decided to surrender. But Kvin did not share the doctor's pessimism. It was still quite possible to simply cut off everyone's heads. Here Kohn objected that not only the White Blood Squad saw him running away. Kvin looked sadly. The doctor was right. If everyone is killed, it will only be worse. This could affect not only Kvin himself, but also Gonma. And the doctor understood this perfectly, so he handed Havina the cleansing herb, asking her to give it to Master Gonma. Huynh sighed heavily and nodded affirmatively, but to his surprise, the panel announced the completion of the task. As a reward, he received cleansing grass and a part of the map from the Forbidden Book of the Sect chapter. After carefully rereading the messages once again, Quinn concluded that there was no need to help Dr. Kohn return. Sadly lowering his head, Dr. Kohn ordered Kevin to get out of the cave while he would distract the White Blood. Once again asking to pass the herb, Gonma, the doctor, ran out shouting to the White Blood Squad. He heard the noise of commotion, and then a blade pierced Dr. Han's chest. Huynh turned away from the sight and began to climb out of the cave. Finally having arrived in his room, Quinn sighed heavily and sat on the bed. Although the task was successfully completed, an unpleasant aftertaste still remained. Pulling the cleansing herb out of his pocket, Huynh wondered what to do. After all, the doctor had asked him to deliver the herb to Gonma, but Han was already dead, so should he fulfill his request? Then Kevin decided that if no one knows that the cleansing herb even exists, then it will not be known that he used it. Of course, someone could have sent a pigeon with a note, but Kevin still decided to try. And he hid the cleansing herb in the toolkit. Then Huynh also decided to save just in case Gonma still finds out about the existence of the cleansing herb. And although Huynh still had 4 lives, he wanted to be prepared for anything. Having finished all the preparations, Kevin decided to try the herb. The panel immediately informed that for successful absorption of the herb, the breathing technique of yang energy absorption is necessary. The taste of the herb was disgusting. A note immediately appeared on the screen stating that without breathing techniques, the absorption of the cleansing herb would take 1 year. Kvin's face began to burn. He did not know if it was good or bad, since the screen did not say what effect the herb had. Sinking onto the bed in distress, Quinn thought, could it be that he has to endure this for a whole year? Or should he find a breathing technique? A panel immediately appeared before his eyes. The head of the White Dream Chamber, the primordial Asura, wished to meet with Quinn. There were only 2 options, accept or decline. Kvin immediately jumped out of bed. He had a bad feeling. Since the head of the White Sleep Ward personally came to him, it meant that, most likely, his subordinates had already reported everything. Then Huynh thought it was better to refuse, but the panel indicated that such an action was impossible. Huynh gritted his teeth, realizing that he could not avoid this meeting. The door opened and a gray-haired man with a beard entered the room. It was the primordial Asura. Above his head, the status cooperation +2 was glowing. The head of one of the 8 chambers, the Chamber of White Sleep, who ranked 29th among all members of the sect, was the very person who decided to meet Hwin personally. Kavina did not know what cooperation +2 meant. He had not even seen the combat power of the primal Asura. Measuring him with a glance, Hwin decided to ask what business had brought Asura to him. To which Asura, smiling, replied, "Doesn't Hwin himself guess why he is here?" Cold sweat broke out on Hwin, and he tried to lie that he did not know. Then Asura stepped forward and said that if Hwin did not know, then at least let him try to guess. Approaching Hwin closely, Asura measured him with a fierce look and added that Hwin would definitely be able to guess. Here, Asura somehow found out that he took the cleansing herb. But while fleeing, he used Qigong and other techniques to hide his tracks, so Hwin was sure he would not be caught. Meanwhile, Asura continued to press. Hwin hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Suddenly, time stopped, and a panel appeared offering 2 options to choose from. Both options were too daring. Everything was unfolding just like when Hwin met Gonma. Time was relentlessly slipping away. Of course, Hwin could not choose any of them, although usually the options he considered the worst turned out to be the only chance for salvation. But this time the options seemed too crude to Hwin. He did not know what to do, as he saw no difference in the options. Then Hwin decided to choose an option. "What are you talking about? You are carrying some kind of meaningless nonsense, only irritating me with this rubbish." Asura's gaze became stricter. Hwin seemed quite bold to him. Then, sighing heavily, Asura turned away. Hwin was already glad. Could it really have worked? When Asura was walking, he noticed red spots appearing on the faces of his subordinates. This usually happens after eating special herbs, at which point a healing crisis occurs. But Hwin did not understand where Asura was leading. Then the primal, slyly smiling, looked at Hwin. He assumed that Hwin knew what kind of medicinal herb it was, as his face had turned red. Hwin's eyes widened with horror when he finally realized the whole situation. But literally a second later, Asura's hand closed around his neck. Hwin made a big mistake by thinking that Asura would not kill him, as he does not obey any of the heavenly demon's disciples. And this meant that he would have no problems if he simply killed Hwin. And the second hand of the primal pierced Hwin's chest, and his sinister smile illuminated his face. As soon as the loading was complete, Hwin found himself back on the bed, now with 3 lives left. He immediately felt his chest where Asura's hand had pierced it, but there was no wound. Cursing to himself, Hwin thought that the task turned out to be too complicated. The head of the White Dream Chamber came to him personally, which meant he was sure that the herb really existed. Then Hwin began to doubt. Maybe he should have chosen a different save. He needed to think it all over. Here Hwin thought the first option was definitely wrong, so the second one should have been chosen. If Hwin had not eaten the cleansing herb, the options would have been different. Perhaps Dr. Han was right and the herb should have been given to Gonma. Fortunately, Hwin was preserved after placing the cleansing herb in the toolkit, which meant he could still choose what to do with it. Hwin sighed heavily. Everything was so complicated. Maybe it was worth giving the herb to Gonma. But what if the problem wouldn't have been solved? Here Hwin wondered that if the head of the White Sleep Chamber found out that the grass belonged to Gonma, he definitely would not have remained inactive. And this could have caused problems, and Gonma might have rejected him. Hwin's thoughts were interrupted by a newly appeared panel. It announced that the head of the White Dream Chamber wanted to meet with him. Then Hwin decided that he would have to handle it according to the situation, and asked the primeval Asura to come in. Asura introduced himself just like last time, with the status Cooperation +2 still hanging above his head. Of course, Hwin did not know why this cooperation was here, but he was sure that it was somehow connected to the cleansing herb. Here Hwin decided that it was worth trying, and informed Asura that he had information about the location of the cleansing herb. After careful consideration, Hwin still came to the conclusion that it was better to give the cleansing herb to the head of the White Dream Chamber, rather than Gonma. The primitive's gaze became harsher. He wanted to know where the grass was located. Hwin perfectly understood how dangerous it was, so he did not intend to simply tell Asura about it. He hoped that this cooperation would lead him to a new twist of fate. In the eyes of the primitive, a not kind little fire lit up. He did not understand why Hwin could not simply tell him, but wanted to make a deal with him. Hwin felt the oppressive aura emanating from the primordial, but he needed to hold on to gain the advantage. He needed to turn the situation in his favor. Then Hwin reported that Gonma also knows about the herb, but this did not surprise Asura at all. Hwin's eyes widened with surprise when he heard about Asura's intention to take the grass. He explained that this grass originally belonged to his chamber. Asura also agreed to explain everything to Mr. Gonma and hinted at further cooperation with Hwin. Hoping that everything was fine, Hwin pulled out the cleansing herb from his bosom and handed it to the primeval Asura. Then Asura gratefully took the herb and was about to turn away to leave. Huynh sighed with relief but immediately stopped himself. Something was wrong. The inscription above Asura's head did not disappear, but Huynh definitely heard the word cooperation, which means the inscription should have disappeared. Suddenly, the primitive said that he had forgotten something. Huynh stared at him in confusion. In the eyes of the primitive, a sinister spark flared up again. He wanted payment for the lives of his subordinates whom Kvin had killed. Horror appeared on Kvin's face, which means he did not guess correctly. At that moment, a message appeared on the panel that the head of the white sleep chamber had found his weak spot. Time was quickly running out. Huynh did not know what to do. He could have tried to find a better solution, but nothing came to mind. Kvin suspected that the primeval Asura would need only one strike to finish him off, but he still had to choose. Here Kvin wondered why the window appeared if he was definitely supposed to die, since last time he had no chance to do anything. Since the message appeared, it meant that Kvin had a chance to survive, but he was not sure until the end. Of course, Kvin did not know how it would all end, but it was his only chance to survive, and he chose the option to attack. An explosion thundered and a hole appeared in the wall. Through it, Kvin retreated onto the street, followed by Asura, who drew his blade. In despair, Kvin handed over control to the AI, fully understanding that now he could rely only on it. But instead of attacking, the AI turned to Kvin's astral projection and started yelling at him. Kvin was confused. He did not understand why the AI was behaving that way. Then the AI turned to the arriving Asura and said that in fact, Huynh behaved tactfully with his subordinates, as he could have simply killed them all but did not. Every time the AI exceeded Kvin's expectations, so he decided to rely on it this time as well. But instead of attacking, the AI loudly screamed and ran away, causing Kvin to fall into a stupor. Meanwhile, Asura, taking an attacking stance, struck the fleeing AI in the back. Kvin had 2 lives left. After loading, Kvin found himself on the bed again. Sighing heavily, Kvin leaned back on the bed. Even the AI couldn't handle it. He was already seriously considering choosing a different save. He had begun to suspect that he had been foolish to complete this task just like that. Of course, repeating everything from the very beginning was very exhausting, but Kvin could not abandon the task to which he had already spent 2 lives. He believed that his greed was to blame, since from the very beginning this grass was meant for someone else. Kvin pulled out the cleansing herb from the toolkit. Naturally, he did not expect that the head of the White Dream Chamber would find him. Therefore, Kvin had only one option left, to give the cleansing herb to Ganma. When Huynh appeared to him, Ganma was extremely surprised. Then Huynh handed him the herb, telling about Dr. Han's last request. Ganma gratefully accepted the herb, saying that he would never forget what Huynh had done for him. Friendlily placing his hand on Kvin Ganma's shoulder, he added that he should not worry, because even if the head of the White Dream finds out, nothing terrible will happen. Returning to his room and sighing with relief, Kvin collapsed onto the bed. Of course, he blamed himself for the 2 lost lives, but this mission helped him understand something important. He should not have been so greedy. He should not have taken everything just because it was a task. After all, danger was always lurking around the corner, so Vin needed to act rationally. Already relaxed, Kvin decided to act more cautiously in the future. Suddenly, a panel appeared, informing him that the head of the White Dream Chamber wanted to meet with him. As in previous times, the primitive entered the room and introduced himself. Kvinu began to feel that he was going insane, but nevertheless asked again why Asura had come to him. Then Asura exactly repeated everything as the first time. Then Huynh concluded that Ganma had not yet had a chance to talk to him. Before Kvin, the panel appeared again offering familiar options. Kvin stared at the message in horror as time quickly ran out. Then Huynh thought maybe he should choose a different save. He blamed himself for taking the cleansing herb. Is there really no chance to avoid this situation? Huynh seemed to be in hell. He could not free himself from the mistakes of the past. So, sighing heavily, he decided to choose the second option. Huynh informed Asura that he had taken the cleansing herb. The primitive man was not surprised in the least, but Kvin's answer seemed to him audacious. The eyes of the primitive lit up, and his hand reached for the sword. He interpreted these words as Kvin's request to kill him. Here Kvin closed his eyes, expecting his imminent death, but to his surprise he heard a voice. Opening his eyes, Huynh noticed how Ganma entered the room, his face shining with joy. Perhaps he would still be saved. Ganma discussed something with Asura, then he cast a threatening glance at Kvin and left. Then Ganma told Huynh that everything went well and he should not worry, because as long as he is alive, Asura will do nothing. Bowing his head, Kvin thanked Ganma for the rescue. He had completely forgotten what kind of person was hidden behind that charming appearance. Looking at him, Ganma smiled. One way or another, Huynh had done a good deed, so he deserved a reward. And Ganma handed him the sword. A panel immediately appeared, announcing that Huynh had received a holy weapon of excellent quality, the Royal Ceremonial Sword of Enlightenment. Looking at his characteristics, Quinn was amazed. Thanks to the sword, the power of all his martial arts increased, and his overall combat strength also increased. Joyfully accepting the sword from Gonma's hands, Quinn thought it was a gift of fate. Moreover, the sword had a special effect. Gonma believed that since Quinn managed to survive and return, he was skilled enough a warrior to wield this sword. After all, Gonma had high hopes for Quinn. Here, Quinn bowed his head in a bow. He could not let down the earth demon. Turning around, Gonma left the room, throwing a farewell to Quinn to do his best. As soon as Gonma left the room, Quinn immediately opened the window and slipped outside, eager to try out the sword. Drawing the blade, Quinn stared at the weapon in fascination. He felt the great power contained in the sword, and it frightened Quinn a little. Then Quinn decided to use his best technique that he possessed, God of Wind. Taking a deep breath, Quinn began to repeat the movements he had learned, and without even noticing, he was able to use this technique, creating a powerful whirlwind of wind at the last stroke. Quinn froze in surprise, staring at the place where the whirlwind had just been. Then he laughed heartily, amazed by the power of the royal ceremonial sword of enlightenment. Quinn was not exactly happy when the newly appeared panel offered him to choose a schedule for the next month. And since Quinn wanted to bring the performance of God of the Wind to perfection, he chose to inspect the territory. Of the options offered, he considered the house of the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon to be the most acceptable, and Quinn was immediately transported to the garden behind the Black Turtle building. Looking around, Quinn realized that there was no one and nothing in the garden, which meant it was a great place for training. And he began his exercises. While in his room, Quinn grabbed his face, for he had been swinging his sword like a madman for a whole 5 months to master the God of Wind technique, but had only succeeded by about 30%. Here Quinn wondered what he was doing wrong, but was interrupted by a panel that announced that 1 year had passed and Quinn could choose a new schedule. Looking at the panel again, Quinn noticed that a new option, Teach, had appeared. Then Quinn remembered that Gonma promised to make him the head of the Death Spirit group, but only when Quinn reached the necessary skill and got used to this place. Deciding that the time had come, Quinn chose the option to train the leaders of the Death Spirit subgroups, and the system immediately began initiating a conversation with the head of the Silver Spirit squad. And Quinn appeared before Hyuk-gu. He could not fully believe that Kvinu only needed 1 year to complete his studies. Now Hyuk-gu began to think that Gonma really knew how to find talents. Since Quinn now had all the necessary skills, Hyuk-gu appointed him as the head of the Death Spirit group. Sweat poured down his face because he knew that all the members of this group were special people, personally selected by Mr. Gonma, and his task was to show how to properly handle everything. Also, Hyuk-gu warned Quinn that if he does not manage, he will have to give up this position. Quinn's eyes widened with understanding of the whole situation. The suddenly appeared panel offered him to save. For Quinn, it was a sign that he would soon be in danger. Quinn had no reason to stay at the moment but wanted to see the description. The save was completed, but unfortunately, Kvina was only a record that 2 years of incredible development were completed, and nothing more. A message appeared on the panel about the possibility to watch an episode. Quinn, not fully understanding what it meant, still agreed. Before Quinn's eyes appeared a room where 3 people dressed all in black were situated. The leader of the first subgroup, Yo Rim, sitting on a chair, informed his subordinates that a person chosen as the head of the Spirit of Death group would soon come to them. The man with a bandage on his forehead named John's son scowled but only smirked, believing that the authorities had handled it quickly. He was the leader of the second subgroup. But the leader of the fourth subgroup, So-ryun, thought that this time the leadership had chosen someone from among the close associates, as this person was personally connected to Mr. Gonma. Suddenly, Ryan's guesses were interrupted by a man who entered the room. It was Yeon-jin. He didn't care whether it was kinship or not. Jin believed that if the person sent would be useful to them, they would listen to him, and if not, they would simply kill him. The panel reported that the prologue was over and the system had begun initiation. Quinn found himself in front of the doors of the room where the subgroup leaders were. Looking around, Quinn noticed that his clothes had changed, and the system reported that the clothing of the leader of the Death Spirit group was used. The panel immediately suggested putting on a mask. Then Quinn came to the conclusion that he needed to hide his face, possibly because of So-ryun. After all, he first met So-ryun at the army trials. Back then Quinn was just a clerk. He hated to remember it. Quinn was afraid that Ryan would start to suspect him, so he decided to use a mask. But it was an unusual mask, a masquerade one resembling a tiger's face. But Quinn, unaware of this, stepped into the room, which caused surprise on the faces of those present. As soon as Quinn stepped over the threshold of the room, time stopped. The panel offered Quinn to talk with each subgroup leader. But Quinn did not understand how to do it. since all the leaders were frozen in place. Unexpectedly for himself, Quinn realized that unlike the others, he could move. Then Huynh headed to Yerim, and a suddenly appeared panel asked if Huynh wanted to listen to his thoughts. Huynh chose the affirmative answer. Rim regretted that he never managed to learn real martial arts, as all his assignments were related to patrolling territories. But he wanted to learn the technique White Eyes of the Night, or Confusing Waters. Now Kvin began to guess why the head of the educational department was teaching him techniques. It was also that he could pass on the knowledge to the subgroup leaders and thereby earn their trust. Then Kvin decided to listen to what others think. Sonu was tired of the tasks. He just wanted to get rid of strong enemies outside. He wanted to receive more special missions. For this, Sun was ready to give his life. Yongjin was disappointed that he always had to clean up after other groups. And if he served another disciple of the heavenly demon, he would not have to endure all this. Kvin was dissatisfied. His future subordinates only complained, but Sorion still remained. Then Huynh briskly headed towards her. The panel immediately displayed a suggestion. Would Huynh like to listen to Soryun's thoughts? Sorion wondered what this organization could give her, since nothing changes wherever she is. But Soryun had to find some way, because if she failed, everyone would die at the hands of the assistant of the Lord of the Supreme Court. At the mention of the Lord of the Supreme Court, Kvin shuddered. A suddenly appeared panel announced that the task was completed and the script would continue. Kvin found himself once again at the threshold of the room, and surprised glances were directed at him. He perfectly understood those present, for he had been in their position for a whole 10 years. But after clearing his throat, Quinn said that he knew nothing about the subgroup leaders and did not care, as he had neither the desire nor the reason to change those gathered. The world is full of dirt and injustice. That is why Quinn perfectly understood how to make the subgroup leaders listen to him. Then Kvin decided that those who want to submit will submit, and the rest can leave. Here, Yeonjin wanted to object, but quickly fell silent at Hwin's cold gaze. Kvin beckoned with his finger to those gathered and suggested they attack him if they were unhappy with what he said. Heated by such bold words, Yeonjin launched into an attack. The panel immediately reported that Hwin found Yeonjin's weak spot. Then Hwin chose the option to get close, and finding himself behind Yeonjin, he threw him back with a single jerk. The other leaders opened their mouths in surprise. Here, Kvin began to understand why the Scarlet and Amber death groups are not taken seriously at all, and how such incompetents dare to boast that they are subgroup leaders. The others could not endure such an insult and also rushed into battle. Of course, Quinn understood that fighting everyone at once was a big risk, but if he dealt with them one by one, he would not make the proper impression. Therefore, he decided to deal with the attackers simultaneously. For this, Quinn chose simulation. He clearly followed the Shadow's commands and easily deflected the throwing knives thrown at him by So Ryun, redirecting them at the other opponents. And then, stepping back, Hwin pressed the tip of the blade to Yeonjin's throat. The fight was over. Smirking slyly, Kvin asked if he was worthy of this position, despite having obtained it through connections. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, Kvin said once again that he did not care what the gathered people thought of him. If they were dissatisfied, they did not have to train. In fact, Kvin wanted to quickly finish everything and get on with his own business. But because he was being closely watched, he had to at least pretend that he was engaged in training. Leaving the room, Kvin threw in at the last moment that tomorrow only those who know what they want will come. Slamming the door behind him, Kvin sighed with relief. He fully understood that it was not enough just to train to become strong, because if it weren't for the prestigious windows, he wouldn't have been able to pull this off. The appeared panel caught Kvin off guard. The screen reported that the positioning of the Death Spirit subgroup leaders had increased, and Kvin noticed that everyone's positioning had grown by 10%. After thinking for a while, Quinn concluded that only by increasing their favor could he unlock access to completing the joint task. The panel immediately confirmed his guess. Finally finding himself in his room, Quinn sighed with relief and took off the mask. Only now did Kvin see what was depicted on it and laughed heartily. Thoughtfully looking out the window, Kvin pondered that, in his opinion, the beginning went well as always, but danger always lurks. Kvin believed that the ability to turn a dangerous situation into a chance for luck is both a curse and a gift of fate, as a calm day can turn into a disaster. The best thing Kvin could do now was quickly pull the subgroup leaders to his side and deal with the task. Glancing once again at the statuses of the subgroup leaders, Hwin recalled Soryun's thoughts. Kvinu felt that Soryun's thoughts were somehow connected to his future, although he could not fully understand how. But to be ready for danger in the future, Quinn had to become even stronger. The next day came. Hwin went to the door of the room where he had left the subgroup leaders yesterday, with doubt. He doubted that anyone would come at all. But to his surprise, all the subgroup leaders were eagerly waiting for him in the room, reproaching Kvin for being late, to which Kvin only smirked. The appearing panel announced that the first day of training in the main martial art of the Silver Spirit Squad had begun. Kvin felt that time had started to move faster again. Days passed one after another, and before he knew it, a month had quietly gone by. Smiling quite a bit, Hwin studied the progress of each subgroup leader over the month. For everyone, as before, the disposition was at the level of curiosity. Only So-ryun's status changed to interest. It was necessary to continue further. Kvinu was even starting to like it. The panel offered to choose the schedule for the next month. And of course, Hwin chose to train the leaders of the Death Spirit subgroups. The system immediately asked where Hwin would like to go and offered 5 options. A very surprised Hwin assumed that there must have been a reason for this. Although nothing happened, Hwin saw some meaning in the fact that there were more options. Choosing the first option, Kvin moved to the vicinity of the Black Turtle building. Suddenly, from behind the tree near which Hwin found himself, Yo-rim appeared, a grimace of surprise appearing on his face when he noticed his teacher. Then Hwin immediately tried to explain that he was just looking around, to which Ye-rim replied that he had just stepped out to get some fresh air. Bowing to Yo-rim hurried to say goodbye to Kvin, noting that he was eagerly looking forward to today's lesson. Looking at the back of the departing Yo-rim, Hwin came to the conclusion that he behaved that way because of low status. Although Yo-rim was polite, he clearly did not want to talk to Hwin. Looking up at the sky, Hwin pondered, for it was not without reason that he was offered to be transferred here. All options always had a meaning. Then Hwin decided to check the other options and decided to move to the training ground. Finding himself on this platform, Hwin noticed Joksan training, so now it was his turn. Joksan was very surprised to see Hwin behind him. He had already started to worry that something might have happened, but Hwin immediately dispelled his worries by saying he was just taking a walk. Feeling out of place, Joksan explained that he sometimes trains here before classes, and quickly saying goodbye to Hwin, he hurried to leave this place. Hwin thoughtfully scratched his cheek. He was sure something was wrong here, and he decided to move to the next location. Finding himself on the roof of the educational department, Hwin discovered himself sitting at a table. Nearby, leaning on the railing, was Yeonjin. Deciding to somehow mark his presence, Kvin decided to ask if the weather was good today. Turning his head, Yejin was surprised to find his teacher at the table. Then Hwin decided to ask what Jin was doing here. He hesitated. Apparently Jin wanted to say something at first. But then, waving his hand, Yojin said he would tell next time. Hwin was upset, and this time he experienced failure. Kvin had only 2 options left. He decided to save the training room for last, hoping to meet So-ryun in the garden behind the Black Turtle building. Unlike other leaders, So-ryun's indicator changed, so Hwinu was interested in what other options might be. Just one spoken sentence addressed to So-ryun radically changed his fate. Hwin was satisfied with any relationship with her as long as they could see each other, and Kvin began moving into the garden behind the Black Turtle building. Suddenly he felt changes. Hwin was surprised to find that he was floating above the ground in the form of an astral projection. Looking down, he found So-ryun surrounded by a crowd in brown clothes, and they were clearly displeased about something. One of them accused So-ryun of assault, addressing Mr. Kang, who was standing nearby. Kan only smirked at this, as he had long planned to reprimand So-ryun. After all, he had always forgiven everything because of Ryun's appearance, but now, in his opinion, she had crossed the line by attacking his people. Then Kan ordered his men to block everything here, because he wanted to see how all the arrogance would be driven out of So-ryun. But So-ryun only laughed in his face. Although Kan was the leader of one of the subgroups in Scarlet Death, he was still afraid of something. Kan believed that So-ryun was too overconfident, but today they were going to fix that. After all, the leader of their group was going to personally teach her a lesson. Here, a panel appeared in front of Hwin asking what he would do to increase So-ryun's position, and offered 3 options to choose from. Intervene in the fight, observe, or ignore. Then Hwin thought that if he wanted to improve So-ryun's favor, it would be better to intervene. But after thinking a little, he decided to first see what So-ryun was capable of, and chose the appropriate option. Suddenly, the group leader rushed into the attack. Hwin noted that the group leader is fast, but So-ryun reacts too slowly. Suddenly, when the group leader was very close, So-ryun threw a kunai, but he easily deflected the attack. The kunai was tied to a rope, but the group leader, noticing this, dodged the next strike and cut the rope. Hwin smiled happily. He became interested. Although So-ryun didn't succeed, the idea of tying a rope to the end of the weapon to easily retrieve it after throwing was actually quite good. Then So-ryun, frustrated by her failure, rushed into the attack while running, drawing her blade. And once again, the panel with the same question appeared before Kvin, offering the same 3 options again. Of course, Kvin was surprised by the appearing panel, but after thinking for a bit, he decided it was better to continue observing for now. Time resumed its usual course. So-ryun struck fiercely, but the group leader managed to block the blow. But the blow was so strong that the group leader was thrown backward. So Ryan thrust her sword forward, her whole body glowing. Here Huynh smirked, for it was green chi, the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. After all, So Ryun knows how to fight. It turned out that So Ryun wielded the sword much better than Huynh had thought. And although there was nothing special about So Ryun's movements, her skill was evident in how perfectly she executed the basic moves. But still, according to Huynh, something was wrong, because her opponent was the leader of the Scarlet Death. And although So Ryun was undoubtedly an excellent fighter, Huynh could not understand why the group leader was losing. It didn't seem like the leader of Scarlet Death was hiding his true abilities or not trying to win. But still, what was wrong with him? Of course, So Ryun also noticed this, so she asked her opponent what he needed, since he couldn't be that weak. And for the third time, a panel with the same message appeared before Huynh. Then Huynh wondered why this question kept appearing. Something was definitely wrong. Kveen was lost in guesses about what the Scarlet Death had planned. It was strange that the group leader Khan, an ally of the leader, was not in a hurry to join the fight. Then Kveen chose the option to observe again, believing that in any case, if something went wrong, the screen would appear again. As soon as time moved forward, the leader made a lunge and struck So Ryun's chest with his palm. The blow was strong enough to send So Ryun flying backward, dropping the weapon. Quinn, who was watching what was happening, opened his mouth in surprise. Finally, he could see the status of the head of Scarlet Death. His name was Q Yong. All his characteristics exceeded a 7-digit number. Kan only smiled arrogantly. His characteristics were also impressive. Huynh cursed to himself. Could it be that they simply underestimated So Ryun? Her fighting strength was half of their power. Suddenly, Q Yun broke away from his place attacking, but So Ryun managed to block the strike and step back. But Q Yeon, immediately closing the distance, began to shower So Ryun with a hail of blows. Observing what was happening, Huynh noticed that Q Yun was striking with the intent to cause damage not inside, but outside. And judging by his stance, it was an external martial art, not demonic. Clenching his teeth in anger, Quinn understood that So Ryun could not win this battle. He was really hoping that a screen with a question and answer options would appear now, but it never did. After another blow, So Ryun fell to her knees. Q Yeon only smiled maliciously, for So Ryun could not stand up, as he had damaged not only her meridians but also altered the flow of chi. Seeing the confusion on So Ryun's face, the head of the Scarlet Death tried to explain that there is a great martial art called displacement. It allows changing the position of meridians. And spreading a satisfied smile, Q Young added that they are different, as the Death Spirit group only knows how to chase after enemies. Growling angrily, So Ryun said that when the head of our group finds out about this, he will not let Scarlet Death get away with it. But Q Young knew perfectly well that justice was on his side, because So Ryun was the first to attack his people. And that means her group leader will not interfere in their affairs, unless they kill So Ryun. Kvin grabbed his head in horror, realizing the futility of the situation. But unexpectedly, So Ryun replied that then the group leader would not forgive them. The attendees burst into loud laughter. Could it be that So Ryun means the boy Mr. Gonma picked up? Squatting down to see So Ryun's eyes, Q Young said that earlier her boss did the dirty work in the Cheonil department. Q Yeon condescendingly placed his hand on So Ryun's head and suggested she join the Scarlet Death. But in response, she only received a spit in the face. So Ryun angrily said that even if it was her only chance for freedom, she would never join the Scarlet Death. Q Yeon was boiling with anger, but So Ryun didn't care. She just smiled in response. Then she remembered Q Yeon's words that the head of the Spirit of Death would not intervene unless she died. Tears began to run down her cheeks, and sticking out her tongue, she intended to bite the pill with poison. But unexpectedly, So Ryun froze in place, unable to carry out what she had planned. Q Yeon knew that So Ryun was not so simple. She was still the leader. Just in case, he blocked the meridians, and as it turned out, not without reason. Tears continued to run from So Ryun's eyes because she could not move. A malicious smile lit up Q Yeon's face. He was pondering how to convince So Ryun otherwise when suddenly he heard noise and screams behind him. Turning around, he noticed Kvin standing amid the scattered bodies of his followers. As soon as a screen with a question appeared in front of Huynh, he immediately chose the option intervene in the fight, without hesitation. Tears stopped rolling down So Ryun's cheeks when she finally noticed the head of the Death Spirit. Darker than the clouds, Huynh directed to Q Un and Khan, who were standing nearby. Huynh thought that So Ryun's voice, which had always sounded confident, suddenly trembled. He was angry because this situation was too similar to that disgusting incident when all his subordinates were killed, and Kvinu really disliked it when the weak were tormented. Sending the location indicator to hell, Kvin wondered if the system was mocking him. Continuing to notice nothing on his path, Huynh came close to Khan. Then, clearly nervous, Khan decided to ask who Huynh was and whether he even understood what was happening. But Kvin ignored his words. Licking the blood from his thumb, he said that one of the two remaining today would die. Kvin wanted to leave one alive, just like that, without a reason. He thought it would be funny to watch some weak-minded idiot run to report to the boss. In a rage, Khan grabbed him by the clothes. He did not understand the nonsense Hwin was babbling. Kvin's face showed no emotion. He was not going to kill them immediately, so he chose a step-by-step fighting style. Here, Khan, interpreting Kvin's silence as a suggestion to kill him, raised his hand to strike. The panel that appeared immediately reported that Khan found Kvin's weak spot and offered options. Meet face-to-face, defend, or run away. And Kvin chose the first option without hesitation. To Khan's surprise, who already thought his strike would end successfully, Hwin struck back by blocking the lunge. Next, Kvin used the martial art of Fierce Flame, and his fist, like Khan's fist, was engulfed in flames. Khan screamed in pain, and immediately pulled back the injured arm. The sight that appeared before Kvin's eyes indicated a hit, and Khan's health was reduced by half. As soon as the panel notified that a weak spot of Kana was found, Hwin immediately chose to attack, and delivered a powerful blow directly to the opponent's face. Khan flew back with a tumble, and the panel confirmed the hit again. Khan's health dropped to a critical level. Clenching his fists, Kvin approached the lying opponent and grabbing him by the hair said for Khan not to dramatize, as he was not finished yet. Before Hwin's eyes, the screen appeared again, warning him that Q Young had found his weakness, and indeed Hwin had completely forgotten about the second opponent. Glancing quickly, Hwin noticed that Q Yeon was already preparing to strike, so he chose the option to defend. And to the surprise of Q Yeon, who could no longer stop, Hwin put Kang's head in the line of fire. Then Hwin decided to tease Q Yeon, saying that he was very cruel to just take and hit a wounded friend like that. Q Young boiled with rage, and the panel immediately informed Hwin that he had found his weak spot. Without thinking long, Kvin released Khan's head and he collapsed limply to the ground. Choosing the option to attack, Kvin swiftly closed the distance and delivered a crushing palm strike to Q Yeon's chest. He instantly collapsed to the ground, folding in half, unable to utter a single word. Glaring fiercely at the opponent writhing on the ground, Hwin said that he had destroyed Q Young's dantian. He could no longer use chi. Now he would be an ordinary idiot. Clenching his teeth in rage, Q Young jumped up and tried to strike with his fist, but Hwin was faster and slapped his opponent. From the blow, Q Young staggered and dropped to one knee. He couldn't understand how it all happened. Meanwhile, Hwin, drawing his sword, struck the pommel on Q Young's head, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Of course, Kvin was not going to let Scarlet Death get away with this so easily. He just wanted them to struggle a little more. Then grabbing Q Young's head, Hwin began striking with the hilt one after another. When Q Yeon's health reached a critically low level, Hwin finally released his head, allowing Q Yeon to collapse to the ground. Suddenly, So Ryun called out to him. They exchanged glances silently. Then Kvin, turning away, said that now he wants to teach the subgroup leaders some more things. Of course, it will be difficult, but they have no choice, as they must manage on their own. And Hwin headed away, but So Ryun, who followed him, unexpectedly said that she missed him. Kvin's eyes widened with surprise. He cast a confused look at So Ryun, but So Ryun just smiled and walked past him. The panel immediately congratulated Hwin. So Ryun's status changed from interest to friendship, and the disposition increased by 40 points. Kvin's face lit up with joy as he watched So Ryun leave. The panel asked Kvin where he would like to go, offering the remaining option. Kvin reached out and began moving to the room for leader training. Suddenly, the panel announced the start of the second chapter. The man with a scar on his nose, the assistant to the head of the Scarlet Death subgroup named Bu Yeon, dragged the bodies of Khan and Q Yeon into the room. He bowed his head to the man sitting in front of him. Bu Yeon regretted being late, because just as he was about to intervene, a man in a mask appeared. The person before whom Bu Yeon bowed his head turned out to be Bi Gun, the head of the Scarlet Death subgroup. He did not blame Bu Yeon for what happened. Above their heads hovered Kvin in the form of an astral projection. He was amazed. Before him were the head of Scarlet Death and his assistant. Meanwhile, Bi Gun, looking at Khan and Q Yeon, noticed that they looked pitiful. Although they were only ordered to scare So Ryun and let go, they failed. And because of the stranger's appearance, Scarlet Death cannot intervene. Soaring above, Kvin was surprised. It turns out they initially planned to scare So Ryun, mock her, and then help. But he couldn't understand why they would do that. Meanwhile, Bu Yeon continued to insist that he was to blame, as he did not know how foolish Kang and Q Yeon were. Therefore, he asked to be entrusted with this matter. But Bi Gun interrupted him. Now they cannot persuade So Ryun to join their side. Of course, Bi Gun felt sorry that such talent would wither in the spirit of death. But if it had to happen, it was better not to leave any evidence. Bu Young thought there was no need for them to go to such extremes to destroy the head of the spirit of death, but he immediately stopped when Bi Gun looked at him coldly. Only nodding affirmatively, Buyon lifted the bodies of Kan and Kyuyon and left the room. Left alone in the room, Bi-gun began to reason aloud that he would need to meet this stranger in the mask as soon as possible. Kvin opened his mouth in surprise, and the system continued his transfer. Time began to pass quickly again. The system reported that all tasks for this month were completed. The disposition of all leaders increased. Finally, the transfer was completed and Hwin found himself in front of the door to his room. Kvin could not understand why he ended up here, but noticed that the room door was ajar. Without hesitation, Hwin sharply opened the door. Inside the room, Bi-gun was waiting for him, but Hwin asked who he was to enter without permission and why he had come here. Tension rose in the room. Bi-gun, smiling maliciously, introduced himself as he saw fit. Then he suggested that Hwin guess the reason for his appearance. Not a single muscle twitched on Kvin's face at the mention of the Scarlet Death. He thought that Bi-gun most likely already knows who he is. Then Hwin, smiling, said that two conclusions can be drawn from Bi-gun's words. What Kvin has is an excellent mask. Otherwise, Bi-gun would not have come here, and Bi-gun wants to get to know him. Bi-gun laughed heartily. Hwin seemed amusing to him. But suddenly his expression became more serious. Actually, Bi-gun came here because two of his leaders were recently killed. It turned out that a member of the Death Spirit subgroup was involved in the matter. That is why he decided to come and ask Hwin if he knows anything about it. Of course, Hwin understood that Bi-gun was testing him by asking questions to which he himself knew the answers. Kvin's gaze took on a threatening look, and he decided to ask if the person had a mask on. Staring at Kvin, Bi-gun replied that he did not know, but there was definitely a mask. Hoping to extract at least some information, Hwin decided to lie, claiming that some members of the Silver Spirit wanted to desert. Hwin thought that this was enough to make Bi-gun doubt, as he had always had enemies from outside. And Bi-gun was not mistaken. He immediately asked who could be behind this. To which Kvin, smirking slyly, replied, "Indeed, who could it have been?" In fact, Kvin did not know the answer but assumed that Bi-gun might know. Suddenly, Bi-gun assumed that Hwin meant the secretary of the Lord of the Supreme Court. But as Bi-gun himself thought, the secretary currently had no reason to be active. Confused Hwin did not understand what Bi-gun was talking about, but decided to find out more about it. Trying not to show surprise, Hwin replied that he did not know, but he seemed to guess what the secretary wanted to hide. Then Bi-gun pondered that if you think about it, there were many oddities surrounding this matter. After all, a loner belonging to no faction was simply wandering around the upper courtyard, suddenly becoming the head of the Spirit of Death. Moreover, in reality, Kvin's abilities turned out to be higher than those described in the reports. Bi-gun also believed that the leaders of his group were skilled warriors, and with the level of skills reported to him, Hwin should not have won. Of course, Hwin understood that Bi-gun was not so simple. He not only insulted Hwin, but also did not give him a chance to respond, trying to get confirmation that it was Hwin who killed the subordinates. Kvin considered Bi-gun pathetic. He had heard worse things when he served as a secretary in the royal court. Taking a step forward, Hwin passed by Bi-gun, saying that it was really not difficult for him to deal with his people, as their leaders could not even handle one spy. Moreover, there were already rumors that his people chose So Ryun because they could not control their lustful nature. And casting a mocking glance, Hwin asked if Scarlet Death was really that weak. These words drove Bi-gun into a rage, but Hwin could not give up his position. If he uses everything he has, he will be able to deal with Bi-gun. After all, if one of them is seriously injured or dies completely, the one who started the fight will be held responsible for it. That is why Hwin could not attack first. Although they have almost equal combat strength, Bi-gun has much more experience. After all, Hwin only recently became this strong, so it will be better for everyone if they settle it with words. A satisfied smile appeared on Kvin's face. He continued to taunt Bi-gun, saying that a fish rots from the head, so it turns out the head of Scarlet Death shares the weakness of his subordinates? Of course, Bi-gun could not endure such an insult. Fiercely roaring, he grabbed his sword. The panel then displayed a message that the opponent had used rage and his combat power was increased. Hwin immediately chose simulation. As soon as the system completed the analysis of known martial arts, a familiar shadow appeared before Hwin. Following her hints, Hwin stepped to the right, avoiding Bi-gun's lunge. Immediately, Kvin raised his hand and used Dragon Flame, unleashing a stream of fire on Bi-gun, but he managed to jump back in time, avoiding the strike. Continuing to follow Quin's instructions, he drew his sword and, using Chi, charged at the enemy. Swinging, Quin delivered a diagonal strike enhanced by Chi. It was so powerful that it made a hole in the adjacent wall through which Bi-gun was able to retreat. But the retreat did not go unnoticed for Bi-gun. He had a serious cut on his leg, and the panel reported that the strike had hit its target. Next, Hwin, choosing a turn-based fighting style, decided to tease Bi-gun. He understood that the battle could have been avoided. But because of So Ryun, and partly because he himself was curious about what he was capable of, Hwin got involved in this fight. Clenching his teeth, Bi-gun parried. But Hwin was not going to give him a break and attacked again. However, Bi-gun managed to block the strike with his sword. Promising to finish off Kvin, Bi-gun began to move so fast that the ordinary eye could not keep up with him. Trying to catch Kvin off guard, Bi-gun began delivering precise strikes while retreating and attacking again. Hwin also noted that Bi-gun's movements became fast and unpredictable. Moreover, Hwin could not concentrate because of the energy of his sword. Suddenly time stopped, and the panel displayed a message that Bi-gun had found Hwin's weak spot and offered 3 options to choose from: face-to-face, defend, or run away. Realizing that Bi-gun took advantage of his confusion, Hwin cursed and chose the option to run away. At that moment, a blade whistled in an arc near Kvin's face, barely missing him. He was struck by the speed of the attack, but he couldn't dodge the other 2 lunges. Deep cuts appeared on his right shoulder and left side. Kvin's health was reduced by half. Finally stopping his unpredictable pacing, Bi-gun said that Hwin was just a chatterbox. Then Kvin decided it was time to change tactics. Taking a deep breath, he applied the white body martial art, combining reinforcement and the ice chainmail. Bi-gun was pleased that Hwin had finally decided to take the fight seriously. Raising the sword that began to be covered with white flames, Bi-gun asked Kvin to answer honestly why he tried so hard to provoke him. Then Kvin replied that no one takes the subgroup of the Spirit of Death seriously. He only wanted to teach a lesson to the people of Scarlet Death. Bi-gun just smirked. It turns out everything is because Hwin's subordinates are weaklings. But Kvin didn't care what Bi-gun said, because if he even touched his students with a finger, it would be the end for all of them. To which Bi-gun replied that Hwin should try, while he himself began to move chaotically again. Bi-gun used an incomprehensible technique again, but Hwin decided that this time everything would be different. He plunged his sword into the ground in front of him and used the white hand technique, summoning pillars of ice around himself. To avoid falling into the trap, Bi-gun had to retreat, revealing his location. This is exactly what Hwin was counting on. Upon noticing Bi-gun, he immediately attacked him. The appeared panel reported a hit. Bi-gun was seriously wounded. Suddenly, 2 messages appeared on the panel at once. The first was that Hwin found Bi-gun's weak spot, and the second was completely opposite. From the given options, Kvin immediately chose white body martial arts and used Ice Moon. Both opponents received serious injuries. Their health dropped to a critically low level. Catching his breath, Hwin cursed in his mind. Despite dealing more damage to Bi-gun, there was still too great a difference in their health and chi. Previously, Kvin believed that the most important thing for survival was high combat power, so he focused on increasing it, which is why he had to sacrifice other attributes. And this is what it led to. Seeing the situation Hwin Bi-gun is in now, he smiled and noted that it seems he has problems, as he doesn't look very well. And Bi-gun attacked again. Jumping sharply, he intended to strike from above. Clenching his teeth, Hwin understood that he had a chance to win this battle, but his health and chi levels hindered him. Repelling the air attack, Hwin understood that he had only one option: to use the God of Wind, as this martial art does not require chi. But Kvin doubted. Although this would help him turn the situation around, the chance of successfully carrying it out was low. Reflecting the hail of blows with which Bi-gun showered him, Hwin thought that he needed the right opportunity. Understanding that he needed to take a risk, he threw his sword at the opponent, but of course Bi-gun easily dodged. But this was exactly what Hwin was aiming for. Bi-gun got distracted for a second, and Hwin immediately took advantage of the opportunity and tried to use the God of Wind. But Bi-gun is sure that from the fall, and Hwin's fist fell into the void. Bi-gun still did not understand what Hwin wanted to do, but immediately took the opportunity and launched a counterattack, striking Hwin and reducing his health almost to 0. Kvin fell to the ground. Bi-gun was already tired of it. He considered Kvin the head of the death spirit only in words, because throwing away the sword is a disgusting act. Hiding the sword in its sheath, Bi-gun thought that he had encountered a miserable opponent and that killing him would not bring him honor. The man lying on the ground had one idea on how to deal with Bi-gun, but he didn't want it to come to that, because if he killed him, a bunch of other problems might arise. Bi-gun was about to leave when he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Kvin had managed to get back on his feet. Suddenly, a wave of indignation swept over Bi-gun, wondering what such a weakling could still do. But Kvin himself did not know the answer to this question. Having chosen the fighting style, the AI completely surrendered control over the body. Once again drawing his sword, Bi-gun said that if Hwin does not surrender, it will leave him no choice. Of course, for the sake of Lord Gonma, he will spare Hwin's life, but at least one hand will have to be cut off. Suddenly the AI closed the distance, which Bi-gun was very surprised by, and then streams of wind arose around. They easily lifted the unfortunate Bi-gun into the air. Huynh, who was an astral projection, opened his mouth in surprise. As soon as Bi-gun crashed to the ground with a bang, the AI glared threateningly at Huynh and said that Huynh had called him over such a trifle. The AI turned its head and the panel announced the end of the battle. Finally, Bi-gun opened his eyes, still not believing that he was alive. Nearby on the ground sat Huynh. Noticing movement from Bi-gun's side, he asked if he had regained consciousness. Still amazed, Bi-gun wondered if that move at the end was accidentally one of the 4 great martial arts. To what Huynh, without turning around, replied that it was something like that. Then Bi-gun laughed heartily, meaning Huynh was hiding his true strength. But Kevin understood that he was just lucky because it was not him who did it but the AI. Here Bi-gun thought that Huynh was trying to comfort him, but in fact Huynh wanted to learn more about the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. Then Bi-gun asked in surprise, doesn't Huynh know? Some of the Silver Spirit died while spying on him. Now it was Kvin's turn to be surprised. It turns out the confrontation with the Secretary has been going on for a long time. But Bi-gun continued. When they tried to investigate what happened, Mr. Gonma ordered not to interfere. After all, he could not influence the situation in any way, and even the death of his people could not make Gonma act. But Huynh knew that it was not so simple. Surely what happened was somehow connected to him, since he was the one who revealed the weakness of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber, Gonma. But what really happened to the members of the Silver Spirit group, Huynh did not know. Then Bi-gun revealed that he actually just wanted to find out what kind of person Huynh was. After all, if he turned out to be weak, Bi-gun would have lured his subordinates to himself. So first they provoked So-ryun. Then Bi-gun apologized, as he did not even know that his people were capable of such vulgarity. Of course, Huynh was surprised, but still doubted whether Bi-gun was sincerely apologizing or trying to make him admit that it was Huynh who beat his men. After thinking for a moment, Huynh sighed heavily and replied that he was also not proud of his behavior. Then Bi-gun was genuinely surprised, as Huynh could pretend not to understand what he was talking about. Here, Bi-gun's eyes widened in surprise when Huynh, having removed his mask, asked if they were really enemies to each other. Huynh, noticing the silent question in Bi-gun's eyes, decided to explain that he actually did not want to hide his face but had to due to circumstances. At first, Huynh did not want So-ryun to know who he was, so he wore a mask, and also partly to prepare for the confrontation with the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. In fact, Huynh did not think that Bi-gun was somehow connected to this. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen stating that Bi-gun's interest had increased and reached the level of friendship. Here, Huynh wondered if this was a good thing. Meanwhile, Bi-gun continued staring at him, although Huynh was a bit bothered that the screen said interest instead of affection. But Kevin decided not to bother himself with it, so he relaxed and collapsed onto the grass. The next morning, Yeon-jin, who burst into the room, reported that their captain had defeated Bi-gun. The other squad leaders present in the room were extremely surprised. Yeon-jin immediately thought that Huynh was not like everyone else. Apparently, when they fought, he held back to be on par with them. Here, Yo-rim also added that they need to treat Kvin better, and Sun could not believe that their wish had come true, and now they finally have a good captain. Then So-ryun, who was standing nearby, thought that perhaps the captain could. But her thoughts were interrupted by Ye-jin, who, noticing her vacant gaze, decided to ask what she had just said. But So-ryun just waved him off. Just awakened, Huynh discovered above him a screen that informed him that the disposition of the leaders of the Death Spirit subgroups had increased. Everyone's disposition reached friendship. Only So-ryun's disposition was close friendship. Kvin did not quite understand how it happened. After all, he had only defeated the leader of the Scarlet Death, and the disposition of his leaders had significantly increased. Here, unexpectedly, Kvin realized that he could not move. The door suddenly opened, letting sunlight into the room, which illuminated Kvin's face. Sok-du appeared on the doorstep holding a hammer in his hands. His smooth, bald head reflected the sunlight. In the morning, he noticed that Kvin's door was broken, so he decided to fix it. Kvin thanked him, but asked to be warned in advance next time if he decided to visit again. Finally, Kvin was able to move. Getting out of bed, he stretched properly. Kvin decided to save, since another problem had been solved. A panel appeared before Kvin, offering to choose the schedule for the next month. Kvin was going to rest a little and then get down to fulfilling his military duties. But Huynh decided that if after the victory over Bi-gun the disposition of his subordinates had increased, then first he needed to increase their disposition to the maximum. Therefore, Huynh chose the option, train the leaders of the Spirit of Death. But to his surprise, no transportation options were offered, and the system immediately transferred him to the training room for the leaders. Months passed, one after another. His subordinates continued to study martial arts. After another month of exhausting training, Kvin noticed that the rankings had not moved from the 80 mark, even though he had been training with the subgroup leaders for 4 months. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that something else needed to be done. Huynh was about to choose train the leaders of the spirit of death again, but suddenly found that this option was unavailable. Then Huynh suggested that it might be because the rank of his subordinates does not increase. Therefore, he chose the only available option: inspect the territory. Of the proposed options, Huynh decided to go to the resting place of the leaders of the spirit of death, and the system immediately began the transfer. Huynh found himself under a tree, where Sun was training nearby. Making a careless movement, a branch snapped under Huyn's feet, instantly revealing his location. Instantly turning around, Sun noticed Huynh and asked if the captain had been here long, to which Huynh replied that he had just arrived. Sun thought it was amazing, as he didn't even feel when the captain approached. Huynh immediately noticed that Sun's tone had changed, possibly because his mood had improved. Of course, Sun had heard before that Huynh was not as strong before. He hesitated a little but still decided to ask how Huynh managed to become stronger so quickly. Time stopped, and the panel that appeared offered 4 response options: despair, hard work, and courage. I guess I just always believed in the best. You could say I was lucky. Huynh carefully studied the options. There was no nonsense in them, and that meant that any answer could be correct. But Huynh also knew that he was not asked meaningless questions. Therefore, his choice would definitely affect Sun's disposition. What really matters is what follows the answer, not the answer itself. That is why Huynh understood that to convince Sun, he needed to tell his life story. That is why he chose the out-of-desperation option. Sun asked in confusion, but Huynh nodded affirmatively and asked where Sun was from. Then Sun was confused, because he himself did not exactly remember where he was from. At this, Huynh smiled sadly. He did not remember either, as he had not been there for a long time. In any case, it was not the past he would have liked to remember more often. Huynh clearly remembered only the squeal of livestock and the smell of blood. Everyone screams in their own way, but in all these screams horror is heard. Strangely enough, Huynh never got used to these sounds, and the smell of blood and raw meat made the work even harder. And he rubbed his nose, remembering these smells. Of course, Huynh did not know if his words would help Sun find his reason to become stronger, but that was his answer. Catching a fallen leaf, Huynh also added that in his village of butchers everything reeked of blood, but after all, it's just blood. Then Sun, smiling, added that the stench of urine and feces was much worse. He was also a butcher, so he understood Huynh perfectly. Smiling in response, Huynh suggested sitting down, to which Sun nodded affirmatively. Settling under the tree canopy, Huynh decided to ask if Sun hid meat scraps under the table. He replied that yes, especially in winter. Huynh laughed, remembering that all the villagers believed that butchers lived better than anyone else. While Sun continued laughing, Huynh thought that no matter how far the martial arts master's path took him, childhood is still remembered with adoration, especially if there is someone who went through the same things as you. Smiling, Huynh said that he was in a desperate situation, and it was this hopelessness that helped him become stronger. But Sun was surprised why he was not trained when he served in the Supreme Chamber, since according to rumors, Huynh was a loner. To which Huynh replied that he had not passed the test. Then Sun exclaimed in surprise, "For Huynh is so good at controlling demonic chi." Huynh leaned back and smiled kindly. He also told Sun that many of those who do not succumb to demonic impulses perform black magic. Therefore, he began rummaging in the office of the Supreme Chamber's secretary, searching for something that would make him stronger. At the mention of the secretary, a chill ran down Sun's spine. But Huynh, not noticing this, continued that he was lucky to find the secretary's weak spot, and thanks to this he met Mr. Gonma. Sun was delighted. It turns out despair led Huynh to a mad act. He dared to risk his life and reached his current position. Embarrassed, Huynh smiled. Suddenly, the panel announced that Huynh had managed to convince Sun. His disposition increased to the maximum and reached the level of trust. Huynh eyes widened with surprise. Now Sun's position could no longer be lowered, and Huynh could assign him tasks. Then Sun said that if Huynh had questions, he could ask them, but Huynh was so focused on the messages that he ignored Sun's words. Suddenly time froze, and a new message appeared before Huynh stating that Sun might provide information. After thinking for a moment, Huynh chose the first option. Information about the future warriors whose demonic impulses are not strong enough. Sighing heavily, Sun said that warriors cannot accept the obvious. If you are weak, it means you are dead, and that is terrible. Therefore, the warriors of the Supreme Court are stronger than the others. Carefully listening to him, Huynh chose the second option. He wanted to hear about the relationship between the Secretary of the Supreme Court and the Silver Spirit Squad. It turned out that the members of the Silver Spirit Squad who were watching the Secretary disappeared. Most likely they used the rebirth powder, which means that the Secretary already suspects the Silver Spirit Squad. Despite the Silver Spirit Squad being in danger and Mr. Ganma's influence in the sect weakening, Joksan believed that their role in all of this had become more important. Kvin grabbed his head. He understood that the map he brought was the cause of all these problems. That means the tasks in the future will not be easy. But now, it was time to learn about the equipment. Good equipment helps in battle. Some weapons are available not only to subgroup heads but also to leaders. And if you are lucky enough to get the desired equipment, the combat abilities of the owner can increase. Of course, it also matters what kind of weapon is used. The capabilities of the weapon can also vary, because if the captain manages to get good weapons for the leaders, it can help successfully complete the mission. Also, Joksan revealed that weapons can be obtained in various ways. By completing missions, requests, and military duties. They can also be bought, but the prices are terribly high. After listening carefully, Huynh thanked Joksan for the information. The panel immediately reported that Sun had nothing more to say. Here, Joksan got up and, deciding that there had been enough talking for now, said goodbye to Huynh and left. Left alone, Quinn pondered that most likely Joksan's words could help him in the future. Kvin closed his eyes to properly think about everything. But to his surprise, he found that he could see the place where Joksan had just gone. Not understanding what kind of place it was, Huynh finally realized that he was seeing through Joksan's eyes. Suddenly someone called out to Joksona. Turning around, Kvin's eyes widened in horror. In front of them stood the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. He said with a malicious smile that he wanted to ask Joksan a couple of questions. A thought flashed through Quin's mind about what Simagui was doing here. A suddenly appearing panel asked what Quinn would do, offering two options: try to attack or wait. But Kvin could not believe that he would have to fight the Secretary right now. Isn't that suicide? Kvin was upset because he tried his best. Many times he was on the brink of death, but he did not give up any studies. And although Huynh learned a lot and gained new skills in many battles, the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber was much stronger than Huynh could have imagined. But what interested Kvina the most was why the Secretary was here, since this is the territory of the Silver Spirit. But they have no relation to the Supreme Chamber, and besides, it was better not to enter here without a reason. And since Kvinu needed information, he chose the option to wait. Immediately, Joksan bowed and asked what the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber was doing here, to which he replied that he had business here. Then he asked, "Is the head of the Spirit of Death located here?" Kvin froze in horror. He did not understand why the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber was needed. After all, in this life, Huynh is in no way connected to the Secretary, as he did not even manage to receive any assignments from him because he was transferred to the Qianil department. Could this be related to the death of a department employee? Then Joksan said that apparently the Secretary is looking for his captain. The Secretary grinned with a malicious smile and asked, "Where can he meet with Captain Joksan?" Joksan hesitated because they had parted with the captain quite recently, so he would be easy to find. Kvin was desperately wondering what to do, because if Joksan remained silent, he could face serious problems. Bowing to Joksan, he apologized for not knowing where his captain is now, as the head of the Spirit of Death was appointed very recently and Joksan does not know him that well yet. Then the Secretary, thoughtfully stroking his thick beard, walked past. But suddenly the Secretary turned around, anger blazing in his eyes. He asked Joksan, "Isn't it customary in such cases to find and bring the captain to him?" But Joksan did not understand what the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber was talking about. Mantis was furious. Quickly approaching Joksan, he slapped him with an open palm. He believed that this place was full of bastards whom no one bothered to properly raise. Then Joksan bowed, clutching his bloodied nose, and apologized again to the Secretary. But Mantis only smiled maliciously. He threw the blade at Joksan's feet, demanding proof that he was truly sorry. Huynh, who was watching this, became furious. A panel immediately appeared before him, offering to choose the next action: try to attack or wait. Time stood still, and Quinn began to think frantically. Of course, he wanted to kill the Secretary immediately, but if he intervened, Joksan might get hurt. Despite the status of Secretary of the Supreme Chamber, Huynh and Joksan are members of the Silver Spirit groups, and regardless of status, abuse of power must still have valid reasons. Therefore, Huynh chose the option to wait. Then Joksan suddenly asked why the Secretary was doing this. Surprise was reflected on Mantis's face. Still bowing his head, Joksan added that he is a member of the Silver Spirit group and serves Lord Ganma. If the Secretary is dissatisfied with them, he can file an official complaint. Because if Mr. Ganma finds out that the Secretary is pressuring Joksan just because he did not answer where his captain is, Ganma will not let it go so easily. Here Huynh smiled, thinking that Joksan was great, since a member of the Silver Spirit group should refer to Ganma. But to everyone's surprise, Mantis burst out laughing and called Hyuk Bai. Of course, Quinn remembered her, the woman whose face was half hidden, and above her head still hung the status of 4 lives. Hyukbi bent down and carefully handed the blade to the secretary. The one who drew the blade plunged the edge into Hyukbi's right shoulder. Wiping the blood from the blade, the secretary smiled and ordered Hyukbi to kill Jokson. Horror was reflected on Jokson's face when Hyukbi revealed the hidden blades. Kvin swore, because he perfectly understood that if Jokson wounded the secretary's subordinate, he could be killed. Clenching his teeth in anger, Quinn came to the conclusion that the secretary intended to kill Jokson simply because he did not like him. Suddenly, Hyukbi launched an attack and immediately plunged the blade into Jokson's right shoulder, forcing him to retreat. But Hyukbi immediately closed the distance and pierced Jokson's left shoulder. Of course, Hwin understood that Jokson was no match for her. Hyukbi was a much stronger warrior and could kill him with one blow. But he does not do this, wanting to make Jokson surrender from blood loss and unbearable pain, like an animal playing with its food. When Hyukbi was about to pierce Jokson's chest, the secretary ordered her to stop. Here, unexpectedly, the secretary turned to Jokson and asked if he knew that his captain had actually abandoned his subordinates. Kvin gritted his teeth in anger. It turns out the secretary knows everything. He must have noticed the missing map. Mantis, smiling maliciously while looking at Jokson's wounds, asked again, "Where is the head of the death spirit?" Suddenly, Jokson raised his head and replied that he remembered where his captain was. Then the secretary's face lit up, but Jokson spoke so quietly that he had to lean his head closer. Here, unexpectedly, Jokson spat in his face. That was his response to the secretary. In Jokson's eyes burned a challenge. He knew that the life of someone like him was no more valuable to the secretary than the life of an insect. But he liked the captain because he was just like Jokson. Drawing his sword and taking a stance, Jokson asked what the secretary of the Supreme Chamber could understand about their lives. Undoubtedly, Kvin's words impressed Jokson, but his strength left him, and he collapsed to the ground. The panel with the same question resurfaced before Kvin, who was hovering over everything happening. Kvin did not act earlier because he did not want to die, but everything had to have a limit. After all, in order to survive, Quinn repeatedly sacrificed his subordinates. But even cowardice must have its limits. Kvin still had 2 whole lives left in reserve, and then he chose the option to try to attack. The panel reported that 2 or more hostile targets were detected and suggested Kvin choose whom to attack, the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber or Hyukbi. Then Hwin, since he is given such an opportunity, should better attack Hyukbi. A portal immediately opened in front of Quinn, and the panel reported an interruption. And in a moment, Quinn found himself next to Hyukbi and the secretary. The panel reported that a weak spot was found in Hyukbi, and Hwin decided to use martial arts. However, Hwin did not know what was better to use in this situation. He had a weapon, which meant there was no point in the art of flame combat. The strongest was the wind, but Hwin knew it poorly. Weighing all the pros and cons, he decided that in this situation it was best to choose what he was absolutely confident in. That is why he chose the martial art of destroying the spiritual root, as it had been leveled up to the master level. Kvin, using the ability Phantom Sword, struck Hyukbi. They raised clouds of dust after the strike, and the panel immediately reported a hit. Hyukbi's health was reduced by half. The panel once again reported a weak spot of Hyukbi, so Hwin decided to continue pressing on it. But this time the number of options was reduced. Then Hwin concluded that the number of options depends on the situation, and choosing the art of the white body, Hwin used the Ice Moon. The panel reported a hit, and although Hyukbi's health decreased slightly, a special frost effect was activated. Now Hyukbi moved more slowly. Kvin smiled quite a bit when the panel once again displayed a message about Hyukbi's weak spot. It meant he could keep going in the same spirit. But the smile quickly faded from Kvin's face when it was also reported that the secretary had found his weak spot. Hwin turned around in horror and noticed the secretary frozen in place. Could this really be the last chance that fate has given Hwin? Mantis is truly a martial arts master at the level of becoming a supreme demon, but Hwin was not going to retreat. He could not afford to lose such an opportunity to attack. Therefore, Hwin decided to change the type of fight, choosing simulation. After the system analyzed everything, it suggested selecting a target for attack, and Hwin without hesitation chose to attack Hyukbi. Suddenly, 3 options appeared before him: to strike without losing health, to deliver a strong blow losing a third of his health, or to make a critical hit, losing almost all his health. And Kvin chose the last option without hesitation, for his goal was to kill Hyukbi, no matter the cost. And the simulation began. The secretary immediately tried to attack. Hwin clearly followed all the system's instructions. Turn the sword to the left, extend the arm, sword at shoulder level. The secretary was rapidly approaching, intending to use the flaming hand technique. When the secretary of the Supreme Chamber was supposed to be nearby, The system suggested Kvin use the martial art technique of destroying the spiritual root's small root. Kvin already felt the heat of the flame on his back. Of course, he did not fully understand all the calculations that the system gave him. But Kvin thought that the essence was to use the small root technique to gather the flame into one point, and at that moment make a turn and strike with the sword. Thanks to this, he expected to exert minimal effort to repel such a powerful attack. And his actions were successful. He redirected the secretary's attack to Hyuk-bi, and she was burned to ashes. Kvin stared in shock at the place where Hyuk-bi used to be. Of course, he had heard of the exhaustion technique. She allowed dealing with a strong opponent with minimal effort. Such a technique uses the opponent's strength against themselves. But Kvin could not believe that he succeeded. The simulation was completed. Immediately, the secretary's hand closed around Kvin's neck. He was furious. The heat emanating from the secretary's hand began to melt Kvin's mask, but he only smiled. Raising his eyes to the secretary, Kvin said that this is the reality. Mantis could only watch as his subordinate died. It turns out that it is actually Mantis who leaves his own to die. These words enraged the secretary. The flame completely engulfed Kvin, but he only smiled in response. The system finished loading and Kvin found himself back in his room sitting on the bed. For the first time since Kvin started time traveling, he was in so much pain from the secretary's flame. And yet Kvin was pleased that the simulation succeeded, and he was able to defeat Hyuk-bi. Looking in the mirror, Kvin noticed that a status of 5 coins was now glowing above his head. Sighing heavily, Kvin wondered how to land even one blow on a demon with such combat power. After thinking for a while, he decided that if he continued to develop, he would definitely have a chance. But Kvin also understood that the difference between them was too great, and now was not the time for battle. He could not just waste lives. Kvin believed that he had avenged, even if only partially. For he not only managed to kill Hyuk-bi, but also saw the secretary in rage. But now it was more important to deal with the current situation. At first, Kvin decided that it was necessary to send Jokson away, since the secretary appeared after the disposition had increased to the maximum. And this meant that before the secretary appeared, Kvin had to manage to send Jokson to another place. Suddenly, Kvin began turning his head in search of his sword, as he had not placed it in the toolkit. But the sword was nowhere to be found. In horror, Kvin collapsed onto the bed clutching his head, for the sword was an excellent weapon and enhanced all his abilities. After calming down a bit, Kvin decided that the sword might be where he left it, since the sword was given to him by Gonma. Moreover, before the battle with the secretary, the sword was in Kvin's hand. And if the cause and effect relationship is not broken, Kvin expected to find the sword in the place where he died. He was going to Jokson anyway, so he decided to check if that was true. And Kvin moved again to the resting place for the leaders of the spirit of death. Jokson noticed him again, to which Kvin replied that he had just arrived. Jokson was loyal until death. Kvin had never seen such devotion from a subordinate before, so he firmly decided to do everything to ensure Jokson survived. Suddenly, Jokson drew a sword and asked if it belonged to Kvin. Then he explained that he found the sword lying right in this place. Kvin was glad. After all, he was right. All the items he had turned out to be where he died. Afterwards, the same dialogue followed with Jokson, and the panel reported that his disposition was increased to the maximum. Then Kvin ordered Jokson to return to the training room. But he could not understand why. Could there really be a continuation of the lesson? Here, Kvin placed his hand on Jokson's shoulder and told him not to ask unnecessary questions, and just return to the training room. Jokson only nodded affirmatively and began to carry out Kvin's order. As soon as Jokson left, Kvin jumped onto a tree branch and began waiting for the secretary to appear. After some time he appeared. He was clearly looking for someone, but there was no one in this place. Kvin exhaled with relief as a panel appeared before him, offering options on where to go next. To the chambers of the 4th disciple of the celestial demon, or to the garden behind the Black Turtle building. Then Kvin decided that if the screen appeared, it meant everything was fine. After thinking for a bit, he decided to go to the garden, hoping that a new task awaited him there. The system immediately began the transfer, indicating that it would take 1.5 days. Having turned his head, Kvin discovered that it was deep night outside, and he himself was by the garden wall. Suddenly, Kvin noticed a running figure. Looking closer, he recognized Yeonjin. Someone was clearly chasing him. To Kvin's surprise, the pursuer turned out to be Hyuk-bi. But what is she doing here? Suddenly, Kvin noticed the secretary of the Supreme Chamber, who was smiling maliciously while watching the chase. In front of Kvin, a panel appeared offering 2 actions to choose from: help or observe. Kvin immediately chose the first option. Meanwhile, Yeonjin kept running with all his might, fully understanding that he couldn't handle Hyuk-bi, so the only option was to run. At the last moment, Yeonjin ducked, and the strike went over. Although there was a great distance between him and Hyuk-bi, the energy of her sword was able to reach Yeonjin. Of course, Yeonjin understood that something was wrong here. He had the impression that Hyuk-bi could kill him at any moment, but for some reason, he did not want to do it. Suddenly, Hwin appeared behind the surprised Yeonjin. He immediately covered Yeonjin's mouth with his hand to prevent him from revealing their location. Nevertheless, Yeonjin still asked how the captain ended up here, to which Hwin waved it off and replied that he would explain everything later. And grabbing Yeonjin by the collar, Hwin dragged him into the alley. Finally finding himself in a relatively safe place, Hwin released Yeonjin, who was breathing heavily, catching his breath. After catching his breath a little, Yeonjin decided to ask Hwin if he knew this girl. To which Kvin, without turning around, replied that the girl's name is Hyuk-bi, and she is a vassal of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. At the mention of the Secretary, a chill ran down Yeonjin's spine. Meanwhile, Hwin began to undress, ordering Yeonjin to do the same. Seeing the confusion on Yeonjin's face, Hwin tried to explain that he wanted to change clothes so they would chase him, not Yeonjin. Of course, Kvin understood that by threatening the lives of the subgroup leaders, the Secretary was trying to prevent Gonma from learning about his actions. He definitely needed information about the map. While changing clothes, Yeonjin still had doubts about whether it would work, since he and the captain did not look very similar. Therefore, he suggested fighting her. But Kvin immediately objected that if the Secretary also joined, then both of them would definitely be finished. Yeonjin's eyes widened in surprise when Hwin took off the mask and looked exactly like him. Here, Yeonjin shyly lowered his eyes and apologized for not being able to help at all. The appeared panel reported that Yeonjin's position had increased to the maximum and could no longer decrease. Now Hwin could assign tasks to Yeonjin. Also, a message appeared on the panel that Yeonjin can provide information about why he was in the garden and how to increase the simulation level. Then Hwin decided to choose the second option, and Yeonjin told him that at the second level, the simulation can show more optimal solutions. You can not only fight, but also run away and attack specific targets. Kvin smiled joyfully, meaning optimal solutions change depending on the circumstances. After hearing the information, Quinn decided it was time to go, warning Yeonjin to leave more carefully. Jumping up, Quinn found himself on the roof of the building. Realizing that Hyuk-bi had noticed him, he decided to try a level 2 simulation. A screen immediately appeared before him, asking which simulation Hwin wishes to activate. Then Kvin decided to simply ask how to escape from Hyuk-bi, and the system immediately began to analyze. When the analysis was completed, the panel reported that a solution was found. The location of the leader of the Scarlet Death was found. The system began to plot the route, and a red arrow appeared in front of Hwin indicating the way. Kvin did not understand what to do, but decided to follow the sign. He began quickly moving from roof to roof. Suddenly the arrow sharply pointed down, and Quinn jumped off the roof. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the system offered him to use the fourth form of the Ghost's Trace Step. Quinn, following her advice, immediately dashed after the sign. After some time, the system also suggested switching to the third form of the Ghost's Traceless Step. Kvin obeyed again and, accelerating, began bouncing off the walls of neighboring buildings, increasing speed. Finally, having jumped over another obstacle, the system reported that Quinn had reached the destination point. Behind, Hwin heard a cry of indignation, and Bi-gun, who stepped forward, demanded that the unexpected guest identify himself. But Hwin, raising his head up, noticed Hyuk-bi. Their eyes met, and then she disappeared. Hwin exhaled with relief, but behind him, Bi-gun kept insisting on an answer to his question, to which Kvin laughed and replied that he would not fight with him again. And turning around, he greeted his friend. Of course, Bi-gun was surprised to discover that it was the captain of the Death Spirit. The secretary was dissatisfied with Hyuk-bi. How could she have missed the target, since she had never been wrong before? Scratching his beard, the secretary concluded that it was not so easy to catch someone without attracting attention, which means they will have to find another way. Meanwhile, a panel appeared before Hwin, offering him to move to the only remaining place, the chambers of the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Sighing heavily, Quinn decided that everything was fine. There was one option left, the last chance to improve the leader's disposition. Without thinking long, Quinn chose this option, and the system began the transfer, indicating that 4 days had passed. After moving, Hwin found himself hovering above the ground. Below, So-ryun and Yo-rim, swords drawn, stood back to back, surrounded by a group of people in black. As soon as Quinn began to study the strangers more closely, the panel immediately reported that this group of 10 warriors were hired assassins of the Supreme Chamber. Shock was reflected on Kvin's face, as he only knew about the Supreme Chamber's contract killers from rumors. Out of desperation, Yo-rim tried to somehow reason with the attackers, as they clearly understood where they had ended up. But the killers did not care about that. They were only interested in where the leader of the Spirit of Death might be now. Kvin clenched his teeth in anger. He perfectly understood that he was the killer's target. Of course, Rim tried to dodge and said that they did not know, to which one of the killers just smirked, as he did not really expect them to agree verbally. Yo Rim swore and wondered why Mr. Gonma had invited him here. But So Ryun immediately objected, saying that it was most likely the work of assassins, since Gonma had not invited them personally. Suddenly, the killers rushed into attack. Yo Rim and So Ryun back-to-back repelled the opponent's strikes. But Kvin, who was watching what was happening, understood that the two of them would not manage. They simply had no chance. Before Kvin's eyes appeared a panel asking what his actions were, to try to fight or to wait. Hwin did not know what to do, because the killer's goal was to find him, so they were unlikely to kill So Ryun and Yo Rim. But Hwin did not want it to go through the same situation as with Jokson again, so he thought for a long time and chose the first option. He immediately found himself on a tree branch under which the battle was taking place. Carefully assessing the situation, he rushed into the fight. Swiftly flying down, he chose the second-level simulation, wanting to see how he would defeat all the hired assassins of the Supreme Chamber. After analysis, the system indicated that to injure all group members, Kvin will have to take 60% damage. Of course, Kvin understood that taking such significant damage was risky, but without simulation, he clearly would not be able to kill them all. With a crash landing, he immediately with one swing of his sword knocked off the head of the nearest assassin. Immediately the next opponent tried to attack Kvin, but he used the White March to bind the enemies with ice. Then, using the Ghost Step, he got rid of 3 opponents at once. The next killer attacked Hwin with a scream. He understood that dodging in such a situation would not be possible. Therefore, he had to expose his left shoulder to the attack, and immediately Hwin launched a counterattack using the 9th form of the Phantom Sword, and the attacker was defeated. Suddenly, one of the killers managed to launch a successful attack, and a deep wound appeared on Kvin's right side. He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that those were the 60% the system had mentioned. But the simulation was not yet finished. Hwin still had to deal with the killers. Oh Rim, surprised by the appearance of his captain, was about to ask, but Quinn ordered him to be silent, for the killers should not understand who was in front of them. The suddenly appeared panel reported that Kvin's movements do not match the proposed ones, and meanwhile, another opponent was already rushing at Kvina. Then he realized that he had ruined everything and would not be able to avoid the blow. And just when the enemy's blade was right at Kvin's face, an explosion suddenly thundered, destroying the last of the assassins. The storm was thrown back by the blast wave, but he managed to tuck in and land on his feet. Kvin's eyes widened with horror when he saw the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. But he only pretended to be extremely outraged by the behavior of the men in black. Surprised, Yo-Rim decided to ask what the Secretary was doing here. But instead of an answer, the Secretary just snapped his fingers and a new explosion thundered. Then Kvin wondered if the Secretary was covering his tracks in this way, because no one could find out that it was his people. Of course, Kvin knew what kind of person the Secretary was, but only a madman could kill his subordinates as if their lives meant nothing. But the Secretary said with a casual look that the members of the Spirit of Death were in great danger. Then, shifting his gaze to Kvin, he asked, "From which subgroup is he?" The Secretary scratched his beard. He felt that he knew the man in the mask. Perhaps they had met. Then he ordered Kvin to take off the mask, thinking that this would do a favor for his savior. But Hwin did not know what to do. He could not come up with a reason for refusal. It was necessary to distract the Secretary and escape. But what would happen to So-ryun and Yo-Rim then? Suddenly, Gon-ma appeared behind. Smiling, he said that the Secretary had wandered far away. Kvin mentally thanked Gon-ma for the rescue. The appeared panel announced the start of the third part. Some time passed. Gon-ma and Mantis were sitting at the table drinking tea. Taking a sip, Gon-ma said that there was a mess near his chambers. So what happened? The Secretary replied that some people had managed to sneak into the territory of the Silver Spirit. So he decided to intervene because it seemed to him that the leaders of the Spirit of Death were in danger. Then Gon-ma smiled and said that it was an amazing coincidence, as the Secretary even managed to warn Gon-ma. Taking another sip, Gon-ma added that he would try to find out who those people were and why they had entered the territory of his chambers, but unfortunately they left no trace. The Secretary of the Supreme Chamber laughed. It turns out he was in such a hurry to help the members of the Silver Spirit that he overdid it a bit. Seeing the displeasure on Gon-ma's face, the Secretary immediately apologized for the inconvenience caused. It was all because of spies who recently infiltrated his territory, so he has been on edge lately. But Gon-ma, taking another sip of tea, said that there was no room for grudges between them. Then he asked, why did the Secretary want to see him? Then Mantis handed Gon-ma a package and said that Mr. Salma was delivering a message. The Secretary did not dare to repeat the words, so he wrote them down. In the scroll there was an order to immediately stop this. Gon-ma, looking up at the Secretary, asked, "Did Mr. Salma really say that?" To which Mantis replied that he only wrote down what he heard. Then Gon-ma threw the bundle in the Secretary's face. That was his answer. Gonma looked expectantly at the secretary, wondering what his answer would be, but the secretary did not utter a word. Then Gonma, after taking another sip, asked the secretary to admit that right now he is wondering how such a weakling dared to behave like that. Of course, Mantis knew that Gonma would not be a difficult opponent because he was the weakest of the heavenly demon's disciples. But aloud, the secretary said that he would never harm the fourth student. After all, he is just an old man who is carrying out an assignment, and he does not dare to chatter whatever he thinks when it comes to the affairs of the disciples of the great heavenly demon. Rising from the table, Mantis bowed and said that he would convey Gonma's response to Mr. Salma. After saying goodbye, Mantis was about to leave the room, but Gonma suddenly asked if the secretary had found what he had recently lost. The secretary broke out in sweat, but he tried to get out of it by claiming that he did not understand what Gonma was talking about. Looking coldly at him, Gonma replied that as soon as the secretary says he understands, he will immediately die. After taking another sip, Gonma added that the true power of the blade is revealed when it is in its sheath, not when it is being swung. When the secretary was about to object, Gonma rudely cut him off, advising him to be careful with his actions and behavior if he did not want to die. At such words, the secretary began to boil with anger, but turning around he left Gonma, who continued drinking tea. Opening his eyes, Huin realized he was in bed. Above him, Yo Rim and So Ryun immediately leaned over, rejoicing that their captain had finally come to. Huin was very surprised when he heard that he lost consciousness from the wounds. Then Ye Rim and So Ryun took him to the doctor. Here Huin realized that when he was in the room watching Gonma and the secretary, he was most likely unconscious. The appeared panel reported that the rankings of Yo Rima and So Ryun have increased. Then Kvin decided to make sure everything was all right with his subordinates. Fortunately, they had no serious injuries, but if he had arrived a little later, they could have clearly been harmed. Here Yo Rim said that no one took off the mask from Kvin. Kvin, feeling his face, thanked him. Then Huin asked Yo Rim to leave him alone with So Ryun. He did not ask why and immediately left the room. Left alone, Huin sighed heavily and removed the mask, showing So Ryun his face. So Seo Ryun exclaimed in surprise, "So it is true." In response, Huin only smirked. Most likely, So Ryun had long since realized that he was the very fool who did all the dirty work in the Cheon-il agency. Then So Ryun became curious about how Huinu managed to get here, to which he replied that he was lucky to learn the weakness of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber, and thanks to this, Mr. Gonma noticed him. Of course, it was hard to understand. So Ryun, as a person who was just a simple warrior not long ago, suddenly became the head of the organization, so she decided to ask what Huin really intended. Naturally, Seo Ryan understood that there was a reason why Huin agreed to join the weakest faction, the Death Spirit subgroup, but she couldn't figure out why Quinn did it, since he had a chance to become even stronger. Sighing heavily, Kvin replied that of course there is a reason. It is his desire to become stronger. Then, slyly glancing at So Ryun, he reminded her of her own words about escaping from this hell. In fact, Huin wanted all of them to survive. The panel immediately displayed a message that So Ryun's position had risen again, with only 1 point left to reach 100. So Ryun sat down next to her on the bed, finding it hard to believe. After all, she thought Huin had some other more terrible goal. But So Ryun still doubted, because Huin with his abilities could have chosen a safer place. So what is his plan? Kvinu had nothing to answer. So Ryun, because from the very beginning he simply trusted the system without looking back. Therefore, he continued to remain silent until Yo Rim burst into the room, announcing that Mr. Gonma had arrived. As soon as Gonma entered the room, Huin immediately stood up and greeted him with a bow of his head. Gonma smiled in response. He had already heard that Huin got into trouble. Huin, bowing his head, began to apologize. But Gonma, placing his hand on Huin's shoulder, praised him, for the secretary would never send mediocre warriors to carry out his orders. As a reward, Kvin received 2 jade pills resembling a human face. According to Gonma, these pills should help Huin recover, as they treat not only internal wounds, but also other problems with the body. Suddenly, the out-of-breath elder Pek Han burst into the room. He was alarmed by the news of Huin's injury. Then Gonma asked a reasonable question about why Baek Han had made such a long journey here, and Huin was very surprised because he was not personally acquainted with Baek Han. But instead of answering, Baek Han, passing by Gonma, grabbed Huin's hands and thanked him for helping with his foolish student. And behind, looking away to the side, stood Im Muki. Baek Han immediately began examining Huin's wounds, all of which were external. And according to Baek Han, with proper treatment, Huin should recover quickly. Noticing Gonma's surprised look, Baek Han immediately bowed his head in apology. But Gonma replied that everything was fine. He just asked Baek Han to explain to him what was happening here. At first, Baek Han hesitated, but gathering himself, he told that not long ago, Huin helped him deal with the problem of his disobedient student. At these words, Yimuki turned pale, as it was a personal matter and Baek Han was uncomfortable talking about it. Therefore, he once again thanked Mr. Gonma and Huynh for their help. Of course, Gonma was glad that his simple subordinate was able to assist the elder. To Baek Han's surprise, Gonma turned out to be as modest as his subordinate. Now it was clear why the heavenly demon took Gonma as a disciple. Gonma received a compliment from the elder, and although he tried not to show it, it clearly touched him deeply. After all, among the elders, Baek Han had a very high status. He was known for his persistence and firmness of character. Before this, other elders praised and showed interest in other disciples of the heavenly demon, but never in Gonma. Surely Gonma was very envious of the other students. But then Elder Baek Han suddenly appears and praises his subordinate, and such praise implied a lot. Of course, Baek Han had heard that Gonma had been having a lot of problems lately. In response, he only nodded sadly. Then Baek Han suggested turning to him if Gonma encountered an insurmountable problem. Gonma's face showed surprise, for until that moment Elder Baek Han had not chosen any side and only remained neutral. But now the elder was going to unconditionally support him. Looking at this picture, Kevin wondered if Gonma had for the first time gained serious support in the person of the elder. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Kevin's face, informing him that So-ryun's disposition had reached the maximum level. From that moment, he could assign tasks to So-ryun. Además, las misiones de Gonma ya estaban disponibles. La vida y las habilidades de todos los líderes dependían únicamente de... After saying goodbye, Baek Han was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that he wanted to ask Huynh for a favor. Of course, Huynh was surprised to hear this. Baek Han asked to take Yimuki with him. A panel immediately appeared in front of Kevin with two options: accept Yimuki or refuse. Carefully studying Quinn's parameters, he noted that Yimuki had become stronger. About a year had passed since their meeting, and Yimuki's combat power had significantly increased. Apparently, Elder Baek Han remembers every favor, so Huynh decided it was better to agree. After all, if the elder ended up owing him, it could be very helpful in the future. Moreover, Yimuki's skills could be useful. That is why Huynh chose the first option. Baek Han smiled joyfully. He thought Huynh would have no problems with that scoundrel, and asked him to be stricter with Yimuki. In gratitude, Baek Han decided to give Huynh a gift. A panel appeared before Kvin with four options: a miraculous medicine, a weapon, armor, or footwear. Then Kvin wondered what would be better to choose, since everything looked attractive in its own way. Vin's weapon was not needed, as he already had the royal ceremonial sword. Perhaps it was worth choosing the miraculous medicine, as his health and key indicators are very low. However, Kvin did not have an option with shoes before, especially since this is a gift from Baek Han. So this is not just ordinary quality shoes. After some hesitation, Quinn still decided to choose the shoes, assuming that they were as valuable as the medicine. As soon as the option was chosen, Baek Han pulled out the boots. According to the description, they were pepper boots made from the skins of spiritual animals. The toe and heel were decorated with cloud patterns. But most of all, Kavina was struck by the effect imposed by the boots. They allowed getting rid of part of the formula of special techniques. Baek Han said goodbye again, hoping that he would see Huynh once more. A little embarrassed, Yimuki asked if he now obeyed Gonma, to which he replied that since Elder Baek Han had recommended him, he was welcome here. Then Gonma turned to Huynh, saying that he did an excellent job even where it was not expected of him. Gonma was truly proud of him. Kvin was deeply moved and bowed his head in gratitude. 25 days passed. Finally, the complete restoration of health and chi was completed, and the system transferred Kvin to his room. Heaving a heavy sigh, Kvin leaned back on the bed. After such a series of events, he needed rest. Here, Huynh suddenly jumped out of bed, remembering that he had received jade pills and boots, so he decided to examine them first. Carefully examining the jade pills, Quinn noted that up close they are much nicer. After thinking for a moment, Quinn decided to take both pills at once. The system immediately reported that his health and chi had significantly increased. Satisfied that his health had finally surpassed the 1 million mark, Kvin decided it was time to try on the boots. As soon as the boots were on his feet, the panel immediately reported that the boots allow him to eliminate some of the movements necessary for performing techniques. Kvin smiled joyfully. Now it was possible to remove part of the movements from the god of the wind. After thinking for a moment, he decided to remove the most difficult part of the formula, feeling satisfied with oneself because now it has become much easier to use the equipment. Deciding to try out the technique right away, Quinn quickly jumped out the window. Finding himself in the garden, Quinn began to repeat the movements. Finally, a powerful gust of wind appeared before him. This was the fist of the wind god. Kvin was amazed, because performing this technique with a sword, the god of wind, became more powerful and sharper, but using fists the technique allowed covering a greater distance. And if Kvin manages to master both options, then victory over stronger enemies will no longer be a problem for him. With delight, Kvin noted that it became much easier to use the God of Wind, and he had only removed part of the formula. Satisfied with himself, Kvin laughed. If he continues to develop and increase his combat power, he will soon be able to defeat the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. But for some reason, Kvin was still excited. He had definitely become stronger, but the further he advanced, the more he felt emptiness inside. Something was troubling Kvina, as if he had missed something. Of course, he never had a teacher, let alone someone who could guide him. There was only reality. Then Kvin wondered, had he been fighting all this time just to survive? But more than anything, Kvin feared becoming like AI, as it always exceeded all his expectations. Kvin wondered how he could master such combat skills. But for now, Kvin already had enough worries. He was trying to survive every twist of fate. Sighing heavily, Kvin sat down on a piece of broken wood. Even now, he still did not know when he would die, when he would miss the chance to change something. But now, Kvin could only afford to focus on the present and keep moving forward and help his subordinates become stronger. Suddenly, Kvin's thoughts were interrupted by a voice from behind. Looking back, Kvin noticed the stunned Bi-gun, who came to visit him after recovering. Embarrassed, Kvin thanked Bi-gun. Despite his busyness, he still came to visit his friend. Bi-gun sat down nearby. He had already heard that people of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber had infiltrated the territory. Kvin only nodded sadly in agreement. Then Bi-gun pondered. It seemed to him that the relationship between their group and the Secretary had become tense. But he also believed that gathering together to deal with one Secretary would not be difficult. But the Secretary's entourage was a completely different matter. Having made sure that Kvin was fine, Bi-gun, after saying goodbye, decided to leave. Kvin thanked him for the visit. Looking at the back of the departing Bi-gun, Kvin thought about the 5 other secretaries. There were still many opponents who could interfere with him. Looking at the broken trees, Kvin decided to assign this work to Sokdu. And now it was necessary to preserve oneself. Sitting on the bed, Kvin saved. He was troubled by the save title, Thoughts of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. Of course, Kvin understood that the Secretary would not so easily let go of the humiliation he was subjected to by Gonma. Kvin leaned back on the bed with relief. He had nothing else to do and could focus on what he could influence. At the start of the new day, the panel offered Kvin to choose the schedule for the next month. To Kvin's surprise, the options Train Leaders and Inspect the Territory disappeared, but 2 new ones appeared. Then Kvin decided that it was worth trying each option and chose the option, Complete Gonma's task together with the leaders. The system immediately issued a warning that completing the task would take all the remaining 17 months, and Kvin would immediately move on to the main part of the story. Kvin was so surprised that he did not notice how time was rapidly coming to an end, but he still managed to decline the mission. Here, Kvin exhaled with relief. He just wanted to figure out what to do next, but almost wasted nearly a year and a half of effort. According to Kvin, the start of the main part meant the end of training, but he could not waste the remaining time. Therefore, he chose the option of creating a schedule for subordinates. Before Kvin, there immediately appeared as many as 4 options to choose from. Of course, Kvin understood that he could successfully complete Gonma's task only if his subordinates became stronger. Naturally, this matter is not quick, but Kvin still had time. Therefore, deciding that everything must be done in order, he chose solo training. Solo training sessions and private lessons have paid off, and after Kvin taught the leaders a more advanced level of martial arts, their performance began to improve. For all subgroup leaders, this became the basis of training, except for Yimuki, who did not particularly like receiving assignments from Kvin. But judging by his performance, he could provide decent assistance anyway. The search for equipment also bore fruit, so Ryan acquired winged bracers, which increased her strength by 15%. Oh, Jin was also pleased to have found the Axe the Color of Clouds, that increases his combat power by 18%. Also, Jok-san managed to obtain the Spirit of the Heavens shield and the short Phantom Sword, thereby increasing his combat power by 22%. But the luckiest of all was Yo-Rimu, who managed to find a blacksmith from the Yan family, and he made him the Spear of the God of Lightning, because of which Yo-Rimu's combat power increased by 44%. The combat power of all the leaders significantly increased just from possessing a single weapon. Then Kvin finally realized that all this time his subordinates lacked suitable weapons. Of course, Yimuki could not find the weapon, but he managed to obtain what he believed was important information. This turned out to be information about beautiful maidens from Sichuan, thanks to which Yimuki became known as the Beautiful Wanderer. Of course, Kvin did not share the admiration of his subordinate. While in his room, a panel appeared before Kvin again, offering to choose the schedule for the next month. Then Kvin thought, since there were still 9 tasks left, each lasting a month, and there was no need for a schedule, everything would end, and he would no longer be able to stay here, which meant he would not be able to preserve himself. Here, however, Kvin decided to focus on developing his skills in the remaining time. Therefore, he decided to get the task. The pop-up panel offered 3 candidates to choose from. Suddenly, Hwin remembered that because of Dr. Han, he had lost 2 lives. In the end, he did get excellent weapons, but after careful consideration, Hwin decided it was too great a sacrifice. Therefore, Kvin needed to prepare well, and he chose tasks from Jokpa. The panel offered a choice, to do the task together or alone. Kvin just smiled. There was nothing to think about here. Wasn't that what he had prepared his subordinates for? And choosing the option, complete the task together, Kvin immediately appeared before Jokpa, who was very glad to see him. After all, he had a task for Kvin. Recently, something happened, and now Jokpa has a problem. Thinking that it was not so serious, he decided not to inform Mr. Gonma about what happened. But everything turned out completely differently. Jokpa did not expect this. Their man, Kim Manjun, who took money from the Silver Spirit Squad, began to threaten and force them to pay for protection. These words stunned Kvin. Who could threaten such an important person? According to Jokpa, he was the leader of the sect Blue Dragon, Baek Yang-chon, and although he is quite young, he already had 300 disciples. MANHWA. Vinu was given 3 months to complete the task. First, he needed to contact Kim Manjun and find out the details. Jokpa did not rule out the possibility of reaching an agreement, but if the negotiations end in failure, they will have no choice. Hearing these words, Kvin decided to clarify what he meant. Casting a fierce glance, Jokpa said that Kvin would have to kill everyone and make sure that no one saw it. Of course, Jokpa believed in Kvin, but his enemy is very strong. It is no coincidence that Paek Yan-chon was considered a future expert, one of the new 7 dragons. Jokpa wished Kvin good luck, who bowed in gratitude, and the panel that appeared before his face announced the start of the transfer. Kvin found himself at the table surrounded by his subordinates. It turned out to be the largest inn in the capital, Chengdu. The appeared panel reported that Kvin's main goal is to contact the moneylender Kim Manjun, and his subordinates have already received information about him. To which Kvin only smiled inwardly, because despite the fact that he had already completed such tasks, it was still interesting. Suddenly Yo Rim, pulling a scroll from his pocket, said that Kim Manjuna can be found in the office nearby. Unrolling the scroll, Kvin saw what Kim Manjun really looked like. So Yo Rim discovered that most of the Silver Spirit communicated with Kim Manjun through cipher, so he suggested doing the same. Here, Hwin thought, cipher was a good option, better than running after Kim Manjun. Suddenly, Ye Jin objected. He thought it would be better to simply meet with Kim Manjun, since he is from their sect and is part of the Silver Spirit Squad. Although Kvinu liked both options, and even though they are from the same family, showing up without warning would be inappropriate. Therefore, after sipping the tea, Kvin decided to do everything properly. But So Ryun had a different opinion. She reminded that they should contact Kim Manjun as ordered by the head of the department, but caution would not hurt. After all, if Kim Manjun conspired with another sect, they could be in danger. Hwin was very surprised by these words, as he had never thought to suspect his own man. But So Ryun pointed this out to him. Of course, Hwin knew that So Ryun's special skill was foresight, so he decided to listen to her words. Kvin believed that he did the right thing by taking all his subordinates. After all, they can help not only in gathering information. Suddenly, Hwin noticed that Imuki, who was with them, had disappeared somewhere. Turning around, he noticed Imuki in the company of 2 ladies who were laughing cheerfully. Angry Joksun had already risen from the table intending to return Imuki, but Hwin stopped him. He knew that although Imuki did not know how to behave, he was definitely not a fool. Surely Imuki had a goal, because he doesn't just casually talk to women for no reason. Waving goodbye to the women, Imuki headed to the table with his comrades. He sighed heavily, grabbed a chair, and dragged it to the table. Having settled down quite well, Imuki reported that he knows where Kim Manjun usually is, where he sleeps, and whom he meets. Smiling, Imuki also added that he had learned something about Paek Yang-chon. 5 days later, Queen was studying with interest the information that Imuki had received. Baek Yang-chun is an external student of Huangshan. In Sichuan, he is recognized as a future expert in martial arts. He was often engaged in seeking new knowledge, for which he earned the nickname, the Sincere Wanderer. Carefully studying the reports, Quinn came to the conclusion that Baek Yang-chon is a very strong warrior, and definitely not an ordinary person. According to rumors, Baek Yang-chon left the sect because he defeated a promising disciple of Huangshan. For the past few days, the subordinates had been gathering information under Quinn's orders. After all, only by understanding the situation Kim Manjun was in could Quinn devise the correct plan of action. Yo Rim, who managed the property of Kim Manjun, reported that Baek Yang-cheon demanded 200 taels of silver per month for protection, and currently the contract is in effect. Then Quinn thought, 200 taels of silver was half the money that came into the Silver Spirit Squad every month, so that's why Kim reduced his fee. Also, Quinn instructed Jokson to find out about the sect Blue Dragon, of which Baek Yangchon was a part. Jokson reported that the Blue Dragon sect has 322 members. About 200 of them were still apprentices. Among the rest, only 30 were experienced warriors. Here Huynh became interested in how good the experienced warriors were, to which Jokson replied that only 5 or 6 instructors looked dangerous and handed Huynh a scroll with the terrain plan. Finding out about the affairs and plans of Kim Manjin was entrusted to Yo Jin. Huynh hoped that by understanding how big the deals he was involved in were, he would be able to understand where the money was going. Yo Jin reported that Kim was supposed to be much richer, as he managed to buy several shops that are not so easy to acquire. For Kvin, this was a potential problem, since apparently the Silver Spirit Squad was not familiar with Kim Manjun's affairs and did not know how much money he actually had. So Ryun was assigned to find out where Kim Manjun had been in the past year. Huynh planned to use this information during the interrogation if necessary. But So Ryun did not find anything unusual, except for one case about which she was not sure. 2 months ago, almost no one saw Kim Manjun. Huynh immediately became interested in this. Possibly he could be doing something suspicious. So Ryun agreed with him, because moneylenders and the like do not leave the places where they conduct business. Therefore, she checked the security of Kim Manjun and replaced them all. Also, Kvin ordered Im Muki to find out about Baek Yangchon's acquaintances, as they could cause the most trouble for his squad. After all, the task was to ensure Manjun's safety and secure the funding. And Kvin was not mistaken in his guesses. Im Muki confirmed his fears. Manjun had acquaintances to be wary of, and they were all from Huangshan. And although Manjun was an external student, when they left the sect, they no longer maintained ties with it. But Baek Yangcheon constantly communicated with some members of Huangshan, including the elders. Then Kvin pondered. Although Manjun himself was a simple external student, he was connected to the elders. Suddenly, Huynh decided to ask, "Did Jokson leave a letter for Kim Manjun?" To which he nodded affirmatively, and said that Huynh only had to meet with him. Suddenly rising from the table, Quinn headed for the exit. His subordinates followed him. Kvin and his subordinates finally reached the huge building. It was the Sichuan branch of the demonic sect. They were met by a woman in a gray robe, who politely bowed her head and greeted the travelers. She also reported that only the squad captain can proceed further, while the others will have to wait on the first floor. Heaving a heavy sigh, Kvin followed her. Of course, he knew that the real reason for the existence of the sect was to create a safe place where one could hide from the persecution of the Orthodox sect. Opening the door to the room, Kvin met the gaze of a heavy-set man who was wiping sweat from his forehead and neck. This sweaty man turned out to be Kim Manjun. He was glad to meet. Huynh introduced himself and shook the outstretched hand. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the man behind Kim Manjun. The panel reported that he was a third-rank member of the Supreme Chamber named San Chongjan. Here Kim Manjun introduced San Chongjan, stating that he is his bodyguard. Kvin was extremely surprised that a warrior from the Supreme Chamber was in the Silver Spirit Squad division. Then Huynh wondered if the secretary of the Supreme Chamber had conspired with Kim Manjun to take revenge on Gon Ma for the humiliation. If so, it could be considered betrayal. Here, Huyn's attention was drawn to the inscription above Kim Manjun's head. Book on the method of removing seals. Huynh hoped that this was the very method that would allow the seal to be removed from the Sword of Enlightenment. Pointing to the table, Kim Manjun asked Huynh to sit down. Huynh understood that he could not show his emotions in such a place, so he decided to calm down. Politely filling Kvin's cup with tea, Kim Manjun said that they were just about to request something from the main department. Kvin raised an eyebrow questioningly. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kim Manjun revealed that they had faced pressure from another sect. Huynh understood that it was about the leader of the Blue Dragon. Kim Manjun nodded affirmatively. He did not know the reason, but in the last couple of years, the Blue Dragon sect had begun to prosper. But judging by the rumors, the whole point is that Baek Yangchon is an excellent teacher, because thanks to him several children from noble families have learned to master martial arts excellently. Wiping the sweat again, Kim Manjun added that after the success, everyone who needed martial arts training rushed to sign up. And recently, Baek began managing the affairs of Murim people from distant countries. From this, Huynh concluded that due to the significant number of people in the Baeku sect, so much money was needed. And Kim Manjun agreed with him, for now Baek needed to feed many mouths. But the territory of the Blue Dragon was also expanding, so Baek began to eye their lands. Here, Huynh still decided to ask, had Kim Manjun spoken with him? To which he nodded affirmatively, adding that Baek was not willing to compromise. Kim Manjun believed that there could be no question of any agreement, as Baek is asking for an amount greater than what they earn. Moreover, Yanchon may demand an even larger amount if now Kim Manjin shows weakness, because the market is like a world of wild beasts. Showing weakness means every creature will sink its teeth into your throat. That is why Kim Manjin asked the Silver Spirit Squad for help, but he was told to wait because the squad was having internal problems. Naturally, Kim could not just wait, so he sent a letter to the Supreme Chamber. And to his luck, the Chamber of the Red Demon came to help. Glancing sternly at San Chonjan, Huin decided to ask about his position in the Red Demon Chamber. But instead, Kim Manjin answered, saying that San has no rank because he is from the 5 houses. But Huin should not worry because Kim paid well, and San promised to leave immediately once everything was over. Surprised as he looked at him, Huin still decided to ask what exactly Kim Manjin wanted from him then. And then the appearing panel announced that Quinn received a mission from Kim Manjun, whose goal was to get rid of the head of the Blue Dragon sect without witnesses. Suddenly, Kim Manjin said that in their situation the best solution would be to finish off Baek Yangchon, to which Kvin reasonably asked if Kim is not afraid of the consequences, since Yanchon is a student of Huangshan. Smiling, Kim Manjin replied that one person was already bought. Even in orthodox sects, there were people who have closer ties with the secular world. Taking a sip from this cup, Quinn pondered. Could it be that Kim Manjin considered him an idiot? How could one believe that if you kill one person, everything will be fine? Although Huin knew everything, he had already started the task and had no other choice. Therefore, he agreed to fulfill Kim Manjin's request. All sweating profusely, Kim Manjin smiled joyfully and threw onto the table scrolls that contained the sect's class schedule, information about security, and other facts. 4 days later, when it got dark, Huin and the squad infiltrated the territory of the Blue Dragon sect. Kim Manjin was right. There were indeed 2 guards at the observation tower near the back gates. 2 more were in the corner of the outer wall and 2 guarded the main entrance. All had scores of about 10,000. Carefully examining the area, Huin remembered that in an hour, Yanchon would go to sleep. This time was chosen because information had been received that before sleeping, Baek Yanchon meditates. Of course, Quinn knew that for a martial arts master there is no time for a battle more difficult than in the middle of meditation. And although at first glance the plan was good, it was precisely because of this that Quinn felt uneasy. Here Huin wondered, if Kim Manjin even knew the meditation time of Baek Yangchon, then could San Cheongjang not deal with him? Suddenly Joksan interrupted his thoughts by asking what Huin was thinking about. Kvin understood that if he shared his thoughts it might make others doubt. Therefore he decided to remain silent and focus on the task. Kvina was very annoyed by the situation in which he knew for sure that a trap awaited him. But still, he had to act. When the full moon appeared in the sky, Quinn decided that the time had come. He ordered his subordinates to be on alert. Waving his hand, Kvin gave the command to start, and his subordinates immediately rushed forward. When Kvin's feet touched the ground, all the guards were lying on the ground unconscious. Carefully examining his comrades, Quinn noted that they had become much stronger, as he did not even have to intervene. According to Kvin's calculations, they had 15 minutes to get to Baek Yangchon's chambers. As soon as Quinn opened the main gates, the panel announced that he had 300 seconds, and if he did not manage within the allotted time, he would die. Kvin's eyes widened with horror, as it was much less than the planned time, and all the more, Kvin understood that none of his skills would help him complete this task. Meanwhile, the countdown had begun. Quickly jumping onto the balcony of one of the buildings, Quinn surveyed the inner courtyard. Kvin cursed to himself when he noticed that there were too many guards. No matter how fast he was, they would still notice him. In horror, he grabbed his head, trying to understand how he could slip past the guards and reach the goal. Meanwhile, So Ryun and Yum Muki, who were watching Huin, wondered why their captain had frozen. Could it be that he saw something interesting? Understanding that he had no choice, Quinn tried to activate the simulation, ordering it to show the shortest path to Yanchon's chambers so that the guards would not notice him. To Kvin's horror, the panel indicated that this was impossible. It is necessary to find a place where the entire territory of the sect is visible, and gather more information. Cursing to himself, Kvin began to frantically look around for a convenient place to scout. Here, his attention was drawn to the watchtower, which rose above the roofs of the other buildings. Using voice transmission technology, Quinn mentally addressed his subordinates. The plan changed. Huin ordered So Ryun to deal with the guards ahead. The others were to follow him. Suddenly rushing forward, So Ryun attacked the 3 guards who stood in her way. Skillfully throwing knives, all 3 were defeated. Time was relentlessly running out. Huin, having praised So Ryun, pushed off the railing and rushed forward. Before landing, he noticed 2 more guards and mentally gave the order to Yo Rimu to attack them. At the same moment, the heads of both guards were severed from their bodies by the spear of Yo Rima. Half the time had passed, but Quinn did not even think about stopping, skillfully overcoming all obstacles in his way. After making another jump, Quinn realized with horror that there were 8 guards on the platform where he was supposed to land, and quickly ordered the remaining subordinates to deal with them. From behind Quinn, Immuki, Ye-jin, and Jokson immediately jumped out, who dealt with all the guards in an instant. Jumping over the bodies of the guards, Quinn sped towards the watchtower without slowing down. After making a couple of jumps, Quinn found himself on the roof of the tower, hoping that from here, he would be able to see the entire territory of the sect. And he was not mistaken. The panel reported that the information received was sufficient. After conducting the analysis, the system calculated the shortest path to Baek Yangchon's chambers, but there were enemies on the way with whom a confrontation was unavoidable. A red arrow appeared in front of Quinn indicating the direction. He had to deal with all the enemies that would stand in his way, but there was little time. Swiftly rushing forward, Quinn jumped off the roof of the building, landing behind 2 surprised guards. Suddenly, a familiar shadow appeared before him, showing the simplest way to deal with the guards. Quinn immediately launched an attack and with one swing of his sword knocked off the head of one of the guards. Without wasting precious time, Quinn knocked down the second guard with his shoulder and pierced his chest with a sword. When the guards were dealt with, the panel reported that the estimated time to reach the target had increased by 5 seconds. Meanwhile, So Ryun, having defeated her targets, met Yo Rim. She was interested in where their captain had gone and why their plan was disrupted. But Rim definitely did not know, only assumed that since the plan changed, it means the captain found a faster and safer way to complete the mission. He was interrupted by Yo Jin, who suddenly appeared on the balcony. He wondered why Quinn had said nothing to them. Then Immuki, who had been nearby all this time, suggested that perhaps Quinn saw something that made him change the plan without warning. Pero Yeojin seguía insistiendo por su cuenta. Entonces Immuki, bostezando, sugirió confiar en Quinn. Después Quinn continuó avanzando incansablemente. Quedaba muy poco tiempo. Tras dar otro salto, Quinn se encontró frente a la puerta principal. Todo lo que faltaba era entrar. Pero para sorpresa de Quinn, las puertas empezaron a abrirse. Se maldijo por bajar la guardia, pero era demasiado tarde para retirarse. Quedaban 15 segundos. Por supuesto, Quinn entendió que las puertas también estaban custodiadas, y había una alta probabilidad de que entre la guardia personal de Yanchon hubiera fuertes artistas marciales. Desafortunadamente, la pantalla de simulación no apareció en un momento tan crucial. De repente, Quinn se dio cuenta de que definitivamente tenía una y usó la técnica de cambiar de rostro. En cuanto se abrió la puerta, Quinn les dijo a los sorprendidos guardias que había visto a... Entonces los guardias confundidos comenzaron a buscar al intruso. Quinn aprovechó la situación y destruyó a ambos guardias. Aún faltaban 4 segundos. Quinn comenzó a saltar rápidamente, Al llegar finalmente al balcón de los aposentos de Yanchong, Quinn logró alcanzar el objetivo en el último segundo. El panel informó de inmediato que la tarea había sido... Quinn se desplomó en el suelo, recuperando el aliento. Como recompensa por penetrar con éxito en el territorio de las... De repente su atención se vio atraída por el ruido que ocurría abajo, y usando el sigilo Quinn, la fuente del ruido resultó ser el propio Baek Yangchon, quien entró en sus aposentos. Un panel apareció frente a Quinn, y después de completar su análisis, informó que Quinn tenía 212 segundos para derrotar al líder del dragón. Ahora le quedó claro a Quinn por qué el sistema le dio solo 300 segundos para... Después de todo, Baek Yangchun regresó a sus aposentos más rápido de lo esperado, y tardarían exactamente 212 segundos en encontrar los cadáveres de los... No había tiempo que perder, había que acabar con Baek Yangchun con urgencia. Quinn, con la espada desenvainada, ya se preparaba para atacar, pero de repente se detuvo. Sus ojos se abrieron con horror cuando supo que el poder de combate de Baek Yangchun era de más. El panel que apareció decía que Quinn debía matar a Baek Yangchun y tratar de no hacer ruido. Si no lo conseguía, otros guerreros... A esto le siguió una advertencia de que todo el grupo de Quinn debía sobrevivir a Baek Yangchun, y que si una sola persona veía El sistema luego indicó que Quinn había encontrado el punto débil de Baek Yangchun y ofreció... Pero Quinn no sabía qué hacer porque con su fuerza de combate actual, no podía luchar contra Baek Yangchun en igualdad. Al principio, Quinn quería ser utilizado por la IA, pero rápidamente recordó que incluso la IA no podía ayudar con... Además, Quinn no estaba seguro de que la IA actuara como él quería. Por lo tanto, decidió hacerlo todo él mismo y optó por utilizar las artes marciales. Por supuesto, Quinn entendió que demasiada emisión de ki destruiría el edificio y haría ruido, por lo que su elección recayó en el arte de destruir. Quinn saltó repentinamente y se lanzó al ataque. En el último momento, Baek Yangchun notó el movimiento, pero no pudo evitar el golpe. Quinn lamentó no poder lidiar con Yangchun de un solo golpe, porque quería cortarle la cabeza, pero Baek logró reaccionar más rápido. Pero la fuerza de combate de Baek Yangchun aún había disminuido, porque en el momento del ataque, su ki estaba circulando, y tal vez su ki. El panel mostró de inmediato que Huin había encontrado una vez más el punto débil de Baek Yanchong. Aunque Baek parecía tranquilo por fuera, su ki ardía en su interior. Huin una vez más eligió el arte de destruir la raíz espiritual y se abalanzó hacia adelante, perforando el hombro izquierdo de Baek Yanchong, lo que le hizo. Vin estaba seguro de que Peck definitivamente tenía lesiones. De repente Peck blandió su espada, provocando un vendaval que obligó a Huin a retirarse. Después de reagruparse, Huin admiró los movimientos de Baek, Baek enojado decidió preguntar quién le pagó a Javin para matarlo, pero Huin decidió dejar esta pregunta sin respuesta. Al darse cuenta, Baek Yanchun se apresuró. Baek Yanchun fue demasiado agresivo, mientras que Huin solo paró, sin posibilidad de contraatacar. Y el tiempo seguía. Y aunque a primera vista parecía que Peck lo estaba dando todo, el movimiento de su espada demostraba que lo había calculado. El tiempo se agotaba, pero Kvin no encontraba el momento para atacar, ni podía hacerlo como deseaba. No podía permitir. Huin esperaba poder manejar a Baek Yanchun debido a la distorsión de su ki, pero no fue tan simple. Entonces Huin bajó su espada, lo que desconcertó mucho a Baek Yanchun, quien pensó que pero Hvin no tenía intención de hacerlo. Levantó la palma de la mano e hizo una señal a Peck para que ataque. Este gesto hizo enfadar a Baek Yanchun y se lanzó furiosamente al ataque. Inmediatamente apareció un panel frente al rostro de Huin, informándole que Baek Yanchun había encontrado su punto débil y Huin, sin dudarlo, decidió pero Peck logró reaccionar y blandió su espada, hiriendo a Hvin, quien se vio obligado. La salud de Hvin se había deteriorado a más de la mitad. Agarrándose el hombro lesionado, pensó. Tan pronto como apareció el panel, Hvin lo intentó de nuevo, eligiendo nuevamente la opción de encontrarse. Una vez más, Huin tuvo que retirarse al encontrarse con su salud en niveles críticos. Por suerte, esta vez pudo ver mejor los movimientos de Baek Yanchun. Hvin no tenía ni el tiempo ni la salud para soportar otro golpe. Esta era su última oportunidad y, si no funcionaba, estaba muerto. El panel apareció de nuevo frente a Huin, informándole que se había descubierto el punto débil de Baek Yanchun. Huin le hizo una seña con la mano. El enfurecido Baek Yanchun blandió su espada, con la intención de cortar la cabeza del... Pero este era el momento que Hvin esperaba. En el último instante, logró agacharse y evitar el ataque. Extendiendo la mano, Hvin usó la palma del dios del viento. Por supuesto, Huin sabía muy bien que si dirigía todo el poder de la palma del dios del viento al pecho de Baek Yanchun, entonces no habría necesidad de preocuparse por el ruido. El derrotado Baek Yanchun se desplomó en el suelo, con su salud reducida a cero. El panel mostró de inmediato un mensaje indicando la finalización de la tarea. Hvin respiró aliviado. Sus subordinados comenzaron a llegar a la habitación, sorprendidos por la tarea que se completó. Seo Ryong era la más preocupada. Se quitó la máscara de la cara y preguntó si todo estaba bien con Hvin, a lo que él solo asintió. Hvin decidió que era hora de salir de allí lo antes posible. De repente, el panel informó sobre la aparición de circunstancias adicionales en la tarea, y se oyeron voces tras la puerta de la oficina. La voz del guardia detrás de la puerta les ordenó salir inmediatamente, ya que los presentes estaban rodeados y los intentos de... Huin se maldijo a sí mismo. Sin duda, había logrado matar a Baek Yanchun a tiempo. Entonces, ¿por qué los descubrieron? Al abrir la puerta con confianza, Hvin y sus subordinados aparecieron ante los sorprendidos. Los ojos de Hvin se abrieron de sorpresa cuando un sonriente San Chongyang salió a recibir. De repente, la atención de Hvin se vio atraída por una voz que se acercaba detrás de. Esta voz pertenecía a un hombre majestuoso con una cola larga. Su nombre era Ji Kumyung, y era discípulo de ese mismo Gu. Hvin empezó a comprender que el ataque había sido planeado por San Chongyang, y que el discípulo de Gu Jongmyung era el que Geum Manjun había comprado. Resulta que el secretario de la Sala Suprema tiene vínculos, lo que significa que también había una relación difícil en... Y Kumyung comenzó a gritarle a Huin, queriendo saber qué le hizo al señor Baek Yang. En este punto, San Chongyang intervino en la conversación, afirmando que había sospechado de Hvin y sus hombres desde el mismo momento en que comenzaron a amenazar a Kumman. Los ojos de todos los miembros del escuadrón espíritu de la muerte se abrieron de par en par, sorprendidos. Así que San Chongyang quiso convertirlos en asesinos a sueldo que intimidaron a Geum. Entonces Ji Kumyong gritó que no dejaría que esto pasara tan fácilmente, y ordenó a los miembros de la secta que rodearan a Huin, y entonces los luchadores se apresuraron a cumplir la orden, llevando al escuadrón espíritu de la muerte. Ahora que Huin lo entendía todo, San Chongyang convenció a Geum Manjun de elegir esa fecha para el ataque, y entonces vino aquí y tomó las riendas. San Chongyang hizo esto a propósito para convencer a todos de que no tenía nada que ver. Después de la muerte de Baek Yanchong, el dragón azul pasará a manos de Ji Kumyong de Huashan. Por supuesto, Hvin sabía que le esperaba una trampa, pero esto no fue más que un... Aquí, un panel apareció ante los ojos de Hvin, informándole del inicio de un nuevo evento. La tarea era matar a San Chongyang. Si tenía éxito, su fuerza de combate aumentaría. El siguiente evento tuvo lugar, cuyo objetivo era matar a Ji Kumyung. Como recompensa, Hwin recibió el libro, Técnica de la Espada de la... Por un momento, Kvin quiso escapar con sus subordinados, pero en su estado actual, sería difícil para él protegerlos y salir con vida. Entonces Kvin decidió que moriría de todos modos, pero al menos se llevaría a uno. Mirando a sus subordinados preocupados, Kvin les ordenó. Después de todo, no quería usar a su pueblo como escudo cuando él mismo estaba listo para... Dándoles la espalda, Hwin dijo que, al dar la señal, los subordinados debían correr. Pero Yeo Rim y Jokseon y Yeo Jin apretó el hacha con más fuerza y decidió firmemente quedarse con su capitán, porque no podía dejar que Hwin... Soryung también expresó su desacuerdo. No tenía intención de huir y dejar a Hwin. Quería mostrarles a sus oponentes lo fuerte que era el escuadrón espíritu. Incluso Imuki, rascándose la nuca avergonzado, expresó su deseo de quedarse con Kvin hasta el final. A pesar de que las vidas de sus subordinados estaban en peligro, aún lograron tocar a Kvin. Así que se prometió a sí mismo que después de esta batalla, nunca volvería a poner a su pueblo en semejante peligro. Para ello, era absolutamente... Entonces apareció un panel frente a Kvin, informándole que sus subordinados estaban cambiando al modo de combate y pidiéndole que eligiera cómo pelearía, ofreciendo una de 4 opciones: golpe concentrado, ataque único, apoyo o ataque. Entonces Kvin lo pensó. Resulta que, en una batalla por turnos, también podía decidir las acciones de sus subordinados. En tal situación, no podían escapar, así que luego, el panel propuso elegir a quién atacar, San Chung-yang o Ji Kumyong. Hwin decidió enfrentarse a San Chung-yang, y sus subordinados se encargaron de Ji Kumyong. Tan pronto como se aprobaron las opciones, los subordinados se apresuraron inmediatamente. Con un profundo suspiro, Kvin decidió que era el momento. El panel emergente declaró que Hvin había encontrado el punto débil de los mentores Después de elegir la herramienta entre las opciones, Hwin usó la píldora del espíritu celestial y, desafortunadamente, las heridas de hierro no restauraron mucha salud, por lo que Kvin decidió que no usaría más. Luego, usando el panel, Hvin se acercó a los oponentes y, usando una combinación, utilizó la espada. Los 3 primeros mentores del dragón azul fueron derrotados. Y luego el panel informó las debilidades de los siguientes. De repente, el panel informó que San Chung-yang había encontrado el punto débil de Hwin. Por supuesto, Hwin esperaba que San Chung-yang lo atacara, ya que era más débil que Ji Kumyong. Probablemente a Ji Kumyong no le guste recibir ayuda de alguien más débil que él. En su opinión, él mismo puede encargarse del... Además, para ganar el favor de los miembros de la secta del dragón azul, San Chung-yang cree que es mejor apuntar a Hwin. Pero Hwin no le tenía miedo, a pesar de que el poder de combate de San Chung-yang era superior al... Al elegir la opción defenderse, Hwin recibió el ataque de San Chung-yang con su espada y la salud de Hwin no se vio afectada, pero su ki se... Tras pensarlo, Hwin decidió que podía defenderse así. Usando la armadura de hielo, quería reducir el daño recibido con la ayuda del chi. Una mirada de sorpresa apareció en el rostro de San Chung-yang. No entendía cómo Hwin simplemente reflejó su ataque con el ki de su espada y no contra... Entonces Hwin comenzó a burlarse de San Chung-yang, diciendo que sabía todo sobre él. San Chung-yang estaba atónito, a pesar de que el señor secretario había dicho que Hwin era peligroso. Ahora veía con sus propios ojos que no podía dejarlo, y Hwin continuó burlándose de él, diciendo que solo quería ver qué tipo de trampa había preparado San Chung-yang. Ahora Hwin sabía quién estaba detrás de San Chung-yang y cómo estaban conectadas las sectas del dragón azul. Apuntando la punta de su espada al pecho de San Chung-yang, agregó que todo el asunto fue orquestado por el secretario de la Cámara Suprema, quien estaba en... San Chung-yang quedó aún más desconcertado por estas palabras. No supo qué responder. Aprovechando esta confusión, Hwin se apresuró hacia adelante, con la intención de usar nuevamente la espada del dios. El golpe dio en el objetivo y la salud de San Chung-yang se redujo notablemente. Bin quería enfurecerlo y luego enfrentarse a él con el dios del viento. Pero parece que sus habilidades aún no son suficientes para... Al principio no tomó a Kvin en serio, pero ahora quería darle el debido honor. Enderezándose y mirando fijamente a Hwin, San Chung-yang propuso empezar de nuevo. Tenía la intención de usar el arte marcial de la mano. Es una de las artes marciales de la Academia de Demonios y su elemento elemental es el fuego. El arte marcial de acumulación de fuego de Mantis y el arte marcial de llamas ásperas de Hwin se basan en el arte marcial de la mano. Y así Sol levantó su espada y se preparó para una pelea muy difícil. Pero al momento siguiente, Chung-yang simplemente desapareció en un abrir y apenas un segundo después apareció frente a Kvin y atacó. Pero este pudo parar el ataque. Sin embargo, Chung-yang no se detuvo allí y solo aumentó la presión. La armadura de hielo de Hwin era lo opuesto a la mano sangrienta de Chung-yang, por lo que no podía... Aunque los oponentes usaban artes marciales polares, el arte marcial mano sangrienta aún era más fuerte, y al momento siguiente, Chung-yang lo demostró lanzando a Hwin lejos de sí con un poderoso... Pero luego, sintiéndose superior, Chongyang tomó un respiro y declaró arrogantemente que esperaba más de Hvin. Sol entendió que si fallaba incluso un golpe más, perdería aún más ki. Pero ¿qué podía hacer? Estaba guardando su IA para la pelea con Ikumen. Pero ahora no era tan importante, porque si Hvin no se ocupaba de Chongyang, no podría ayudar a sus subordinados. Mientras tanto, Chongyang continuó con su discurso arrogante, declarando que no importaba cuán capaz fuera el escuadrón Silver Spirit, no podían saltar por encima. Y luego apuntó con una espada a Hvin, y lo acusó de ser incapaz de nada, y de no ser capaz siquiera de aprender el arte marcial principal del clan, que encarna toda su esencia. Sin embargo, en respuesta, Sol le preguntó con calma a Chongyang. Había terminado. Chongyang se sorprendió ante tal insolencia y dijo que la boca de Hvin todavía funcionaba, pero él respondió que no era solo su boca, y de repente comenzó a reír en voz baja. Entonces Chongyang preguntó severamente qué era lo gracioso, pero Sol le dijo que se callara. Y al momento siguiente, AI miró a Chongyang con ojos inyectados en sangre, y el propio Hvin se elevó por los aires en forma de proyección astral. Pero de repente la IA se volvió hacia él y le preguntó, ¿realmente se contenta con solo memoria? Y luego la IA dijo que Sol nunca se libraría del sistema de esa manera, y le aconsejó que estudiara artes marciales adecuadamente, sin depender del sistema, sino comenzar. Pero al momento siguiente, Chongyang se cansó de ser ignorado y se apresuró. Sol intentó advertir a la IA, pero esta siguió hablando de cómo Hvin tuvo que aprender a comprender los principios del combate, no solo las formas en sí, sino. Mientras tanto, Chongyang ya había blandido su espada. Pero al momento siguiente la IA la cortó por la mitad con un golpe horizontal. Y cuando los restos de Chongyang cayeron al suelo, AI le dijo a Hvin que si entendía, podría hacer mucho más. Y mientras se despedía, la IA miró a Hvin a la cara y le aconsejó que recordara bien estas palabras. No dejes que el sistema. Después de esto, Sol recuperó el control de su propio cuerpo, y el panel anunció que como recompensa por derrotar a Chongyang, recibiría un libro sobre artes marciales. Pero Hvin no se sentía ganador. Las últimas palabras de la IA lo dejaron seriamente. La IA fue capaz de cortar a Chongyang por la mitad con un solo golpe, lo que hizo que Sol se preguntara si podría hacer lo mismo si entendiera la esencia de las artes marciales. Pero entonces Hvin se dio cuenta del resto de los guerreros del dragón azul, quienes estaban congelados de miedo. A sus ojos, Sol era como un espíritu maligno, por lo que sabiamente decidió. Entonces Hvin miró su reflejo en un charco de sangre y recordó que antes, en casos similares, tenía una opción: matar o neutralizar. Pero esta vez, la IA no le dejó elegir y simplemente mató a Chongyang. ¿Será por la misión? Pero al momento siguiente Sol recordó que no tenía tiempo que perder, y corrió inmediatamente al rescate. Corriendo tan rápido como pudo, Hvin comprendió claramente que no importaba cuánto lo intentaran sus secuaces, ni siquiera ellos 5 serían capaces de derrotar, y pronto llegó al lugar de la batalla. Pero por lo que vio, Sol se quedó paralizado en el lugar. Frente a él, en un charco de su propia sangre, yacían Yongjin y Joksun, sin vida. Y al momento siguiente Yorim aterrizó junto a Hvin. Pero para su horror, Sol descubrió que había perdido su... Y entonces vio a Ikumen, quien estaba un poco sorprendido de que Sol hubiera terminado más. Pero entonces Ikumen dijo con una sonrisa desagradable que los subordinados de Vin eran débiles, y que casi se... Vin miró al resto de sus hombres y vio que Imuki había sido gravemente herido en el cuello. En cuanto a Sorion, ella fue la más afortunada de todas. La niña escapó con una herida en la cabeza, pero debido a la sangre que corría. Mientras tanto, Ikumen declaró que las personas como Chongyang eran simplemente material prescindible. Entonces Ikumen preguntó si Sol pensaba lo mismo de sus subordinados, lo que Yorim intentó disculparse por su error, pero Hvin dijo que solo fue su culpa. Pero en realidad, Sol esperaba que sucediera así. Sabía que algunos de los suyos morirían. Pero de repente, y aún así, Hvin les dio la orden porque quería llevar a cabo la tarea del sistema. Sol solo tuvo en cuenta cuántas vidas le quedaban y a qué podía conducir cada opción. Hvin comenzó a perder su humanidad, planeando solo cómo sobrevivir, y no le importaban las vidas de sus subordinados. Porque es exactamente como dijo Ikumen, son solo material prescindible. Pero por eso Hvin prometió que en su próxima vida nunca volvería a abandonar a sus estudiantes. Entonces Ikumen levantó su espada con anticipación, y con una sonrisa sugirió que, en ese momento, parado frente al enemigo, Hvin se dio cuenta de que la fuerza de combate de Ikumen era el doble que la suya, y además le quedaba poca salud y ki. Además, Sol ya ha utilizado simulación, combate por turnos e IA, lo que significa que tendrá que luchar sin ninguna ayuda. Y al momento siguiente la batalla comenzó con un rápido ataque. Hvin pudo bloquear su espada con la suya, pero se vio obligado a admitir que no podía. Y así, Sol puso toda su fuerza restante en el siguiente golpe, y bajó la espada del dios del viento sobre Ikumen. Sin embargo, esquivó el ataque y preguntó con una sonrisa. Hvin realmente pensó que era tan fácil. Y al momento siguiente, Ikumen respondió con un poderoso golpe que empujó a Sol hacia... Sin embargo, para su sorpresa, Ikumen descubrió que Huin había utilizado una técnica de armadura de hielo sobre sí mismo, que lo protegía. Incluso el estudiante de Guyo Myung se vio obligado a admitir que la Academia de Demonios enseñaba cosas. La armadura de hielo ayudó a evitar daños graves, pero fue suficiente para dejar a Kvin sin chi. Esto significa que Sol no podrá hacer nada si Ikumen usa la misma técnica. Y como si leyera los pensamientos de Kvin, Ikumen se lanzó entre golpes, afirmó que estaba decepcionado con Kvin, porque logró matar al líder del dragón azul. Y entonces Ikumen arrojó a Kvin lejos de sí, y este rodó indefenso por el suelo. Ahora Sol ni siquiera podía levantarse y no tenía idea de cómo avanzaría el enemigo. Mientras tanto, Ikumen ya estaba sobre él y preguntaba, ¿esto realmente? En respuesta, Kvin solo pudo ponerse de rodillas y levantar su espada con manos temblorosas. Pero al momento siguiente bajó su espada, porque no podía pensar en un plan para ganar. Ikumen preguntó si Sol había perdido la voluntad de vivir tan rápidamente, pero no respondió. Entonces Ikumen blandió su espada, con la intención de acabar. Pero al momento siguiente, su espada reflejó el kunai de alguien, y cuando Ikumen se dio la vuelta, vio al herido Sorion. Pero a pesar de sus heridas, la kunoichi estaba decidida a seguir luchando, e inmediatamente lanzó 2 kunai más al enemigo. Ikumen los rechazó fácilmente con su espada, pero este ataque fue solo una distracción. Imuki se acercó sigilosamente a Ikumen y, aprovechando el momento, Ikumen intentó liberarse del agarre, pero al momento siguiente Yorima apareció frente a él. Entonces Yumuki le gritó a Yorima que no se demora, y en ese mismo segundo, Yorim, sin dudarlo, realizó una estocada, a la que siguió una poderosa explosión. El polvo que se levantaba ocultó a Ikumen y Imuki, pero Yorim pronto pudo distinguir la silueta de su amigo. Sin embargo, al momento siguiente, Imuki cayó al suelo muerto y su cabeza rodó hacia los pies. Ikumen salió con una herida profunda en el hombro, lo que le hizo decir enojado que tan pronto como apartó la vista de los perdedores por un segundo, inmediatamente decidieron. Pero entonces Ikumen levantó su espada y declaró que esta vez acabaría con todos. Entonces Yorim se volvió hacia Hevin y le dijo que corriera, mientras él y Sorion apoyó a Yorim y se paró junto a él, agregando que usarían toda su fuerza restante. Kvin no sabía qué responderles. No entendía por qué sacrificaban voluntariamente sus vidas, pues, a diferencia de él, solo tenían un. Entonces Sorion y Yorim miraron a su capitán y le pidieron con una sonrisa que continuara su camino. Mientras tanto, Ikumen finalmente perdió los estribos y se dirigió. Pero en ese mismo segundo, Sorion y Yorim se apresuraron a. Sorion cruzó espadas con Ikumen primero, pero él bloqueó su golpe con calma. Y al momento siguiente, a sangre fría, decapitó a la muchacha y siguió. Su camino fue inmediatamente bloqueado por Yorim, el manco. Pero Ikumen cortó su lanza y con el siguiente golpe, Ikumen acabó con la vida de Yorim. Pero cuando Ikumen se acercó al indefenso Hvin, de repente admitió que solo había una cosa que envidiaba de los demonios de la academia. Cuanto más sujeto esté un shinobi a los impulsos demoníacos, más leal será a su líder. Esto es muy conveniente, ya que permite elegir a un par de subordinados. Sin embargo, Hvin nuevamente no dijo nada. Entonces Ikumen añadió que por otro lado era aún más triste, porque cuando el capitán resulta ser tan cobarde, ¿cómo se puede hablar de proteger? Y nuevamente Sol permaneció en silencio, por lo que Ikumen le dio una patada en la cara y le preguntó. Pero a Kvin ya no le importaba. Al caer al suelo, pensó en cómo sus subordinados habían dado la vida, y él ni siquiera había ofrecido una. Kvin siempre luchó por sobrevivir, hizo todo lo posible y no desesperó ni siquiera en el umbral de la muerte. Pero un día, sin saber siquiera cuándo exactamente, Sol de repente se volvió inactivo. Incluso si perdía la vida, en la siguiente Kvin simplemente continuaba viviendo de la misma manera, pensando. Mientras tanto, Ikumen agarró a Kvin por el cabello y, levantándolo, preguntó, ¿entiende por qué Kvin no iba a responder? Pero Ikumen vio la impotencia en sus ojos y le gustó esa mirada. Pero de repente Sol recordó las últimas palabras de la IA y se preguntó, si este sistema no es un regalo del destino, sino un veneno terrible, sería correcto beberlo. Y al momento siguiente tomó una decisión, apartando la mano de Ikumen de sí mismo. Quedó un poco sorprendido por el impulso, pero con una sonrisa sarcástica le dijo a Kvin que él y todos los que eran como él eran solo peones que más tarde se. Y entonces Ikumen se inclinó más cerca y agregó con una sonrisa desagradable que ahora que Sol sabía esto, podía morir en paz. Pero de repente, en respuesta, Kvin dijo que todavía se movería, porque de esa manera no se convertiría en un peón. Y entonces miró a Ikumen con una sonrisa y se preguntó, ¿hasta dónde podría alejarse del destino que el sistema había predicho para él? Ikumen no tenía idea de qué estaba hablando Sol, por lo que asumió que simplemente. Luego, en respuesta, Kvin explicó que acababa de descubrir cómo derrotar a Ikumen, pero se cansó de escuchar a Kvin y al momento siguiente Ikumen le atravesó el pecho. Sin embargo, a través de la agonía, Sol pudo agarrar la hoja de la espada. Ikumen estaba a punto de decir que era inútil, pero en ese mismo segundo, Kvin abrió la palma. En ese mismo momento, Sol decidió que no permitiría que el sistema lo consumiera, y que si no había forma de ganar, simplemente inventaría una. Y con estos pensamientos, Vin emitió desde su palma todo el poder de la técnica palma del dios del viento. Y al momento siguiente Ikumen gritó de horror y dolor. Y cuando la técnica se disipó, él también se disipó. Kvin obtuvo la victoria y, sacando la espada de su pecho, cayó exhausto al suelo. El panel anunció inmediatamente que recibiría la técnica de espada flor de poderes como recompensa. Pero aunque a Kvin todavía le quedaban 4 unidades de salud, se apresuró a enviar su espada y sus botas. Solo después de esto dejó de luchar contra la fatiga y cerró los ojos. Y cuando el mundo fue consumido por la oscuridad, el panel ofreció 3 opciones. Empezar desde el principio, continuar o cargar. Afortunadamente para Kvin, ahorraba cada mes antes de irse a dormir por si acaso, y en un abrir y cerrar de ojos. Sin embargo, las muertes de sus subordinados todavía estaban ante los ojos. Incluso cuando fueron brutalmente asesinados, él, en su estupidez, Sol miró la luna llena fuera de la ventana y pensó que si había retrocedido en el tiempo, entonces todos debían estar. Pero entonces, ¿por qué se le apretaba el pecho y los extrañaba tanto? Pero entonces Kvin decidió que era momento de mudarse, porque había muchos preparativos. Para no poner más en peligro a sus subordinados, Sol decidió hacer algo diferente esta vez y desafiar al destino una vez. Lo primero que hizo fue unificar las artes marciales. Las artes de la mano sangrienta y la llama dura son muy similares en términos del método de uso del chi demoníaco y control de la energía. Por eso Kvin creía que si se combinaban estas dos artes el resultado sería algo increíble. Y la suposición de Kvin era correcta, porque como resultado de la unificación recibió un libro sobre el arte marcial de la acumulación. Sol, por supuesto, esperaba algo increíble, pero en cambio recibió el arte marcial más avanzado que poseía el señor de la Corte Suprema. Entre todas las formas de arte de acumulación de llamas que Kvin aprendió, había una forma de crear la llama más pura. Se trata de crear un fuego púrpura que es casi imposible de contener y que se asemeja al fuego del infierno. Era como si Kvin hubiera logrado ver un poder que no era de este mundo, y por lo tanto estaba casi seguro de que este poder solo estaba disponible si uno lograba dominar. Pero esta conjetura ayudó a Kevin a comprender y redescubrir cuán fuerte es realmente el gobernante del Tribunal Supremo. Tras recibir el arte de la acumulación de llamas y la recompensa por matar a Ikumyong y Chongyang, Kevin se volvió mucho más fuerte, pero aún estaba lejos de ser un maestro. Y desde ese día le atormentó una sospecha. Las cifras de la fuerza de combate no reflejaban la situación real. Después de todo, la fuerza de combate del demonio de la tierra era solo de alrededor de 1 millón, mientras que el líder del escuadrón espíritu plateado, Ikumen, también parecía ser mucho más fuerte en batalla de lo que Sol podría haber esperado por su fuerza, pero por ahora, Kvin decidió que algún día entendería lo que estaba pasando. Y ahora, antes que nada, tenía que descubrir la nueva tecnología secreta. Pronto Sol se encontró en la puerta de la habitación de Imu, pero tan pronto como abrió la puerta medio dormido, Kvin inmediatamente le entró, y cuando Imuki leyó sus nombres, instantáneamente se animó. En sus manos, Imuki sostenía los libros prohibidos sobre las artes secretas del cuerpo blanco y la llama dura, por lo que le preguntó a Kvin por qué le confió. En respuesta, Sol colocó su mano sobre el hombro del estudiante y le ordenó copiar los libros, y luego aprender todo junto con el resto de los shinobi del espíritu por el bien de la supervivencia de los subordinados y de derrotar al señor de la Corte Suprema. No se podía descuidar su desarrollo, por lo que Sol decidió que estas técnicas. Al despedirse, Huin le advirtió a Imuki que comprobaría lo que todos habían aprendido una vez que terminara. Entonces Imuki preguntó a dónde se dirigía Sol, pero él prometió contárselo. La mañana siguiente comenzó para Kvin con la ya habitual elección de horario para él. Sin embargo, esta vez Sol decidió que sería mejor elegir otra cosa, y preferiblemente una tarea que no tuviera que pedirle al jefe del departamento educativo. Y Kvin también decidió firmemente para sí mismo que esta vez atacaría primero. Entonces Sol eligió la opción de cumplir deberes militares y al momento siguiente se encontró en medio de la capital de Sichuan. Sol decidió Lo primero que hizo Kvin después de mudarse fue buscar un lugar donde comer algo y recopilar información al mismo tiempo. Sin embargo, antes de que pudiera dar un paso, su atención se vio atraída por una chica con un cartel sobre su cabeza. Grupo amistoso más. Kvin no tenía idea de lo que significaba esta inscripción, pero de repente alguien se le acercó y le preguntó. El extraño con aspecto de rata se presentó como Chill y le aseguró a Kvin que encontraría a cualquiera para él. Sin embargo, entonces su mirada se detuvo en la espada de Kvin y luces codiciosas. Chill estaba tan absorto en la admiración de la espada que no escuchó inmediatamente la pregunta de Kvin. ¿A quién exactamente? Entonces, en respuesta, Chill señaló el burdel y preguntó con picardía. Sol entendió la indirecta y, sonrojándose, se apresuró a aclarar. Chill sabe quién es esa señora. Chill se dio la vuelta y al ver a una morena en la mesa, le dijo a Kvin que tendría que esperar mucho tiempo a esta chica, ya que todavía tenía muchas citas. Entonces Sol preguntó qué quería decir Chill, a lo que explicó que la señora no solo... Kvin adivinó lo que esto significaba, pero aún así decidió hablar con... Finalmente, Chill preguntó si el caballero deseaba algo de beber, a lo que Sol ordenó con indiferencia que le trajeran algo a su discreción. Y luego, en silencio y sin permiso, se sentó al lado de la muchacha en la... Ella preguntó, ¿Kvin tiene negocios con ella? En respuesta, Sol admitió que simplemente quería sentarse allí, lo que hizo que la niña sonriera y dijo... Sin embargo, cuando Kvin quiso preguntarle algo, la niña de repente se disculpó duramente y dijo que ya era hora de irse. Entonces Sol se giró y vio el motivo de la preocupación de la niña en los rostros de los dos matones pero antes de irse, la muchacha dejó un cartel en la mesa y se despidió de Kvin diciéndole que si lograba interesarle. Entonces, Kvin cogió el cartel y leyó el número de la habitación, así como el nombre de la chica. Sin embargo, entonces Sol notó la mirada penetrante que uno de los matones le dirigió al... Luego, Chill se acercó a la mesa de Kvin con una botella de vino y le aseguró con una sonrisa que era su bebida más. Sol bebió una copa, pero el sabor del vino lo hizo desconfiar. Chill se dio cuenta de esto y preguntó, ¿está todo satisfecho con el querido huésped? En respuesta, Sol admitió que de repente sintió sueño y luego cerró los ojos por completo. Kvin recobró el sentido gracias a una fuerte bofetada. A esto le siguió una sonrisa desagradable de Chill, quien preguntó. Kvin en lugar de responder, Sol miró a su alrededor y se encontró atado y con el burdel vacío. Solo entonces Kvin afirmó que Chill había puesto algo en el vino, a lo que respondió orgulloso que su trabajo era estafar a los residentes. Entonces Sol, con un profundo suspiro, prometió que definitivamente pensaría en cómo había pasado. Chill inmediatamente se amargó y claramente tenía la intención de golpear a Kvin nuevamente, pero apareció. Su líder condicional se presentó como Gen, pero el panel de estado sugirió que era el jefe de la 42ª pandilla de la Casa Pin, pero en términos de fuerza de... Mientras masticaba carne seca, Gen le explicó a Kvin que ahora le harían un par de preguntas y que si respondía honestamente, podría irse. Entonces Gen le mostró a Kvin la espada que le había dado el demonio de la tierra y le preguntó. Pero Sol respondió a la pregunta con otra pregunta. ¿Es la Casa Pin la responsable de este? Gen hizo una mueca ante la pregunta, pero Kvin le aseguró que preguntaba por pura curiosidad. Entonces Gen preguntó. Kvin siquiera comprende la situación en la que... Pero la respuesta de Kvin sorprendió aún más a Gen, porque dijo que lo había entendido todo perfectamente y estaba... Entonces, Sol agregó con una sonrisa que ahora tenía una razón para mirar dentro de la casa de Pin y sería muy fácil hacerlo si fingía ser Hyun. Pero no tomó en serio las palabras de Kvin y, dirigiéndose a la salida, ordenó a dos matones que lo golpearan. Sin embargo, antes de que los matones se pusieran manos a la obra, Sol preguntó con una sonrisa maliciosa. Y al momento siguiente las cuerdas simplemente se le cayeron. Uno de los matones intentó golpearlo, pero Sol fue más rápido y noqueó a ambos enemigos en un abrir y cerrar. Chill, que estaba mirando esto, ni siquiera tuvo tiempo de chillar cuando la mano... Y al momento siguiente, Sol se lo arrojó al desprevenido Hyun, y como era de esperar, ambos bandidos cayeron al suelo estrepitoso. Hyun intentó sacar a Chill de encima y levantarse, pero en ese mismo segundo Hvin dejó caer su pie. Luego sugirió flexionar los nudillos y preguntarle a Gen si quería charlar. En respuesta, Gen no pudo encontrar una sola razón válida para rechazar. Después de un par de bofetadas, Gen finalmente se abrió y admitió que su pandilla se dedicaba a la Para ello, seleccionan invitados que llegan solos al barrio rojo, y los bandidos entregan todo el dinero al dueño de la casa, Pin, quien... Entonces Hyun me dijo que el nombre del dueño era Chang-sik, que estaba a cargo de todo el distrito de Luz Roja y tenía En ese momento, Kvin terminó el interrogatorio y pronto apareció en el umbral de la... Por supuesto, disfrazándose de Hyun usando la técnica de cambio de... Uno de los bandidos, que estaba visiblemente borracho, salió a su encuentro y saludó a... El panel reveló que el nombre del bandido era Kon, mientras le contaba que los viajeros normalmente se reúnen en un burdel y que el lugar era una mina de oro. Entonces Kon informó que el dueño estaba allí y dejó entrar a Kvin. Sin embargo, antes de que pudiera llegar muy lejos, Kon recobró el sentido, y Quinn preguntó por qué, y entonces Kon explicó que todo era por culpa de la secta del dragón azul, con la que el señor Manjun aún no podía llegar a un acuerdo. Fue entonces cuando Sol se dio cuenta de que Geo Manjun estaba a cargo de todo aquí, y que la academia demoníaca lo estaba. Sin embargo, al momento siguiente, Vin notó a Myun, quien estaba... Consiguió la mirada de Hvin, y le dijo que esta niña fue vendida por su propio padre debido... Al principio, acabó en la comunidad Hao, pero el propietario la compró por unas... Hvin había oído hablar de esta comunidad. Era una facción que contenía toda la escoria de la sociedad. Pero incluso si Myun estaba conectado a la comunidad Hao, a Hvin no le importaba. Observó a la niña irse y le preguntó a Kon si el dueño estaba en ese momento en el tercer piso, y y si alguien más había venido. Y cuando Kon preguntó cuál era la razón, Sol respondió que algo malo sucedería. Luego subió al tercer piso y entró en la habitación del dueño de la casa, Pin. Fue allí donde finalmente conoció a Chan, quien también era el dueño de la tercera sección. Vin lo saludó con una reverencia, a lo que Chan preguntó cuál era el motivo. Entonces Sol mostró su espada y le dijo a Chan que la había. El jefe aceptó inmediatamente la ofrenda, reconociendo que era un hallazgo valioso, mientras tanto, pero lo que vio le hizo estremecer, porque la niña estaba sentada en el suelo, cubierta de Chang también miró a la golpeada Myun y dijo con una sonrisa que pronto acabaría con ella. Y luego le dijo a Kvin que había gastado mucho dinero en Myun, pero pronto quedó claro que la niña estaba robando. Por supuesto, Chan podría haberla perdonado por robar, pero resultó que Myun intentó contratar a un asesino con el dinero. Todo es porque fue Chan quien mató a su padre, y durante todo este tiempo la chica quiso vengarse de él. Y al momento siguiente, Chan le entregó a Kvin su propia espada e insinuó que quería ver qué tan... Incluso Kvin se sorprendió por esto, pero Chan no iba a esperar y preguntó, ¿por qué está...? Entonces Sol tomó la espada y se acercó a Moon, y luego dijo con cierta decepción que la muchacha había actuado imprudentemente, porque había decidido gastar su única vida. Sin embargo, en respuesta, Myun dijo en voz baja que a los ojos de una criatura como él, esto es cierto. Y entonces la muchacha miró con desprecio el rostro de Hvin y declaró que, a diferencia de él, ella no podía olvidar la muerte injusta de su padre y, por lo tanto, pero Sol respondió con calma que esto era la gota que colmó el vaso. Entonces Moon admitió que su único arrepentimiento fue que la atraparon tan rápido, y luego declaró públicamente que si pudiera volver atrás en el tiempo, haríalo. A Kvin le gustó esta respuesta y también la mirada de la niña. Su voluntad de seguir adelante sin mirar atrás le recordó a Kvin a sí mismo en el pasado. Mientras tanto, Chan finalmente perdió la paciencia, y enojado le preguntó a Kvin ¿qué es? Pero Kvin lo ignoró y le preguntó a Myun cuánto iba a pagarle al asesino a sueldo. Pero antes de que la chica pudiera responder, Sol inmediatamente cambió de opinión, decidiendo discutir esto más tarde, y se dirigió. Y al momento siguiente, Kvin se quitó el disfraz y, levantando su espada, declaró que dado que ambos estaban en tan mala situación, tendrían que matar a todos los matones quedaron atónitos ante esto y solo Chan logró salvar las apariencias. Pero entonces Kvin caminó hacia ellos y les dijo a los bandidos que decidieran quién sería el primero, él o ellos. En respuesta, los matones decidieron por unanimidad que eran ellos, y toda la multitud. Sin embargo, esta chusma era tan débil que el combate por turnos ni siquiera se activó, lo que provocó que Sol se sorprendiera de lo mucho que había cambiado todo y no pudiera. Y al momento siguiente dispersó a los bandidos, haciendo descender sobre ellos la mano del dios. Y cuando el polvo se asentó, Sol de repente le pidió a Moon que... La muchacha estaba confundida ante tal petición, pero Kvin prometió con una sonrisa que cuando terminara de contar, todos los bandidos excepto uno ya es. Mientras tanto, Chan gritó a los bandidos restantes que solo había un Sol. Pero entonces Kvin, con una sonrisa sanguinaria, declaró que como nadie quería atacar, y al momento siguiente irrumpió entre la multitud de enemigos y probó su técnica de espada contra ellos, la flor del poder. Ahora realmente solo quedaba un bandido con vida, lo que hizo que Sol dijera que Myun ya debería. Luego puso la hoja en la garganta de Chan y preguntó burlonamente. Estaba convencido del filo de su espada. En respuesta, Chan inmediatamente cayó de rodillas y comenzó a pedir clemencia. Pero entonces el líder se atrevió a declarar que si moría, comenzaría la cacería. Sol se vio obligado a admitir que si mataba a uno de los dueños del Barrio Rojo, la facción que está detrás de Chang y recibe dinero de él comenzará a cazarlo. Pero a pesar de las consecuencias, Hvin le dijo a Chan que la mujer quería que muriera. Luego, en respuesta, Chan también afirmó que si no hubiera sido él, seguramente otra. Y una vez más Sol se vio obligado a aceptar. ¿No era el propio padre Moon el culpable de su propia muerte? Entonces Kvin decidió preguntarle todo directamente a la señora. Pero al momento siguiente, el tiempo se detuvo y el panel advirtió a Kvin que Chan había encontrado. Y cuando el tiempo reanudó su curso, en ese mismo segundo Chan arrojó una bomba de... Se produjo una explosión, lo que provocó que Chan riera alegremente y le preguntara burlonamente a Kvin, ¿a qué sabe una bomba? Pero cuando el humo se disipó, Chan se cayó y palideció. Todo porque Kvin se protegió de la explosión con hielo, y ahora miró al líder con una mirada asesina. Y al momento siguiente, Kvin llevó a cabo su plan, decapitando a Chan. Cuando acabaron con el asesino de su padre, Myun respiró aliviada y agradeció a Kvin. Pero luego la muchacha confesó que ahora no tiene dinero porque los bandidos se lo llevaron. Sin embargo, a Kvin no le interesaba el dinero. Lo único que quería en agradecimiento por su ayuda era que Myun... Y cuando la niña le preguntó de qué se trataba exactamente, Sol, con una sonrisa, le pidió que le contara sobre la comunidad. Pero la casa de Pin no era un lugar adecuado para conversar, por lo que Kvin condujo a la muchacha de regreso. Allí se retiraron a una mesa y, en un ambiente tranquilo, Myun le contó a Kvin lo que quería saber. Y luego la niña explicó que para contactar a la comunidad Hao, Es necesario dejar una señal en forma de una taza invertida con palillos cruzados. Mientras esperaba una respuesta de la comunidad, Sol pensó en la niña, cuyo verdadero nombre resultó. Debido a una deuda de juego de su padre, fue vendida a una taberna a los 16 años. Pero gracias a su increíble belleza. Después de esto, Haran comenzó a investigar por qué su padre se involucró en el juego y logró descubrir que Chang-sik era el... Entonces ella deliberadamente fue a verlo ella misma. Y después de eso Haran planeó robarle suficiente dinero a Chan para pagarle a un sicario. Vin sugirió que fue obra de Chan y sus matones, pero Haran se opuso. La muchacha admitió que su primer objetivo era el prestamista local, Manjun, que recauda impuestos a cambio de patrocinio y que luego se... Sin embargo, entonces Haran escuchó que alguien había arrojado el cuerpo del mercenario, mutilado hasta quedar irreconocible, a la calle. Después de escuchar la historia de la niña, Quinn llegó a la conclusión de que su enfoque era correcto, porque deshacerse de uno de los propietarios del barrio en este mundo cruel, la jerarquía se observa muy estrictamente, por lo que la decisión correcta sería averiguar primero quién... Pero la persona que estaba junto a Chan resultó ser Manjun, y lo más probable es que el asesino a sueldo no pudiera investigar el caso adecuadamente. De lo contrario, habría sabido que los hombres del demonio rojo estarían cerca de Manjun, pero el asesino actuó a ciegas, sin conocer la fuerza real del enemigo. Esto es lo que lo... Después de resolver esto, Sol le preguntó a Haran si había encontrado un mercenario a través de la comunidad Hao, a lo que la niña dio. Entonces Quinn notó que Haran se sentía como en casa allí, lo que hizo que la niña sonriera y dijera que había... Pero luego se puso seria y le preguntó a Kevin ¿por qué necesitaba reunirse con él? No era fácil verlo si no estaba personalmente interesado en reunirse con él. Pero Sol respondió con una sonrisa y aseguró que el gerente definitivamente querría conocerlo. Entonces Haran preguntó por qué, a lo que Quinn explicó que hay personas sobre las cuales es imposible saber nada, y él era exactamente... Después de estas palabras, el panel informó a Quinn que el grupo amigo se había activado, y la inscripción sobre... Sin embargo, debido a esta noticia, Sol no se percató como alguien se le acercó por detrás y cuando Quinn se dio la vuelta, vio a un anciano desconocido con un bastón, que le ordenó. Haran se levantó inmediatamente de la mesa, pero el anciano le ordenó que permaneciera. La muchacha no se opuso, pero por su rostro y su voz Quinn comprendió que tenía miedo. Quinn siguió al anciano en silencio y pronto lo llevó a la finca comunitaria de Hao. Y allí Sol finalmente conoció a su manager. Pero ¿cuál no fue la sorpresa de Quinn cuando el manager resultó ser un joven un poco mayor que él? El anfitrión se presentó como Yoja, y al notar la sorpresa del invitado, dijo con una sonrisa que la primera reacción de... Luego invitó a Quinn a la mesa y de repente preguntó, ¿no es él su hombre? Sol se mostró cauteloso ante esta pregunta y también preguntó, ¿por qué lo tomó Yoja? En respuesta, explicó con una sonrisa amistosa que la comunidad solo podía enterarse de Hibin porque había llegado en... Entonces Yoja pensó que Sol era de una facción diferente, no la local. Y la comunidad no tiene mucha información sobre... Por lo general en estos casos, en lugar de buscar de dónde viene la persona y quién es, la comunidad pregunta qué hizo cuando llegó a Sichuan. Entonces Quinn preguntó, ¿qué aprendió la comunidad Hao? En respuesta, Yoka, con la misma sonrisa, contó que Sol había tratado con los hombres de Chan en el distrito. Sin embargo, Yoka cree que Quinn en realidad quería conocer a la comunidad, no ayudar a Harana. Y luego el gerente dijo que dependiendo de lo que Sol quiera de la comunidad, Yoka podrá adivinar quién es y de dónde viene. Quinn no esperaba menos de la facción que controla toda la información de la región. Y entonces le preguntó a Yoka, ¿sabe algo sobre Chongyang, quien ahora está en...? El gerente se estremeció ante esta pregunta, lo cual era una reacción esperada, ya que la Academia Demoníaca... Vin supuso que Yoja estaba en shock en ese momento no solo porque la persona frente a él era de la Academia de Demonios, sino también porque un miembro de la Academia de Demonios pregunta por otro. En pocas palabras, Yoka debería haberse dado cuenta de que incluso dentro de la Academia de Demonios hay conflicto. Y así Kevin le dijo con confianza al gerente que había entendido todo correctamente. Y Sol también insinuó que una palabra descuidada y Yoka se encontraría justo en el centro del conflicto interno de la Academia de Demonios. El gerente comenzó a sudar ante estas palabras, lo que hizo que Kevin asumiera que estaba pensando mucho, porque quisiera o no Yoka, ya estaba envuelto en los problemas de la Academia Demoníaca. Y ahora, dependiendo de la elección del bando en el conflicto, el destino futuro de Yoj puede... Sin embargo, al momento siguiente el gerente sonrió y declaró que la suerte estaba de su lado. Y luego le preguntó a Kevin cuánto sabe. Sol se dio cuenta de que se trataba de una pregunta sobre su estatus en la Cámara Suprema y, basándose en la respuesta de Yoka, y entonces Huin declaró que sabía sobre la conspiración de Chongyang con el discípulo de Gu Yomyung, lo que hizo que Yoka se sorprendiera. Tartamudeando por la sorpresa, el gerente le preguntó a Kevin, ¿Quién diablo? Pero Sol respondió con una sonrisa que él simplemente era un hombre dedicado a su trabajo. Luego se acercó y le preguntó a Yok, ¿se uniría a él? Mientras tanto, Chongyang visitó al prestamista. Manjun inmediatamente saltó de la mesa y preguntó cómo iba todo, a lo que Chonghan informó que la secta del dragón azul acordó aceptar 5 de sus zonas de trabajo. Ante esta noticia, Manjun se dejó caer en su silla y lamentó que estaban perdiendo nuevamente el impuesto de patrocinio de la secta. Entonces Chongyan recordó que el dragón azul no duraría mucho, a lo que el prestamista preguntó cuándo recibirían ayuda, ya que había estado en respuesta, Chongyan les pidió que esperaran un poco más y les aseguró que si enviaban a alguien del escuadrón del espíritu, Manjun se calmó un poco y preguntó, ¿Chonghan descubrió algo sobre el caso de ayer? En respuesta, informó que no parecía que lo hubiera hecho alguien del dragón azul, lo que sorprendió a Manjun, ya que la causa de la muerte fue su técnica. Entonces Chongyan declaró que esta persona desconocida no era de las tierras medias, además, Chongyan no entendía las intenciones del extraño, porque había hecho tantas cosas y todo por una chica. Esta noticia le produjo dolor de cabeza a Manjun, pero Chongyan se apresuró a calmarlo, diciendo que había seguido. Y luego, con una sonrisa sedienta de sangre, Chongyan aseguró que, en este momento, sus subordinados de la unidad protector. Mientras tanto, esos mismos protectores celestiales llegaron. Inmediatamente se les acercó un camarero y tímidamente saludó a los invitados, pero en respuesta el jefe del escuadrón preguntó. Entonces el camarero señaló la mesa donde estaban sentados Kvin. Cuando los protectores celestiales se dirigieron hacia ellos, Haran se preocupó, pero pronto el jefe del escuadrón, cuyo nombre era Chol, apareció sobre ellos y sin decir palabras sacó un pergamino con retratos de Kvin y Haran. Después de confirmar que esos eran efectivamente sus objetivos, Chol dio el visto bueno a sus subordinados con una sonrisa y en ese mismo momento los defensores celestiales desenvainaron sus espadas ante un... Pero antes de atacar, Chol recordó que se ordenó entregar al hombre con vida. Sin embargo, al momento siguiente, Sol preguntó con calma. Chol se mostró cauteloso ante la pregunta, pero no respondió. Mientras tanto, Haran le preguntó a Kvin con dudas si podrían manejarlo, pero él le aseguró a la niña que sería fácil. Entonces, Sol miró directamente a la cara del comandante y con una sonrisa maliciosa dijo que los defensores celestiales no Chol no pudo tolerar esto y, ignorando la orden de Chongyang, ordenó al destacamento. Sin embargo, incluso cuando los defensores celestiales se apresuraron a atacar en una multitud, la sonrisa no... Y al momento siguiente los atacantes fueron arrojados hacia atrás, como si fueran arrastrados por el viento. Y solo estaba tan abrumado por el miedo que no podía moverse cuando Kvin se acercó tranquilamente a él y le preguntó si eran. Chol se sorprendió ante tal conocimiento, pero Sol continuó el interrogatorio con una sonrisa y aclaró. ¿No vinieron aquí los protectores celestiales con Chongyang por órdenes de Mantis? Y luego dijo que era de Wangshan, a lo que Chol preguntó. ¿Fin realmente cree que va a creer esto? Sin embargo, Sol le dijo a Chol con una sonrisa que si no quería, no tenía por qué creerlo, porque de todas formas no saldría de allí. Pronto comenzó a llover sobre Sichuan, pero a pesar del mal tiempo, la entrada a la taberna estaba ahora custodiada por... Pero para su sorpresa, había un hombre que decidió visitar la taberna bajo la lluvia. Uno de los guardias asumió que solo era un visitante y les aconsejó que fueran a otro lugar. Sin embargo, en respuesta, Chongyang miró al guardia por debajo de las cejas y preguntó, ¿está buscando problemas? Pero antes de que el guardia pudiera responder, un hombre con bigote llamado Juan apareció. Manjun informó que estaba extremadamente feliz por la llegada de Chongyang. Luego, Juan le explicó al guardia que él era el guardaespaldas del maestro, momento en el que inmediatamente hizo una reverencia. Sin embargo, a Chongyang no le importó la disculpa. Ahora quería refugiarse de la lluvia en la taberna. Juan inmediatamente ordenó a los guardias que dejaran pasar a Chongyang y pronto vio la escena del crimen con sus propios. En el interior, la taberna estaba cubierta de sangre y sembrada de cadáveres de defensores. Sin embargo, cuando vio un cuerpo en particular, Chongyang se estremeció porque reconoció que era Chu. Fue decapitado y arrodillado, como si el hombre hubiera perdido la voluntad de luchar antes. Mientras examinaba el cuerpo de su amigo, Chongyang se preguntó, ¿qué clase de artista marcial fue el que hizo que Chu? Pero entonces se dio cuenta de que la dirección de las heridas infligidas al cadáver se parecía. Debido a este detalle aparentemente insignificante, Chongyang se convenció de que definitivamente se trataba de la técnica. Mientras tanto, Juan preguntó si Chongyang había notado algo, a lo que respondió que se podía aprender mucho examinando las heridas del fallecido. Por ejemplo, los movimientos del oponente, si nos fijamos en dónde se dieron los golpes, y por lo tanto no. Entonces Juan tragó el nudo que tenía en la garganta seca, y preguntó, visiblemente nervioso, ¿significa eso que En respuesta, Chongyang afirmó con calma que el asesino utilizó la técnica de la flor. Juan quedó atónito ante estas palabras y preguntó horrorizado, ¿significa eso que el culpable es miembro de uno de los 9 grandes? Pero en respuesta, Chongyang dijo que aún no sabía de qué lado estaba el asesino y le preguntó al informante, ¿dónde está Ikumyo? A la mañana siguiente el tiempo estaba despejado, y fue en ese momento que Huin visitó Yoka, mientras observaba a los... Pero el gerente ya sabía que después de que Huin atrajo y mató a la gente de Chongyang, utilizó deliberadamente la técnica de la flor de... Yoka luego preguntó si Haran estaba bien, a lo que Sol le aseguró que su venganza había terminado, por lo que ahora era libre. Esta respuesta satisfizo completamente al gerente, pero luego Hwin preguntó, ¿qué tan pronto comenzarás a...? Yoka luego explicó que Chongyang pronto conocería a Ikumyon debido a los rastros de la técnica de la flor del ciruelo. Hwin asumió que Chongyang sospecharía de Ikumyon, pero Yoka le aseguró que Chongyang no sospecharía tan fácilmente de una persona. Lo más probable es que sospeche del jefe de la secta del dragón azul, Baek Yan. Esto podría usarse para deshacerse de Yanchong sin ensuciarse las manos, pero Hwin luego sugirió que Chongyang podría provocar a Yanchong él mismo, pero Yoka explicó que el líder del dragón azul no caería en eso. Era necesario encontrar una forma más confiable de engañar a Yanchong, y eso fue lo que... Pero al momento siguiente cambió bruscamente de tema y declaró que todavía no entendía algo. Y cuando Yoka preguntó qué exactamente, Hwin también preguntó. El gerente entiende lo que significa para él la cooperación con los shinobi de la academia. En respuesta, Yoka dejó su taza de té y dijo que lo más probable es que ahora se vea involucrado en los asuntos de la... Entonces Hwin preguntó, ¿por qué Yoka lo ayuda si sabe sobre la situación en la Cámara Suprema? El gerente consideró esta pregunta estúpida, pero aún así respondió que si no hubiera aceptado, Hwin lo... Y entonces Yoka dijo que el hecho de que Sol, sabiendo esto, todavía estuviera... Entonces Yoka cambió de tema y de repente le preguntó a Hwin, ¿sabe cuál es la edad promedio de un gerente en la comunidad? Hwin supuso más de 40, pero Yoka dijo 19. Sol quedó asombrado con esta cifra, y luego el gerente le explicó que la mayoría de los niños... Pero la edad en sí no importa. Es solo que cuanto más experimentado sea el gerente, más rápido morirá. Entonces Yoka se levantó del banco y le pidió a Hwin que no se preocupara, porque pronto él también moriría. Quizás en la calle, o quizás por vino envenenado. Pero, recogiendo una rama del suelo, Yoka también agregó que aquellos que se convierten en administradores deciden de antemano cuándo y cómo Pero entonces Yoka se volvió hacia Hwin y le señaló con una rama, diciendo que había tomado una decisión y quería que Hwin lo matara. Sol no reaccionó de ninguna manera a esta propuesta y entonces Yoka le preguntó, ¿cuánto tiempo más crees que vive? En respuesta, Hwin admitió honestamente que no lo sabía. Pero entonces Sol declaró que mientras él estuviera vivo, Yoka no moriría a causa de su error, porque arreglaría todo antes de que sucediera. Yoka quedó asombrado ante tal promesa y preguntó, ¿por qué Hwin está tan seguro de...? Pero en respuesta, aseguró que esto no era solo una creencia, sino un hecho, porque tenía más vidas en reserva que otros. Yoka quedó satisfecho con esta respuesta y le sugirió a Hwin que se pusiera manos a la obra. Con estas palabras, el gerente señaló a un grupo de guardias armados que se dirigían hacia la taberna, y dijo que todos Y entonces Yoka se volvió hacia Hwin y le insinuó, no dijo que era hora de engañar. Luego, el mayordomo le ofreció a Hwin una máscara de Chongyang, hecha de piel humana, pero le aseguró que no sería. Y al momento siguiente, Sol utilizó la técnica de cambio de rostro, e inmediatamente... Mientras tanto, los 6 guardias se sentaron a una mesa en la taberna para tomar un Pero uno de los guardias de repente se preocupó, porque esta taberna estaba dirigida por Manjun, a lo que el segundo guardia, llamado Gahon, dijo que el dragón... El jefe de prácticas, llamado Quan, estuvo de acuerdo con él y agregó que debido a su cortesía, no todos en Sichuan se habían dado cuenta. Y así, con una sonrisa muy cruel, Quan decidió hacer que la gente de Sichuan tuviera esto en cuenta. Y decidió empezar por el camarero de la taberna, al que llamó a gritos. Y cuando llegó el camarero, Quan le ordenó que trajera todos los mejores platos. El camarero se sorprendió ante tal orden, pero Quan inmediatamente lo agarró del pecho, y enojado le preguntó, ¿por qué duda o no sabe quiénes son los dragones azules? El camarero intentó calmar a Quan, pero lo agarró por el cuello y lo levantó. Sin embargo, al momento siguiente, Hwin, observando con calma lo que estaba sucediendo, declaró que donde quiera que fuera, todos los guardias inmediatamente miraron en su dirección, pero solo vieron a Chongyang. Quan preguntó quién era, pero el rostro de Chongyang le parecía familiar. Entonces Hwin, con una sonrisa burlona, declaró que él era el hombre de Manjun, y que Quan empujó al camarero y le preguntó si los había estado siguiendo, a lo que Sol respondió con una pregunta, ¿y qué si era? El rostro de Quan se ensombreció ante tal insolencia y preguntó, Chongyang entiende que es... Pero Hwin no era Chongyang, por lo que resopló con indiferencia en respuesta, y luego exigió 400 liang de oro a cada guardia, y cuando Quan preguntó por qué, Kvin explicó arrogantemente que si los guardias pagaban, los de... Esta declaración hizo que Kwan pensara sinceramente que Chongyang se había vuelto loco. Pero al momento siguiente vio a uno de sus subordinados acercándose sigilosamente a Kvin por detrás, y entonces el guardia gritó y bajó su espada hacia Kvin. Pero este esquivó el ataque, saltando hábilmente. Sol no se quedó en deuda y de inmediato noqueó al guardia con un poderoso golpe. Y cuando saltó de la mesa, el pánico reinó en la taberna, y los visitantes comenzaron a abandonarla. Pronto, solo quedaban 5 guardias en la taberna, y Kvin, quien hizo un gesto a sus oponentes con una sonrisa y preguntó. 2 guardias respondieron al desafío, pero en el mismo momento, Kvin los decapitó a ambos. Luego corrió hacia el tercer guardia, y lo agarró por la cabeza, usando el arte marcial de la mano en sangre. Sin embargo, al momento siguiente el tiempo se detuvo y el panel advirtió a Kvin que Gahon y Kwan habían encontrado. Pero lo que más desconcertó a Kvin no fue el ataque combinado de los oponentes, sino el hecho de que su fuerza de combate... Cuando el tiempo reanudó su curso, Gahon y Kwan lanzaron un ataque sincronizado con... Pero cuando el polvo se asentó, ambos vieron que Sol estaba vivo, y bien gracias a la cota de Kvin no permitió que sus oponentes volvieran en sí, y en un abrir y cerrar de ojos, agarrándolos a ambos, volvió a pero a pesar de que Sol había ganado, no esperaba que la fuerza de combate de los oponentes aumentara dramáticamente y Kvin también se dio cuenta de que, a diferencia de él, que aprendió todo a la vez, los guardias comprendían claramente, y entonces recordó la advertencia de la IA y llegó a la conclusión de que uno no debe considerar los regalos del destino solo como algo bueno y tampoco debe aceptarlo. En cualquier caso, Kvin dejó rastros del uso de la mano sangrienta, y ahora el jefe del dragón azul intentará deshacerse de Esto significa que ahora Sol debe deshacerse del temprano a la mañana siguiente. Ikumen se dirigió a una casa solitaria en el bosque que servía como lugar de reunión. Dentro, Chongyang ya lo estaba esperando, pero en lugar de saludarlo, Ikumyong le recordó que reunirse sin una buena razón era peligroso. Chongyang se disculpó por su descuido, pero necesitaba asegurarse de algo. Ikumen se puso cauteloso y preguntó qué exactamente. Entonces, en respuesta, Chongyang le dijo que todos sus subordinados de los... Ikumen no entendía qué tenía que ver con eso, pero Chongyang le explicó que había estudiado las causas de sus muertes, y resultó que había rastros de una técnica de espada única en los... Entonces Ikumyong preguntó cuál, pero la respuesta lo sorprendió porque Chongyang la llamó la técnica de la flor del ciruelo. Preguntó si lo sabía. Después de ordenar sus pensamientos, Ikumen razonó que si los protectores celestiales fueron asesinados usando la técnica de Wangshan, entonces el asesino... Sin embargo, Ikumen dudaba que tuvieran maestros de tal nivel, por lo que Chongyang buscó conocerlo. Y luego afirmó que nadie estaba más familiarizado con la técnica de la flor del ciruelo que el estudiante de Gujo Mion, pero Ikumyon sonrió muy desagradablemente y luego se acercó a Chongyang y le preguntó. ¿Realmente sospecha de...? Chongyang juró inmediatamente que había llamado a Ikumen solo para pedir... Ikumen le creyó, pero por si acaso dijo que no era él ni ninguno de sus hermanos. Y entonces Ikumen preguntó, ¿no sería más lógico recurrir a la comunidad Hao? Sin embargo, Ikumen era un maestro de las técnicas Huangshan, por lo que Chongyang pensó que podría... Pero entonces Ikumyon colocó su palma sobre la parte superior de la cabeza de Chongyang y le aconsejó que la próxima... Y siguiendo el consejo, Ikumyon insinuó que Chongyang debía conocer su lugar, porque si volvía a cruzar la línea, se encontraría... En este punto Ikumen decidió dar por terminada la reunión y, dándose la vuelta. Sin embargo, Chongyang continuó observándolo con una mirada vengativa durante mucho tiempo. Durante todo el camino de regreso, Ikumyon se quejó y se quejó del incompetente. Además, sus subordinados eran tan débiles que ni siquiera podían hacer frente al dragón azul. Y por lo tanto Ikumen decidió informar todo al maestro. Sin embargo, pronto Kvin apareció en el camino de Ikumen y lo esperó tranquilamente bajo el árbol. Ikumyon preguntó quién era, pero en lugar de saludarlo, Huin le contó los rumores de que el discípulo de Guyomion estaba haciendo Ikumen se sorprendió del conocimiento del extraño, pero Sol no le permitió hablar y continuó su historia. Dijo que cuando la Academia de Demonios enviaba a una persona aquí, se ordenaba a Ikumen y Chongyang que trataran con él juntos, y como recompensa, la secta del dragón. En respuesta a la verdad, Ikumen apretó la empuñadura de su espada y declaró que hoy era un día desafortunado para él porque todas las moscas... Y al momento siguiente, Ikumen atacó a Hvin, pero este pudo esquivarlo, lo que no se podía decir del árbol. Fue entonces cuando Ikumyon se dio cuenta de que fue Sol quien mató a la gente de Chongyang, lo que Huin no... En esta batalla, se pretendía averiguar en qué casos el poder de combate aumenta y disminuye, como ocurrió en la pelea con los guardias del... Hvin también pensó cuidadosamente en las palabras de la IA sobre su necesidad de aprender arte. Esto significa que debe aprender de la experiencia real y sentir todo por sí mismo. Entonces, cuando Ikumen pasó al ataque, Hvin asumió el control sin la ayuda de IA y entonces, en medio del duelo, Sol notó que la fuerza de lucha de Ikumen comenzó a aumentar. Fue entonces cuando Kvin se dio cuenta de que la razón de la fluctuación en la fuerza de combate era la peculiaridad del entrenamiento. Los miembros de las sectas demoníacas dependen del ki interno durante el entrenamiento para volverse más fuertes, pero la mayoría de los miembros de las sectas ortodoxas. Resulta que aumentar la fuerza de combate de una persona depende de cómo estudia las artes marciales y cómo, en otras palabras, al aprender a aplicar aquellas técnicas de artes marciales que Kvin había descuidado anteriormente, podría aumentar rápido. Sin embargo, al momento siguiente, Ikumen interrumpió los pensamientos de Kvin y lo arrojó hacia atrás con un... Entonces Sol llamó al panel y comenzó a buscar rápidamente el equipo de combate que menos usaba o que había recibido más... Y su búsqueda se vio coronada por el éxito. En una pelea real, Kvin nunca había utilizado el arte marcial, pero entonces Ikumen lo llamó enojado y le preguntó, ¿ha perdido la cabeza? Pero en respuesta, Sol aseguró con calma que todo estaba bien con su cabeza, y entonces la espada de Kvin estalló en llamas, y él admitió con una sonrisa que tal vez realmente se había vuelto loco con el y al momento siguiente, una poderosa explosión resonó en todo el bosque cerca de Sichu. Solo por un milagro Ikumen escapó de la muerte, pero la onda expansiva lo arrojó hacia atrás. Pero antes de que Ikumen pudiera ponerse de pie, en ese mismo instante Kvin le lanzó una espada. Ikumen pudo bloquear el golpe, pero Kvin aumentó su presión y envió a su oponente a volar. Fue entonces cuando Ikumen se dio cuenta de que aquello no era solo la verdadera llama de Samaja, y entonces le preguntó a Kvin. Pero Sol no respondió la pregunta. En cambio explicó con una sonrisa que era un maestro del arte marcial de la acumulación, y entonces Kvin puso la espada llameante en el cuello de Ikumen, y agregó que con su ayuda lo quemaría hasta convertir. Pero esas palabras eran un engaño. Sol solo usó acumulación de llamas una vez, y la mitad de su ki ya sea para poder enfrentarse a Ikumen más rápidamente. Huin decidió arriesgarse, pero cada técnica de este arte marcial y, desafortunadamente, Ikumen adivinó esto, y con una sonrisa declaró que pronto. Sin embargo, para su sorpresa, Sol simplemente... Ikumen inmediatamente se puso cauteloso y preguntó, ¿qué es? Pero entonces Kevin preguntó de repente si Ikumen había oído la expresión. El enemigo más terrible es aquel que no tiene nada que... Y luego Sol explicó que esa expresión se refería a él. Kvin decidió darlo todo hasta el final, y al momento siguiente un torbellino de fuego comenzó a girar a su alrededor. Ikumen estaba a punto de preguntarle qué estaba planeando, pero en ese mismo momento, y al momento siguiente se oyó una segunda explosión. Kvin permaneció ileso, sin embargo, como predijo Ikumen, solo le quedaban 5.000 unidades de chi de 2 millones. Este golpe debía ser el último, pero desafortunadamente, cuando el humo se disipó, Sol vio a Ikumen todavía recibió el golpe, y Kvin no tenía suficiente chi para continuar la pelea, por lo que decidió que era el final. Pero al momento siguiente el panel informó a Kvin que su nivel de acumulación de llamas había aumentado. Sol esperaba este resultado, pero era demasiado tarde, no tenía suficiente ki para... Sin embargo, el panel aún no había terminado, y luego informó que Kvin ahora tenía acceso a una técnica llamada... Kvin decidió inmediatamente probar la nueva técnica y al momento siguiente su indicador de ki se reponía a 150.000 unidades. Mientras tanto, Ikumen le preguntó a Kvin qué más tenía planeado, pero en ese mismo momento y entonces Ikumen quedó completamente atónito, porque Kvin debería haberse quedado sin chi, pero en lugar de... Y entonces Ikumen se dio cuenta con horror de que Sol, de alguna manera, pero al momento siguiente recobró el sentido y se lo arrojó a Kvin, con la intención de... Sin embargo, Sol repelió su ataque utilizando el arte marcial del cuerpo blanco, y cuando Ikumen abrió su boca, Kvin le atravesó el pecho en un abrir y cerrar de... Sin embargo, el corazón de Sol no se conmovió, por lo que no tenía la intención de dar... Entonces, estando al borde de la muerte, Ikumen le preguntó a Kvin por qué quería matarlo, ya que no le había hecho nada, y se veían por primera vez. Pero en respuesta, Sol de repente le ordenó a Ikumen que... Ikumen estaba confundido y entonces Sol le explicó que si pedía misericordia amablemente, como un perro. En respuesta, Ikumen se puso de pie con sus últimas fuerzas, solo para caer a los pies. Habiendo perdido todo su orgullo, comenzó a pedir clemencia y a asegurar que recordaría. Kvin no respondió nada porque estaba nuevamente muy sorprendido de cómo había cambiado todo. En su vida pasada, Ikumen lo mató, y en esta, suplica desesperadamente que lo dejen con vida. Pero Kvin no se siente mejor al respecto. Miró a Ikumen y se sintió incómodo de que algo así pudiera volver a suceder. Y entonces Sol se agachó y admitió que no sabía que Ikumen quisiera vivir tanto. Entonces, en respuesta, Ikumen dijo con una sonrisa que era una de esas personas que creían que incluso... Kvin también sonrió y estuvo de acuerdo con esta filosofía. Pero al momento siguiente, Sol miró a Ikumen con odio y declaró que la gente como él no debería... Entonces Vin contó cómo en su vida pasada Ikumen mató a sus subordinados sin una gota de piedad, lo que lo dejó. Pero Sol no iba a explicar nada y afirmó que ahora no podía perdonar en absoluto a Ikumen, porque veía cómo se humillaba. Y Ikumen quería decir que no entendía nada, pero Kvin inmediatamente lo calló, tapándole la boca con la mano. Y luego levantó su espada y se despidió de Ikumen prometiéndole a sus subordinados que lo matarían en la próxima vida. Y al momento siguiente, todo había terminado. Kvin se enderezó sobre el cuerpo de Ikumen, pero ya no se sentía como un ganador. Sol pensó que en realidad solo tuvo suerte porque Ikumen ni siquiera utilizó la técnica de la flor. En una pelea normal, Kvin habría corrido un peligro. Una vez más había ganado gracias a un regalo del destino, pero ahora Sol ya no podía confiar en tales cosas, porque estos regalos no siempre... Además, si Kvin deja de recibir tantas técnicas nuevas o volverse más fuerte, incluso podrían obstaculizarlo. Y sin embargo, esta vez el regalo del destino realmente ayudó a Kvin, y más de la mitad. Desafortunadamente, quizás debido a que el arte marcial de acumulación de llamas todavía está en el nivel principiante, Sol solo se ha vuelto un poco más, pero no era tan importante y Kvin simplemente escondió el cuerpo de Ikumen en el bosque. Ahora su fuerza de combate ha alcanzado los 10 millones, lo que debería ser suficiente para enfrentarse a un... Y así Kvin regresó a la ciudad para terminar el último punto de su plan, Chongyang.